staring at the sun. Not sucking on a dum-dum, not turning round to run. No hallelujahs and no kingdom comes. So you will not catch me staring at the sun. Do you hear that thunder? That's the sound of strength in numbers. Fee, fee, fi, fi, fo, fo, fi. I smell the blood of 1,000,000 sons. 1,000,000 daughters from 100,000 guns. Not taught by our teachers on our curriculum. Do you hear that thunder? That's the sound of strength in numbers. Not a single thing has ever been mended. But are you standing there and saying you're offended? Go ahead, tell them what I've intended. I say what I mean, do what I love, and send it. Do you hear that thunder? That's the sound of strength in numbers. There's nothing brave and nothing useful. You scrolling your aggro mess on the walls of the cubicle. Saying my racing class ain't suitable. So I raise my pink fist and say black is beautiful. Do you hear that thunder? No? That's the sound of strength in numbers. Oh, you're a mod.
Karen left the waterfall bound for Fairview Road. Good morning, people. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It is another day. It is day 24 in the Karen Reed Sham. Because every single day that goes by shows more and more how much this is a sham, people. Most definitely. We've got Tully, who's currently on the stand. Still, I believe that there's still some direct to take place before we get to cross-examination, but we got all day, people. We got all day, and we got all day tomorrow as well. So we're finally moving along here, feels like, hopefully. I don't want to speak too soon. Knock on wood. Yeah. And I've got here, let me just do this real quick. And you're right, guys. I don't want the same thing to happen as yesterday. So let me catch up. I don't know why that did. See what happened yesterday? This wasn't live. Y'all were like, court started. And I was like, I'm looking right at it, you dummies. And y'all are like, no, you dummy. It started. And I was like, all right. But yeah, I don't know. There's stuff that I want to talk about, but I don't even know if it's worth talking about. Maybe I'll talk about it during lunch or during break. I don't know. I don't really care. I don't like, I'm not that worried about it, but it's stuff that like I figure people are gonna be like, what's going on with this? What's going on with that? And I'd rather just, before you start with your shit, like I'll just tell you about it. And then like I might end up in a rant. That might happen. But it's just, I mean, it's just the usual bullshit, man. You know, people on Twitter. No, I'm not currently a body piercer. That's another thing we can talk about real quick. Dina addressed me while she was running Tom's stream just a little bit ago. She came up with an idea for a fundraiser. Oh my God. And this hits just a little bit differently today.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
Celeste, thank you so much. Happy to be watching from my hospital bed. Makes my day worth something. Brain surgery. Jesus. Love you, Will. Love you too. Jesus, I hope that goes well for you and you're not in too much pain. Seriously, geez. I don't know, man. I gotta be honest though, Celeste. Are you sure this is like consuming this content is like probably not the best thing for post brain surgery or even pre brain surgery? You know what I mean? I'm just saying. Lorianne, thank you. Let's go. Can't wait to hear more lies today. Yes, I agree. Yeah, something about, I feel like I'm like the opposite of aspirin. You know what I mean? Except I still make your stomach upset. But yeah. So Andrew, thank you so much. I appreciate you. So Dina was talking about doing a fundraiser type thing for like where I body pierce people. That's a bad idea on a whole bunch of different levels. It's not a bad idea on her part. It's a bad idea for me to agree to it. But I get where she's coming from. Oh my God.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. I think we.
Let's see here. Brass 6073. Howie Carr had a nice opinion article about the effect of Proctor on Brian Walsh and other cases. After all that has happened, I think this will be 10 times bigger than Massachusetts State Police drug lab scandal. I think I agree on a political level, and it being such a blue state and that shit's going on. No good. Buzzing for Truth, thank you so much. Hope we get more awesome cross today. I think we will. I don't think that Lally is going to take all day. I would imagine he's going to be done at least before lunch. So the whole thing with the body piercing idea, there's a lot that goes with that. A long time. First of all, I haven't been a body piercer for at the very least 15 years. I don't even really know how long it's been. It's been a long time. So there's that. So I'm rusty. I mean, and I feel like if it came down to it and I had all my tools and everything there, then it would be fine. Just like riding a bike. But mostly, I would say that it's because there's tools that I no longer own, and you need a lot of different tools for that, for different types of piercings. You need materials such as needles and gloves and blah blah blah, and that's money right there. And you need most importantly, above anything else, you need an absolutely sterile environment. I won't pierce anybody unless it's in an absolutely sterile environment. So there's that too. And unless you have a very reputable tattoo shop or a doctor's office that's willing to let me work out of, no, it's probably not going to happen. But it's a nice idea. It is. It's just that there's a lot to it. It's not a question of just let me just get some needles and just start sticking holes in people. I mean, jewelry costs money too. And you could come to me with certain types of jewelry and be like, oh, I want you to pierce me with this. And it's going to have all kinds of shit dangling from it. And I can't pierce you with that because it's got jagged edges and it'll never heal. So it would be unethical for me to use certain jewelry for me to pierce you with. I just won't do that. So there's a bunch of factors. So yeah. I mean, I'm not worried about liability. There's that too, though. That have to be done. Is waivers have to be made up. And I'm not piercing you without you signing a waiver. That's not happening. So yeah, I'm not doing that. Yeah, it's a bad idea. But it's a nice idea for one who doesn't really know what goes into it, but there's a lot that goes into it. So it's just, it would, like I said, it's a nice idea, but it's a bad idea for me to agree to it and be like, yeah, let's do that. It depends on the state. And most of the time, you just need to be licensed for cross-contamination. Like you need to be signed off by the health department that you've been educated on cross-contamination most of the time. But I mean, but that was years ago. I don't even know what it's like now.
Before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Pinoni.
Here we go.
Now sitting in the Norfolk Superior Court within for the County of Norfolk. Draw near and give your attendance. Shall be heard. Say the Commonwealth in this good court. Thank you. May be seated. Court is now.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right, good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or should. Thank you very much. May we have Detective Lieutenant Tully, please?
Just watch your step forward. May stand and face the clerk. You solemnly swear the evidence given in court and jury in the case now hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Again, if you could just please state your name and spell your last name for the jury.
Brian Tully, Tully.
Now, Lieutenant Tully, you were testifying yesterday. You were testifying in some part about a search that you did in conjunction with the CERT team at 34 Fairview on January 29, 2020, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time, did you or any other member of your unit conduct any search of the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
No.
And why not?
We had no reason to believe there'd be evidence found within the home of 34 Fairview Road.
Now, Lieutenant, if you could you inform the jury a little bit about sort of search warrants as far as residences go and what is required in Massachusetts for you to conduct a search warrant?
Objection.
So we haven't heard the question. Let's hear the question.
That was the question, I'm sorry.
I thought it was you informed the jury about search warrants and then what?
If I interrupted
Did you
you,
complete your question?
I did, Your Honor, yes.
Okay. So it's sustained then.
thank you.
As far as, Lieutenant, over the course of your career, you conducted search warrants of people's residences, correct?
Yes.
And what do you need to do?
A search warrant, consent, or exigent circumstance.
And as far as a search warrant is concerned, what is needed or what is necessary in order for you to get a search warrant?
Objection.
Jody, tell Timmy to be quiet. So I'm going to allow him to build a foundation here. So the objection's over.
As governed by the Fourth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution and Article 14 of the Massachusetts Constitution, law enforcement is required to get a search warrant if we're going to invade someone's privacy. In order to obtain a search warrant, I need to gather facts that I swear an oath and affirm that are true and accurate, that there is probable cause, which means more likely than not that a specific piece of evidence will be found in a specific location and it's related to a crime. So I need to check those boxes in order to obtain a search warrant through the trial court.
Boo, you
Any
suck.
information that you have related to specific evidence of a crime in relation to the interior of the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
I didn't have any. When thinking about residence and search warrants and evidence, I need to put the evidence inside the house. And so I don't believe that Mr. O'Keefe entered the home. So I had no nexus to the house.
And what, if any, evidence did you have that Mr. O'Keefe had ever entered the home at 34 Fairview Road on January 29th or on any other day?
I don't. On the contrary, I have evidence that he was outside, but I don't have anything putting him inside the residence.
Okay.
Now, you're aware that, or you testified yesterday that at some point while you and the CERT team were conducting the search at 34 Fairview, the Sergeant Mechanic and Trooper Proctor were following a tow truck with the defendant's vehicle from Dayton to the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes.
And in reference to taking the vehicle to the Canton Police Department, how was that decision arrived at? What, if any, discussion or what, if any, other options did you have?
So Sergeant Buchanan and I had conversations. It was ultimately my decision of where the vehicle was going to go. And so we need to find a location that was secure, indoors, and preferably heated. And so we start going through checklists of what's available. So you start thinking, obviously, of state police facilities. So between Dayton and Canton, where our office is as well, you have the Foxborough Barracks, which was, I worked out of the Foxborough Barracks. The garage was probably not appropriate for that
large vehicle to get in there. It's an old building. I worked at the State Police Barracks in Milton. That's even worse with a smaller garage that's attached inside of an older building. So the Canton Police Department was the next step. It was kind of checked all those boxes. It was inside, it was secure, and it was heated.
Now,
Again, it's heated.
over the course of your career, specifically within the homicide unit of the detective unit of the district attorney's office, approximately how many investigations have you led or been a part of in relation to? Let me first ask you this: as far as your unit is concerned, how is it that, from a staffing perspective, how is it that an investigation is conducted as far as certain roles, or can you speak a little bit about sort of the roles that different people within your unit play with reference to an investigation, just in the general sense?
Within the unit, we have different sections. We have the homicide section, narcotics section, and special investigations. So each is kind of broken up into that. Obviously, the homicide section will undertake homicide investigations, but we work as a team. So there'll be situations where you may need an all hands on deck just to get some people out there. So the narcotics folks will help with homicide investigations and vice versa. The homicide people will help with narcotics investigations when needed.
Your Honor, may I just have a moment?
Yes.
Now, specifically when it comes to death investigation, there's someone who's assigned as what you call a case officer, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what the role of the case officer is and what, if any, other sort of supervision there is with reference to that case officer?
The case officer is essentially the central collection point for the investigation. So they are the person that would gather the evidence, the records, hold those records, and then somebody needs to be held accountable for a to-do list or something to do. Supervisor would go to that one person.
And that's the
as well as
sound
the
of
district
them
attorney's office
throwing
would know who to
Proctor under the
contact
bus.
about a certain case, and then we'll go from there. Obviously, that case officer usually is a rank of trooper, especially when you're talking about unattended deaths. They have a sergeant and 2 lieutenants that are supervising them in that realm.
This is Morrissey's office trying to throw Proctor under the bus.
Is there with regard to troopers and how many would be involved in the interview of any witness?
We would always have 2 people present, either a trooper and a local detective, or 2 troopers. Just one ask questions, one take note taking. It's just good practice.
And with respect to this investigation, the locals, as far as Canton Police Department, was not something that you utilized, correct?
Correct.
And again, I know you testified a little bit about it yesterday, but if you could just reiterate or expound upon sort of what your discussions were with the chief as far as Canton Police Department's involvement in this investigation going forward, following the early morning hours of January 29th.
Our conversation circled around in the early hours about the homeowner of 34 Fairview, which was Brian Albert, has a brother, Kevin Albert, who was a detective with the Canton Police Department. And so where we were, we had essentially zero information about the investigation. We wanted to remove any appearance of conflict by not having Kevin Albert or any of his coworkers involved in the investigation.
Was that in the investigation in its entirety, or the interviewing process, or how was that sort of delineated, if at all?
Definitely no interviews. They were not involved in any discussion. Essentially the entire investigation.
This guy's here to play cleanup.
And as far as the case officer is concerned, is the case officer someone who, particularly in a homicide investigation, is as far as a decision regarding charging, is that something that the case officer would be tasked with?
No.
Now, turning your attention back to your testimony yesterday, there were items that you had retrieved from search on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
And as a precursor, if I could ask you sort of over the course of your career, specifically.
This guy looks like John Bobbitt's severed penis.
Attorney's office, about how many?
How am I supposed to sit here and look at this guy like this?
Have you been involved?
I would say in excess of 600 unattended death investigations that I personally investigated. That's not counting those phone calls the calls I end up declining that I'd mentioned yesterday. In addition to that, I probably have either worked or supervised 75 homicides. And then getting back to the unattended deaths, I've supervised countless since I've attained the rank of trooper and lieutenant. Sergeant and lieutenant.
And with respect to your training and with respect to your experience, how many of those investigations have involved injuries which included abrasions?
Probably 10 to 20% of them.
And if you could, at least from your understanding, if you could explain to the jury what your understanding of what is.
And why is it in his eyes the most? Like, it's funny. Like the bald head just helps, but when I look at his eyes, I think of John Bobby's severed
to
dick.
the items that you recovered on January.
It's the weirdest shit in the world.
There was one piece of clear plastic you testified yesterday had something that you termed as stippling on the outside, correct?
Yeah, I may have used the word dimples, but yeah.
Now, with respect to Mr. O'Keefe, at some point, did you have occasion to view photos of Mr. O'Keefe from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes.
And with regard to the items that you recovered, what, if any, significance did you observe between those items and the injuries that you observed to Mr. O'Keefe?
The injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, I noticed the abrasions had a certain pattern on them. And I know that when a blunt force object is involved in causing an abrasion, the characteristics of the object that comes in contact with a person will often leave the characteristics on that person in the form of an abrasion.
And with respect to this specific case, as far as any items recovered on January 29th and your observations of Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you observe of any significance in relation to that?
I'd be comfortable in saying that the marks on Mr. O'Keefe are consistent with.
Objection.
Sustained.
Yeah, see the defense is he's the first fucker up here who's not a Barney Fife. You know what I mean? Like he's up there giving clear, concise answers. He looks and sounds professional as far as the jury's concerned.
Are troopers by the name of Trooper
So
John and Trooper Moore, is
the
that
defense has to be
Yes.
real careful with this guy.
On February 2nd, 2022, are you familiar with
Thank you, Jen Del
them
Rio.
retrieving some video in relation to this investigation?
Appreciate it.
Yes.
And
Congrats, guys.
Specifically from the town of Canton, did they retrieve video from there?
Yes.
And specifically, what location did they retrieve video from?
From the Canton Public Library at 786 Washington Street.
And are you familiar with them speaking with a gentleman by the name of Mr. Jutras?
Yes.
And he's an IT person with the town of Canton.
Yes.
And as far as the timestamp with regard to the video that was retrieved from the Canton Public Library, what, if any, information do you have in reference to that?
It's a good question.
Whenever we retrieve video, we want to ensure the timestamp is accurate.
Thank you, Chris.
As we've learned, businesses are not always great about updating the timestamp. So that's always top of mind when we collect video. Mr. Jutras assured us that the timestamp on the video was consistent and in real time.
Now, the following day of February 3rd, you familiar with Trooper Moore retrieving some additional surveillance video?
Yes.
And where did he retrieve that video?
From Temple Beth Abraham in Canton at 1301 Washington Street.
Now, as far as those two locations, as far as the Canton Public Library and the Temple Beth Abraham, are you familiar with where they are in relation to each other?
Yes.
Both located on Washington Street, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how far away from each other are they?
About a mile and a half.
Now, with reference to the Temple video, what, if any, information did you receive in regard to the timestamp on that video?
That was also accurate.
Now, from each of these respective locations, what time frames was Trooper Moore in one instance and Trooper Moore and Trooper Dunn in the other instance? What time frames of video did they retrieve from each of those respective locations?
From 12 a.m. midnight to 1 a.m. and from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m.
And why was it that those were the time frames, based on what you learned to that point in the investigation, why were those the time frames that the troopers were looking?
we had reason to believe that those were the times that Miss Reed's vehicle was traveling in and around that area.
Thank you, Joanne. Appreciate you so much.
And get to that a little bit more in a moment, but as far as reason to believe that, that Ms. Reed's vehicle was traveling in the area around those times, what, if any, information did you have to base that on?
We had statements and video from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, also on Washington Street, a little bit further down, and the car departing in that direction. We had information about a car that matched her description arriving at 34 Fairview at a certain time shortly before 12:30 a.m. And so, like we always do, we do out a video canvas and look for video cameras from that first known point, which would be the Waterfall Bar and Grill, to the residence of 34 Fairview. And then from there, from 34 Fairview to 1 Meadows Ave, which was the home of John O'Keefe.
In reference to the morning hours between 5 and 6 a.m., the later morning hours between 5 and 6 a.m., what, if any, information did you have in relation to Ms. Reed's travel at that time? So
we had learned through interviews that she was calling people as early as 4:45 in an effort to locate Mr. O'Keefe, and a statement that she had left the house shortly after 5 a.m. We then know that she arrived at the McCabe residence on Country Lane after 5:30. So we're trying to account for the movements of the vehicle for that 30-minute block.
Now, in reference to phone calls, you've had occasion to review information related to the defendant's phone.
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that about 4:45 in the morning, she made phone calls trying to ascertain, or allegedly trying to ascertain the whereabouts of Mr. O'Keefe. Is that correct?
Yes.
Prior to those 4:45 a.m. phone calls, were there other phone calls that the defendant placed?
Yes.
And to whom did she place those calls, and about what time?
Starting at 12:33 a.m. to 6:03 a.m., there were 53 phone calls from Ms. Reed to a phone number associated with John O'Keefe.
And in addition to those phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, what, if any, other calls did the defendant make prior to those 4:45 a.m.?
There were phone calls to her family members, to Jennifer McCabe, Kerry Roberts, Camaranos. Those are the ones that are off the top of my head. I have the notes in front of me if I want me to refer to them.
You all right to witness stand?
Yes.
See, I can't. There's just one thing about this guy that I just can't let go. How is it that his eyes are what makes me think of John Bobbitt's fucking severed penis, dude? Like, severed penises don't have eyes, bro. I don't get it. I don't understand. Like, I'm trying to figure out. It's not. It's more his eyes than his head.
03, when Mr. O'Keefe was found, there are a number of calls to members of John O'Keefe's family.
No, the phone calls to family members of her own, that the defendant's family members, those were specifically to her mother and her father, is that correct?
Yes.
And did those phone calls precede the phone calls to either Ms. McCabe or Ms. Roberts or anybody else earlier that morning?
On the call detail records, they don't appear, but I know the phone dump has other information.
Your Honor, may I approach?
No.
Yes.
But thank you, Kevin. But no.
Lieutenant,
I mean,
attention back to
he might.
videos, we were
But
speaking about, showing you.
they're probably telling him he's just going to get fired.
showing you a disc, is that-
They have no control of whether or not there's any federal indictments going to come down.
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It is surveillance video from Temple Beth Abraham.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to seek to introduce the minutes in that exhibit.
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibit 572.
572.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
You another document? You recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
It is a map I created with icons of the town of Canton.
And how did you create that map, sir?
Using Google Earth as the mapping software, I placed icons on locations within the town of Canton that are relative to this investigation to provide better context and illustrate the area that we're going to be discussing.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, he's doing a good job up there, but the problem is you can't hide from the truth. And the facts are the facts. The documentation, the timestamps and videos are what they are.
Yes,
The evidence is the evidence.
With the court's permission, if I could publish that to the jury at this time.
yes.
Lieutenant, do you have the laser pointer there before you again?
I do.
So using that laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to the icons that you inserted a reference to various points of relevant locations, as well as any sort of routes of travel or roadways depicted in this video.
So each icon is a house-shaped icon that I placed at different locations. The first one is red in color. It denotes where 34 Fairview Road is. Starting at the bottom, there is a pinkish color one that is the location of the Waterfall Bar and Grill. Just north of that, you'll see a brown one, which denotes the Canton Public Library. Following up this street here, which is Washington Street, you'll come to Temple Beth Abraham, which is denoted by the blue icon there. And then off to the right is One Meadows Lane with the green icon.
Now, as far as, and if you could just use that laser pointer again to know where the temple is.
It is the blue icon in the center of the map.
Now, as far as where the temple is located in reference to specific roadways, it's, you mentioned located on Washington Street, correct?
Yes.
And so what, if any, roads intersect with Washington Street around the location of the temple?
Chapman Street is the street that runs in this direction towards Washington Street. So again, the Washington Street is this street here. It continues and stays Washington Street as it turns slightly east in that direction.
And as far as available points of directionality or ways to travel roadways from the area of the temple, it intersects in the area of Dedham. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so as far as available routes of travel from the temple to 34 Fairview, if you could note those on the map.
If one was at the temple and were to travel to 34 Fairview, you could continue up Washington Street, take the left onto Dedham Street, which is that street you just mentioned, a left onto Cedar Crest, and to enter that neighborhood down here. One could take a left and come down Chapman Street and take the right to enter the neighborhood in that direction, straight onto Fairview Road.
And if you're approaching sort of from the Chapman Street side of Fairview Road, as you come down Fairview Road, which side of the road would 34 Fairview go?
Left.
And similarly, if you're approaching from the Cedar Crest side of Fairview Road and turn on Fairview Road, which side of the street would 34 Fairview Road go?
Right.
Thanks. Now, with respect to each of these videos, as far as the Canton Public Library video and the Temple video, these are exterior cameras, is that correct?
Yes.
And sort of orientation-wise, where do they focus on or where are they pointed at?
The ones that we focused on were the ones that captured Washington Street.
Now, are you aware of another location right around the area of Temple Beth Abraham called Cassie's?
Yes.
And that's essentially like a convenience store, is that right?
Yes.
And were you able to, you or other troopers able to retrieve video from that location as well?
I don't believe so.
Now, Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish a portion of the video from the Canton Public Library, which is marked as Exhibit 110.
Yes.
All right. So the Canton Public Library, which
Hey, Ms. Gilman,
already
if you,
doubt
could
exists in
first,
it.
Video.
Like, this means nothing to me.
I'd ask you to go to about 12:15.
I'm sorry, 15 or 50?
51.
Yeah, this has missing parts, and the guy who runs the town's AV stuff like this from the library.
Again, for orientation purposes, Lieutenant, if you could, using the laser pointer, just
He shot it
describe to
down.
the jury sort of what we're looking at here, directionality-wise, and what you observe in this video.
The main street in the video is Washington Street. The Waterfall Bar and Grill would be off to the right-hand side, and Temple Beth Abraham would be off to the left. The intersecting road we're looking at here is Sherman Ave, I believe.
And if one were to take that right,
What a waste of fucking
from the right of the
time.
screen to the left of the screen on Washington Street heading towards Sherman, and you were to take that right on Sherman, where does that take you?
You would head towards the neighborhood that 1 Meadows Ave resides.
Yeah.
Now, were you also able, over the course of the investigation, did you have occasion to look at surveillance video from the Waterfall Bar and Grill itself?
Yes.
And from that video, were you able to determine a time at which Mr. O'Keefe was leaving from that establishment?
Yes.
And what, if any, observations as far as time, or what, if any, observations did you make as far as what Mr. O'Keefe was doing or had with him when he left the lot?
When he left shortly after midnight, he was holding what appears to be a clear glass container.
And do you recall which hand he was holding it?
His right.
And specifically, that was about 12 or 11 a.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, I'm going to ask you to press play here and then pause again at 12:15:58. Now, looking up at the screen now where it's paused at 12:15:58, Lieutenant, what, if anything, do you observe there?
I observed a large black SUV here on Washington Street.
And the large black SUV that you observed, is that consistent with what you've observed of the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury as far as when I asked Ms. Gilman to press play, what is that vehicle?
We know
Gonna
all this
continue
already,
north on
bro.
Washington Street through the intersection on Sherman and continue north on Washington Street.
And what, if anything, is sort of in that directionality as it continues off of the screen to the left?
Be heading towards Temple Beth Abraham.
Gilman, if you could.
She's not even speeding.
Ms. Gilman, you can pause it there. Now, with respect, Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish portions of the Temple video,
Yes.
and just as a continuing, my intention would be to sort of go back and forth if that's all right with the court.
Okay, yes.
I have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I mean, why don't you just tell her? Like, Jackson's just like, can you pull up blah, 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 blah?
Pause there, thank you. Again, for orientation purposes, Lieutenant, if you could describe using the laser pointer there as far as what we're looking at in this particular camera angle and shot, and as far as the roadways that you.
This is an exterior camera from Temple Beth Abraham at 1301 Washington Street. Where it's paused now at 1201, I believe is the timestamp. You see a vehicle here. That vehicle's traveling on Washington Street. We are now on the other side of Washington Street looking at it than we were from the library. So the south and towards the waterfall and the library would be off to the left. North would be off to the right.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could fast forward to 12:17.
Yeah, they're just like, this is just a show to look like they did their jobs. That's all this is. Like, we already know all this shit. The jury knows that we already know this shit. The jury's already shot down the library footage.
Now, as
I
far as
mean,
time concerns,
this is pointless.
The video from the prior video from the library was about 12:15 a.m. when you saw the vehicle.
Nobody's denying Karen went to 34
Yes.
Fairview or the
So
waterfall.
As far as this time that's up here now, approximately 12:17 or so, or somewhere within that minute between 12:17 and 12:18, is that consistent with the time it would take to travel from where the library is on Washington Street to where the temple is on Washington Street.
Yes.
And from this particular time period around 1217, between the minutes of 1217 and 1218, what, if anything, did you observe with reference to, of significance with reference to this investigation on this portion of this video?
At approximately 12:17 and 56 seconds, you'll see a large black SUV travel from left to right on the screen, which would, again, would be northbound.
And again, left to right on the screen, just for orientation purposes, what is in the direction from left to right on the screen as far as of any significance to this?
As you continue north on Washington Street, you would, I believe the next intersection on the left is Dedham Street, which one could take to get to 34 Fairview Road.
But it's also interesting that, I mean, how can you positively identify any vehicle that's in that footage driving down that road that they're trying to use as some sort of proof? That could be any black SUV. You can't even really make out the make and model necessarily, much less the year or the license plate for that matter. I mean, that's
And again, Lieutenant, directing your attention to the screen, and if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this portion of the video at 12:17:56 from the temple.
A large black SUV traveling northbound on Washington Street.
And the large black SUV, is that consistent with the large black SUV that you observed in the prior video, exhibit 110 from the Canton Public Library?
Yes.
Is that also consistent with what you observed as far as your personal observations of the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
Gentlemen, if you could please press play. Gentlemen, you can pause that. Take that down, please. Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you for the Canton Public Library video again.
I mean, I'm not doubting that it's them. I'm just saying that, like, it's
Now,
still
direct your attention
not
to
even
the
proof.
screen. This is the Canton Public Library video.
It's
again.
pointless because they're not even denying
Yes.
it. So
As
why
far
is
as,
this
this
being
is the time frame that you were talking about before,
presented as some sort of
5 a.m.
damning
6 a.m.
proof?
that Troopers Dunn and Moore retrieved from Mr. Jutras, correct?
Yes.
And with reference to, as far as the conditions outside at this particular time between 5 and 6 a.m., what, if anything, do you observe in this video?
The ground is now covered in snow.
Tawanda made a good
Ms.
point.
Gilman, if I could ask
Did
you,
they
to
mark
fast forward to about 5
the
or 7
evidence?
a.m.
And the defense might point that out, but it just shows that they don't have video of Higgins going to the waterfall or going to 34 Fairview because they weren't looking for anything as far as
Now,
Higgins goes,
Lieutenant, from this,
or anybody else
portion
inside
of
that
this
house.
Video from the Canton Public Library, what, if anything, of significance did you observe in this portion of the video relevant to this investigation?
You observe a large black SUV take a left from Sherman Street onto Washington Street, heading south.
And as far as the directionality from where that vehicle came from and the directionality where that vehicle is headed toward, what, if any, of the locations of significance are located in those areas?
So again, Sherman Street or Ave goes straight to 1 Meadows. So if one were to travel from Meadows Ave, the residence of John O'Keefe, to this location here, you would come down Sherman and you could take a left onto Washington Street to head south.
And as far as south on Washington Street, again, off to the right of the screen, what, if any, locations of significance in this case are located in that direction?
The Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Now, as far as the black SUV that you observed in this video, is that consistent with the black SUV you observed in the Temple video from 12:17 a.m.?
Yes.
Is it also consistent with the black SUV that you observed in the library video from 12:15 a.m.?
Yes.
And is it also consistent with the defendant's black SUV?
Yes.
Now, with reference to, are you familiar with Mr. O'Keefe's home having ring cameras affixed to it.
Yes.
And are you familiar with a video from those ring cameras depicting the defendant backing the black SUV out of Mr. O'Keefe's garage at approximately 5:07 a.m.?
Yes.
And from that, as far as distance or time it would take to travel from Mr. O'Keefe's residence to this intersection covered by the Canton Public Library, from 5:07 to 5:11, now depicted on the screen, is that consistent with the time it would take to drive that, particularly given the conditions?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could please press play.
Oh, we're back.
Ms. Gilman, if you could pause that. Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could fast forward to about 5 minutes, I'm sorry, 15 and 30 seconds. Pause there, please. Now, Lieutenant, between these timeframes of 5:11 a.m. and 5:15 a.m., at any point in time, do you observe the black SUV traveling back in the other direction?
Yes.
And specifically around 5:15 and 51 seconds, what, if anything, did you observe on this video of significance or relevance to this investigation?
A large black SUV will appear on the screen on the right-hand side and travel to the left-hand side, which again would be traveling north on Washington Street.
Now, as far as, again, directionality, north on Washington Street to the left of the street would be towards the temple, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as the operation, as far as directionality is concerned, what you observe in this area from 5:15 a.m., is that consistent with what you observed on the Canton Public Library video earlier on 12:15 a.m.?
Yes.
And again, as far as the black SUV that you observe in this, it's consistent with all the other black SUVs you observed in the video.
Yes.
Shut up! Oh my God, I don't care!
Pause there. And Lieutenant, if you could, using the laser pointer you have before you, direct the jury's attention to where you observe the black SUV.
Here on Washington Street near the intersection.
And again, using that laser pointer, if you could just indicate to the jury as far as directionality where this vehicle is going to head on this video.
North would be to the left-hand side of the screen towards Temple Beth Abraham.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play again.
You should go to Beth Israel.
If you could pause there, Ms. Gilman, you can take this.
Anybody know where that's from? Anybody? Anybody?
Now, Ms. Gilman,
No?
if I could ask
Movie trivia?
the Temple Beth Abraham video again. And Your Honor, may I have just one moment?
Yes.
You can pause there, Ms. Gilman. And for the record, this is from the Temple Beth Abraham video. This is from the period of 5:10 a.m. to 5:20 a.m., which is the second video listed down within those. Now, Trooper, with regards to this video, at some point around 5:18 a.m., what, if anything, did you observe of significance or relevance to this investigation from that period of video?
A large black SUV travel left to right on the screen.
Wow. Miss Mojo Rising. I didn't think anybody would get that. Wow.
Where would that vehicle
Well
be
done.
coming from, and where would that vehicle be heading?
The left side of the screen would be in the direction of the Canton Public Library and the Waterfall Bar and Grill. Off to the right, again, would be the intersection with Dedham Street, which one could take to 34 Fairview.
I agree, Danielle.
And as
Thank
far
you.
as directionality, with reference to the earlier video from 12:17 a.m. from the Temple Beth Abraham, is directionality consistent in this video with what you observed at 12:17 a.m.?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could play from 5:18. closet full, please. And Lieutenant, what, if anything, do you observe in this portion of the video relevant to this investigation?
A large black SUV traveling north on Washington Street.
And again, is that large black SUV that you observe here consistent with the large black SUV you observed in the prior videos and also consistent with the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could please press play again. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back.
What, if any, was the fucking point of that?
Now, give me your honor, if I could just have a moment.
Sure.
Now, Lieutenant, through the course of your investigation, are you familiar with what time it was that the defendant, approximately what time it was that the defendant arrived at Ms. McCabe's home?
5:35 approximately.
And Ms. McCabe's home is located on Country Lane, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, from the directionality of that vehicle in the 5:18 a.m. Video, as far as timing is concerned, 5:18 to about 5:35 or so, is that consistent with the time it would take to drive from that area of the Temple Beth Abraham to Ms. McCabe's residence on Country Lane?
No, not if you were to drive directly there.
And so to that point, as far as what about that time doesn't match up? Is it too short, too long, or something else?
It would take you much quicker to get there. It's about 1.5 miles from Temple Beth Abraham to Country Lane. You would continue north on Washington Street and just take a left into the Country Lane neighborhood. So the time to travel 1.5 miles.
And from sort of the distance between either that Temple video and either 34 Fairview Road or Country Lane, were you able to find, locate, or retrieve any surveillance video in those areas that would capture the vehicle?
No.
Now, as far as you had mentioned earlier in your testimony, when we were talking about the earlier 12:17 a.m. Portion from the Temple Beth Abraham video, the directionality of that black SUV, both in the 12:17 and the 5:18, where is Fairview Road in relation to the directionality of the SUV that you observed?
That SUV could take a left onto Dedham Street and then a left onto Cedar Crest to enter down to Fairview Road. And
From your knowledge of the area as far as travel is concerned, would from 5:18 to about 5:35 or so, would that allow for sufficient time to go from where it's viewable on the Temple Beth Abraham video for the vehicle to then travel to 34 Fairview Road and then travel to 12 Country Lane?
Yes.
Now, I believe you had mentioned earlier in your testimony that at some point there were call detail records that were obtained in reference to the defendant's phone.
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury, as far as, let me ask you this first, with regard to call detail records and with regard to phones in general, what, if any, specialized training have you received or have you given in reference to those areas of focus?
I've received over 200 hours of training relative to obtaining and using call detail records and cell phone data in furtherance of criminal investigations. Most recently, I've given talks and seminars about the topic, and I've testified in numerous courts around the Commonwealth about the topic.
Shut up.
Explain to the jury sort of call detail records, what they are, and how you would use them as far as utility in generally speaking in reference to investigation.
Call detail records are business records held by cell phone companies, specifically to this matter, that are created in the normal course of business. Typically, you would think about in a billing context. So if you think of your own cell phone bill, it would contain information like the date and time a communication occurred, the other phone number in which you communicated with, the duration of the call, that sort of bits of information. Obviously, as we're doing a criminal investigation, it's helpful to know with whom someone was communicating. Additionally, the cell phone companies memorialize other bits of information specific to what we refer to as CSLI, cell site listing information. They tell us the antennas that were used during the communication, usually just in the form of the first antenna and the last antenna. There are other engineering records that we can obtain that can be helpful when trying to determine where the handset, the cell phone was at any given time.
And the handset that you refer to is essentially the phone itself, correct?
Yes.
And with relation to the handset and its connection to antennas or towers, can you speak a little bit about that based on your training and experience with reference to how the handset sort of communicates with an antenna and how it gets to a specific antenna?
Cell phone companies place antennas all around to help facilitate communication. You can think of a cell phone as really a two-way radio. It's sending and receiving radio waves. So in order to facilitate that, cell phone companies place these antennas all around. Traditionally, you can think of them on a tower, but they can also be placed on the side of buildings or disguised as trees or just on top of light poles. So they're all around, but you don't quite know it. As far as how the handset communicates with the antenna, there are different variables that go into that. Now, the cell phone wants to connect to the antenna with the strongest signal. The best predictor of a strong signal is distance. So the further a radio wave travels, the more it's going to degrade and not be as strong. But there are other factors that can degrade or reduce the strength of a radio wave, specifically an obstruction. If you're in a basement of a building or standing behind a large brick wall, the radio waves aren't going to penetrate that as well. But even things like precipitation or foliage on a tree can also hinder it. And you think about rolling hills here in Massachusetts in tall buildings, they can also disrupt radio waves.
As far as that sort of disruption of radio waves, are you familiar with certain areas that get sort of termed as a dead zone?
Yes.
And can you explain what your understanding of that term is as it relates to what you've been talking about as far as the handset communicating with the antenna?
I would define a dead zone as an area where there's not good cell phone coverage. So the antennas are not covering that area for whatever reason, obstruction, the density of the tower. Oftentimes, well, an antenna can only handle so many cell phones at a time. It's an idea that we coin or refer to as load. So there's only a certain number of devices that can handle an antenna. My best analogy of that is Gillette Stadium. I've worked at Gillette Stadium detail many times. We have roll call for Patriots game early in the morning. I take my post. I have strong functionality in my cell phone. As hundreds of thousands of devices are now entering the area around Gillette Stadium, the functionality of my cell phone reduces as more devices are using the antennas in that area.
Now, with respect to the cell phone companies themselves,
but the Lincoln lawyer was good.
Utilize this data for their own business purposes, correct?
Yes.
And can you just briefly explain a little bit about sort of what the cell phone companies would be using this kind of data for as far as what you're talking about, connections to antennas and towers?
It's a company who wants to make money, so it's going to memorialize things to bill their customers appropriately. They're also required by the FCC to keep for a certain period of time certain records because they are a communications provider. So there are some requirements, regulatory, that they need to fulfill.
Now, as far as the information that you're able to glean from these call detail records, I believe you've spoken a little bit about, but as far as what, if any, limitations are there with reference to the information you're able to glean from the records?
Well, the overarching one is I can only get what I get. So whatever the company sends me, that's what I can use in my determinations. Kind of the next step is when we're talking about antennas, I will never, well, I'll have difficulty saying exactly where a cell phone was when using an antenna. I can make generalizations that the phone is going to be in the area of the antenna, but I would never, with just that specific information, be able to tell you exactly where it is. I can look at other records, like the engineering records, where, especially now with 4G and 5G technology, the cell phone providers need to know how far away a handset is from the antenna in order to facilitate that communication. And they keep those ranging records for me. So if I can obtain those records, I can then place a much narrower area where a cell phone would have been during a time period.
No, this is important because they're trying to
In reference to this,
they're playing
investigation,
defense again. As far as like placing John inside the house.
Call detail records from Ms. Reed's
This
phone,
is what they're trying to
Yes.
deflect right now.
Were you able to, or did you have occasion to look at those call detail records?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Right. See, you guys are getting it.
Your Honor, may we approach just,
You guys see what's going on here. I wonder, like, what was it like, dude? Because he seems to have his answers. You know what I mean? Like, they're just, were they prepping? You know, Lolly prepped the fuck out of him, though. But, you know, like when I picture it, I picture like Lolly all. So Brian, do you want to go over some of these lines, or? And I see Tully just like, no, there's no rush. Come here. Come here and have a seat. Relax. Come here, right here. Sit right here. Here you go. I think we should really go over these lines. I don't know if this is really appropriate. Calm down. Haven't you had any funny before? You never heard of something called fun, Tully? Or Lolly? You never heard of something called fun, Lolly? All work and no play makes Adam Lolly a dull boy. I've got my lines down. Don't worry. I'm going to take care of everything when we get in there. I mean, dude, he is 100% like just reciting answers. He's ready for fucking everything. You know? It's like, come on, man. The jury sees, after everything the jury has already seen, you don't think they see through this shit? You don't think that they see through this fucking smoke and mirrors? Okay, you just fucking made us sit through all this video footage that shows nothing.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you a 4-page document, just as you looked at after we finished. You recognize that document, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
It is the subscriber information for the phone number ending in 9554.
And through the course of your investigation, as far as that phone number ending in 9554, who, if anyone, did you find that number to be associated with?
The defendant, Karen Reed.
Now, with respect to the documents before you, that has some listing of account information, is that correct?
Yes.
And who is listed as the subscriber for that account with phone number ending in 9554?
Karen Reed of 481 Gilbert Street in Mansfield, Massachusetts.
And are you, through the course of your investigation, familiar with that address, 481 Gilbert Street?
Yes.
And is that the residence of the defendant?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Call more critique to introduce in the minutes and next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay.
Exhibit 574.
I'm actually going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute.
Just gonna ask.
More sidebar. Sidebar. Now, Karen is, this is, maybe I haven't been paying attention, but that's the first time I've seen Karen like on a laptop. Because the thing is you got to understand what's going on right now is the jury doesn't know shit about Tully and Turtle Boy and all the things that we already know about Tully. You know what I mean? The jury doesn't know this stuff. He's sitting up there in a nice suit, sounding way more professional than any of the other cops or detectives or first responders that have sat up there. He's sounding way more professional than any of them. He's being very, he's flowing with his answers, and they're sounding he's sounding very professional. So the jury sees this. So this, I'm sure, is something that the defense has prepared for, but make no mistake, they're bringing their they're bringing their A game. You know, this is going to be a battle of mind over. I mean, well, it's a battle of minds, a battle of mind over will, because Tully is going to sit there and he's going to be ready to stonewall, and he's going to be ready to dodge the questions with smoke and mirror type answers and misdirecting answers, and this is going to take some preparation. That means that whoever's going to cross-examine him has just got to outwit him and show the jury that he's absolutely dirty and full of shit. And that may not happen. Who knows?
Now, Lieutenant Tully,
We marked that, Madam Court Reporter. Thank you. So that's 570.
574.
Right.
Right, go
Good
ahead,
point,
Mr.
Team Brittany. Like
now, as
he
far as
won't
the
he
information
won't call it.
received, with reference to call detail records.
And
is there
Alexis,
a
he
section
couldn't even
called
make.
the records key?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what a records key is and how you use that in order to facilitate or read the record?
The records key give us the definitions of terms that are used in the record. So the record comes usually in the form of a spreadsheet or PDF. You'll get columns and rows. The columns will be named certain things, and those titles are often specific to the company. So I want to make sure that I'm reading and understanding what the data is.
Now, I believe you alluded to it earlier in testimony, but just for the jury's edification, if you could describe to the jury what your understanding of the term as far as cell site listing information and how that's used in an analysis of call detail.
So CSLI, as it's referred to, has that billing information, time, date, duration, other phone number, and it has the antenna used during the communication. So just as it says, it's a cell site, which is the other term for antenna, as I usually use.
Now, sir, through your training experience, are you familiar with the term in reference to this type of material called ranging data?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean and how it's used in interpretation of call detail records?
So the ranging data goes back to the engineering reports I had mentioned earlier that can provide more information. They can tell me the antennas that were used during communication. It can tell me the range in which the handset was away from the antenna. So now, opposed to just kind of making general determinations where a handset was near an antenna, I now have a range. So I will plot the location of the antenna, measure out that distance, and draw an arc with that radius of the distance on a map. And I can make an assumption that the handset is somewhere on that arc. The ranging data is also helpful because the user does not need to be actively using the phone in order for a record to be created. Right? The billing record is going to be a phone call made or received, text message made or received. A cell phone as it sits today is still communicating with the antenna. You're getting notifications, it's checking email, it's updating, and because it's utilizing the network, your cell phone provider is capturing that data and it's generating a record, even though unbeknownst to the user.
Okay, so to that point, or illustrative of that point, so if I'm standing right here with the cell phone in my pocket, not using it, not turning it on, not activating it in any way, that cell phone is still doing some sort of communication with the closest or some antenna within the vicinity?
Yes.
Now, are you also familiar with a term called UTC or Universal Time Code?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that term means and how it relates to these types of records?
So UTC, or now known as Coordinated Universal Time, is the time zone along the prime meridian. So if you think of the globe, you got longitude and time zones. The prime meridian is a spot that runs through Western Europe and Western Africa. that is the line in which all time zones around the world are predicated. And UTC will be a time there, and it's not determined by daylight savings time either. So all those time zones, like I said, around the globe are predicated on that. Because it's one standard time in a globe, a lot of records will come in UTC time, and you have to make the conversion. And they will provide records specific to a cell phone, what time it was locally, but it will tell me what the UTC time was. So for me to figure out what the time was locally during the time of the communication, I got to do the conversion.
And to that point, as far as the conversion is concerned, what type of conversion are we talking?
Here on the eastern side of the United States, it's -4 hours during the summer and -5 in the winter.
Now, as far as these records are concerned, what, if any, I believe you spoke a little bit as far as the arc and plotting, but if you could expound upon that as far as explain to the jury what it is exactly you're able to do with the information from the call detail records as far as the visual
I guarantee you some of the questions on
You said two things there, so I want to make sure I answer the question right.
are
You
going to
mentioned
be
ranging data, but
did you do
CSLI,
any of these
specific
things
to the engineering report?
McCabe's
in
phone?
ranging
Did you
or
do any of these things
CSLI?
with Brian Albert's
Let's
phone? Did
first
you
off
do
with
anything
CSLI.
with like this
So
with
with the
Brian Higgins'
CSLI,
phone?
I will
Colin
place on a
Albert's
map
phone?
the location of the antenna. And I mentioned load a little bit, but that load factor determines on how dense the antennas will be from placed by the provider. So if you think of an urban environment, there's more cell phones, there's more devices that need antennas. So the locations of the antennas will be more dense. I've seen them as close as 100 yards away from each other in an urban environment. You come out to the suburbs, there are less devices. The companies are going to put less antennas because they don't want to put them up where they don't need to. They're going to be further away. So in Norfolk County, the antennas are placed anywhere from 1 mile to 4 or 5 miles apart.
And so there would be a difference as far as the amount of antennas, the amount of towers, like say in the town of Canton versus downtown Boston.
Yes.
And again, I think it's pretty clear, but which of those two, as far as downtown Boston and the town of Canton, would have more antennas or more towers for a cell phone to connect to?
Downtown Boston would have more.
And so with relation to the number of antennas or towers that a handset or a cell phone could connect to, what, if any, relation does that have to geographic location, or what you're able to glean in reference to geographic location from the call detail?
So once I place the antenna on a map, I will look at where the other antennas are, and I can make a general determination that the cell phone was closer to that antenna than other antennas. Again, there's the caveat, and I'll say it up front, is that there are other mechanisms that could prevent it from connecting to the closest tower. But generally, it's going to connect to that closest tower. Now, there are redundancies built into the system. If an antenna goes down because of it gets struck by lightning or needs service, there are other antennas nearby that can cover an area.
Now, with respect to the CSLI data, were you able to do that in this case as far as plotting that on a visual representation on a map?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Start showing you, I believe it's a 10-page document, just ask you to review that, look up when you're finished. And do you recognize that, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
It is a series of maps that I created depicting the records obtained from that number ending in 9554.
And that's plotted onto sort of a Google image or a Google Earth image?
I use Google Earth to create the maps. I then take a screenshot and place it typically in PowerPoint in order to make it look nice.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
I'm going to introduce and admit collectively, isn't it?
And didn't they not get Karen's phone until like, or did they seize it a second time? Was it a second time, or did they just wait until like just like a couple of months ago to get her phone?
May I return?
Two
that to the
times,
image,
okay.
Your Honor?
Yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
So Lieutenant, directing your attention to the second page therein. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish this to the jury.
Okay.
Microdust does everything better than these idiots. I mean, Microdust is just awesome.
Lieutenant, do you recognize what's depicted now up on the screen?
Yes.
And again, what do you recognize this to be?
It is a map that I created using the information from the call detail records, or CSLI, from that account.
And from what time period of call detail records are we looking at in this particular representation?
From 12:33 a.m. to 12:34 a.m. Again, I had done the conversion for the purposes of making this exhibit. So if one were to look at the call detail records, you may see the UTC time. For the convenience, I've done the conversion for the purposes of the exhibit.
We know she was at the house, dickhead.
Now, sir, if you could, using the laser pointer before you direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you've plotted out and put into this.
Well, John Martin, he had
First,
200
looking at
hours
the
of
area
cell
the town
phone
of Canton,
training.
I've placed different landmarks again to give context to what we're talking about here. You see 34 Fairview Road as a yellow house icon, 1 Meadows Ave, Canton as a darker color, and the Waterfall Bar and Grill as another icon. Now off to the left, just west of Route 95, which you'll see running here, you'll see a red triangle, which I use consistently as the antenna, and a series of letters and numbers next to them. So next to them is the numbering system that Verizon assigns to that antenna. So in this instance, we're looking at ENB, which is the antenna acronym, and specifically 57171.
To be clear, as far as that marking with the red triangle, the ENB ID 57171, that is the antenna that the handset or the defendant's cell phone is connecting to at that point, correct?
Yes, and I always try to be clear that that is the antenna. That's not where I'm saying the handset was.
So the handset is somewhere in that vicinity based on your training experience, is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if we could have the next slide.
And if you look closely at this map, you'll see that there is no Pepe Silva.
Sir, what time period are we looking at?
Carol!
12:35 to 12:37 a.m.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance or relevance you depicted in this representation.
So those same icons appear as about the locations relative to this investigation. You'll see another red triangle here close to Route 95, which is NEB ID 57286. And during this time period, the handset associated with this account communicates with that antenna.
And from the locations of significance or relevance as far as ENB ID 57286, which of them is it closest to in this picture?
It's just north of 34 Fairview Road.
And I said Silva.
And now if I
Oh, Sylvia. Is it Sylvia? Pepe Sylvia.
And Lieutenant, what time frame are we looking at in this this slide?
This comes from one call that occurred at 12:38 a.m.
And
Got it.
as far as, if you could, again, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if any, other locations you identified or signified in this representation.
Again, same icons further south at the bottom. The antenna is located here at the intersection of Route 93 and 138, and it's ENB ID 57021.
And of those locations of interest that you signified within this slide, where is ENB ID 57021 in relation to those?
If you think back to the previous slide, so now we've moved a little bit further east. Here's Fairview Road, and here is 1 Meadows Ave.
And if I direct your attention to the next slide.
I mean, I get it. This sucks, but the jury is waiting for him to present a case. They don't know this is going
12:39
nowhere.
a.m. to 5:08 a.m.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if any, locations of significance you note in this slide.
So there were a series of calls during this time period. They all used this antenna here, ENB ID 57199. which is south of Meadows Ave.
If I could direct your attention to the next one. Just gonna back that one, please. And Lieutenant Tully, what are we looking at as far as timeframe in this particular site?
There was one entry in the call detail records at 5:16.
And again, using the laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to what, if any, locations you denoted within this particular site.
I'll start with the antenna that was used, which was 57259 here in downtown Canton, just north of the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
If I could direct your attention to the next slide, sir. Please come on, if I could. Lieutenant, what time frame is depicted in this?
5:19 a.m.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where the antenna is that the defendant's phone is connected to at this point, and what, if anything, is closest.
Slightly further south than the previous one, it's 57199, directly south of 1 Meadows Ave.
Now, if I could ask you to turn to the next slide, Mr. Nguyen, if I can have that one. And Lieutenant, what time frame are we looking at in this?
5:20 a.m. to 5:37 a.m.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where the antenna is and what, if any, of the locations.
I wonder if any of the jurors were asked about Sandra
I
Birchmore.
previously mentioned this one here at the intersection of Route 93 and 138. It's ID 57021. It's north of those locations I had mentioned earlier, the 34 Fairview and 1 Meadows Ave.
And next slide.
Yeah, I know, right, Team Brittany? Great.
One entry at 6 a.m. from the record.
What kind of amateur hour garbage is this? This is infuriating. I can't stand. I can't believe these people are going to pass this
It
up.
is located just north of
It's
the Waterfall
ridiculous.
Bar and Grill
Makes me sick.
in downtown Canton.
And the next slide.
Fucking amateurs.
What time frame are we looking
I love
at in this
Gray.
slide, sir?
6:03 to 6:57 a.m.
And again, using the laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to which antenna the defendant's cell phone is connected to at this point and where it is in relation to locations of significance or relevance throughout the course of this investigation.
During this time period, the cell phone will bounce back and forth between two antennas. So I did lump them together and place them on one map with this time frame here. So you will see two antennas. One is this one here, just west of Route 95, which is 57171. The other antenna is north of 34 Fairview, which is 57286.
Now, sir, as far as the locations that you observed from looking at the CSLI information from the defendant's phone, any relationship did you note with them in relation to what you had observed on each of the respective videos from the Canton Public Library and the Temple Beth Avery?
It's consistent. As with anything in our investigation, we want to get corroborating information. So the best corroboration about the location of a handset is to obtain video, receipts, anything else with a timestamp and a location that we can corroborate the location of a handset.
Yeah, like I wonder if
And,
this is where the Fed investigation will
With
come up.
respect to, information that you had received as far as the defendant's whereabouts, what, if any, consistency or corroboration was there between witness accounts of the defendant, including the defendant's own statements, as far as where she was and what you retrieved from the CSLI?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Riley.
Throughout the course of the investigation, were you made aware of path of travel attributed to the defendant both between the hours of 12, between the times of 12 a.m. and 6 a.m.?
Yes,
And the information that you obtained from the CSLI records, was that consistent with what you knew as far as the location of the defendant?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Riley. The objection is sustained.
With respect to what you knew as the path of travel of the defendant, the information that you obtained from the CSLI, what, if any, relationship was there between that and the path of travel you knew of the defendant?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
it's consistent.
Now, sir, as far as the ranging data, what, if anything, were you able to do with the ranging data in relation to a visual depiction of that?
Similar to the maps we just saw using Google Earth, I made a visual representation of what the records display, specifically where the antenna is. But I took that additional step to measure the distance out from the antenna that's depicted in the records and draw a semicircle line depicting where that range would lie.
May I approach the witness, sir?
Yes.
Pages, ask you to look at that, and if I can push through.
Yeah, this dude is a total neat freak.
Do you recognize those documents, sir?
Yes,
What do you recognize those?
the series of maps I created using the ranging or engineering report.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce in a minute as the next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Like, you notice how he coughed into his jacket? Like, it's because he doesn't want to cough into his hand because he's a germaphobe. You do that when you either work in the food industry or you're a fucking
Your Honor, may I
germaphobe.
return them to the witness?
Yes.
And with the court's permission, if I could.
Thank you, Jace.
Now been marked as 5 seconds.
Yeah, he's a terrible prosecutor. I agree.
Now, turning your attention to the second page of what's now been marked as Exhibit 576. Is that what's up on the screen? What you have before you as Exhibit 576, the second page in, is that what's up on the screen, Lieutenant?
Yes,
Now, if you could, again, what time frame are we looking at here?
12:17 a.m.
And again, sir, if you could, using the laser pointer, describe to the jury what's depicted in this particular slide.
So two locations that are, again, as a frame of reference, 34 Fairview Road in Canton and the Waterfall Bar and Grill are depicted with icons. You'll notice a red lollipop would be the best description icon here. And next to it, you see a number and the words either first or last. This one, 3, first or in last. If you were to go back to the record,
You're not
of the
first
ranging
or
report,
last.
you would go to line 3, and that's where you would find this record. So it's just an easy way to cross-reference the map with the document. With these ranging reports, it gives me the range that the handset was from the antenna at the beginning of the communication and at the end of the communication. So that's the first range and the last range. That's why we're using those words. You'll notice a line that goes straight out to the semicircles. That line denotes what's called the azimuth. And I've failed to kind of describe what an azimuth is. So as antennas are placed in these locations, they're pointed in a direction. Now, they're not typically a 360-degree antenna. Some are, but mostly they're not. They're pointed in a direction and have a beam width. Rule of thumb, and as you'll see with the records with Verizon, it says typically it's 120-degree beam width because they'll place 3 around the circle and you get 360 degrees. So with this record here, I know what the azimuth is. I then draw a semicircle in each direction. I'll go beyond that 120 degrees just to give deference to maybe it was on the outer edges of that. So I want to give the tie to it was maybe further away. So that's what's depicting on the map.
Whatever, bro. I'm just still giving you a C-.
Now, with reference
Aye.
to this semicircle itself, if I could ask, is the semicircle that is being drawn, what does that exactly denote as to the location of the handset or the cell phone?
The report is telling me that the handset is somewhere on that semicircle. So the phone could be anywhere from here on the semicircle all the way around to there on the semicircle.
So again, it's not denoting sort of that the handset of the phone is within the confines of the semicircle, but actually on the line that you've drawn.
Correct.
And if I could ask you to flip to the next slide.
I know, Microdot's. He had over 200 hours.
Now, with reference to what's up on the screen now, Lieutenant, what time frame are we looking at here?
5:18 a.m.
And again, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, draw the jury's attention, or direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this slide.
So the two icons are again appear on the map: Waterfall Bar and Grill, 34 Fairview Road. Here is that red lollipop, which is the antenna that's used during the communication. The azimuth, or the direction in which the antenna is facing, is depicted on there, and two semicircles. The first one and the last one. As a frame of reference, I failed to put the Temple Beth Abraham, which would appear right here.
Now, from this, what's depicted in these last two exhibits, as far as what you're able to plot out from the CSLI and the ranging data, what, if anything, what, if any, significance did that have as far as in reference to the investigation and the handset or the defendant's phone?
It's important to figure out the movements of someone that we're investigating for a crime. So these ranging records really narrow down the scope of they're somewhere around this antenna to it's possible they were somewhere on this line. Again, these records are just depicting where the handset was, but as we all know, we all travel with our cell phone within arm reach.
And again, it's in reference to this ranging data in the last two slides here. What, if any, relationship did you find that to have with other information, being videos and witness statements that you obtained during the course of the investigation?
So as we previously showed, Temple Beth Abraham, which would be located here, just south of this intersection here, depicts a large black SUV traveling north on Washington Street. That SUV is similar to the defendant's. And
Somewhat.
with this record here, a phone associated with the
It's
defendant
somewhat
was
to the
somewhere
defendant's.
on this arc at that exact same time.
Somewhat to the defendants. Not, you know, a black Lexus SUV that belongs to the defendant. Just a black SUV that is somewhat to the defendants.
Yes.
Solid police work there, guy. Dude, I bet you Lolly would make like a really good line cook.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
You know what I mean? I feel like he would just make a good line cook. What, if any, sides do they want with it?
Tully,
Good morning.
Ask what sides.
I'm not going to go in any particular order, so forgive me if I bounce around just a little bit. You indicated that on direct examination this morning that you didn't seek a search warrant for 34 Fairview, the interior of 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes,
To your knowledge, nobody under your supervision sought such a search warrant either, correct?
correct.
You explained that in your mind, there was no probable cause to seek a search warrant for the interior of the home. Is that right?
Yes,
But you also admitted that you didn't seek consent, for which you don't have to have probable cause if you get consent, correct?
correct.
You could ask me right now, hey, Alan, can I look at your cell phone? If I say, sure, you do your thing, right?
I could.
But for a court to order that I hand over my cell phone, you got to get a search warrant, sign an affidavit, and get a court to agree with it, correct?
Yes,
You've applied for myriad search warrants in your career, I'm guessing.
yes,
Very experienced, correct?
supposedly.
And I expect that there have been circumstances, Lieutenant Tully, in which you sought a search warrant and the judge says, no, I don't think there's enough here, correct?
Yes.
You don't get in trouble for that, correct?
With whom? No,
With the court.
no,
Well, it's not illegal.
it's not illegal.
You don't get sanctioned for it. You don't get your pay docked because you don't get a search warrant based on an affidavit, correct?
Correct.
So there's no real sanction in seeking it if you in good faith believe that there's a reason to seek it, correct?
Outside of the the time that it takes to author it and put it together and go to the court, yes, there's no sanction.
Of course, but in a homicide investigation, you're not going to fail to do certain investigative tasks because it takes time. You're going to do what is necessary for the investigation, correct? Yes. You indicated that you did not believe there was information sufficient that y'all had at the very initial stages of the investigation to seek a search warrant or to ask for consent, correct?
Yes,
But you did know the following. In the initial moments of the beginning of the investigation, you were aware that John O'Keefe had been invited to a party inside a home, correct?
yes,
You knew that that home was located at 34 Fairview.
yes.
You also knew that John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview, correct?
We believe so, yes.
You also knew at the time that he had been, for want of a better phrase, partying with the individuals who were inside the home, correct? Expected to meet at the house.
They were at a bar previous to that, yes.
You're aware that a drinking glass was found in the yard attendant to or close to, adjacent to where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
Yes,
That drinking glass had been broken, correct?
yes,
You're aware that drinking glasses are commonly found inside homes, right?
as well as bars.
As well as bars, right? But at that point, you didn't know. It's just a broken glass, correct?
It's a broken glass, correct?
You also know that he was found without a coat on.
Yes,
Are coats normally worn outside or inside?
it's user's choice.
Fair enough. 18 degrees, you would expect that if someone was outside, they'd have a coat on, correct?
I'm the kind of person that wears shorts throughout the year. I'll often go without a jacket.
All right, the true Bostonian.
Yes, sir.
He didn't have any coat, gloves, scarf, nothing like that.
Correct,
He had no winter gear on whatsoever, correct?
correct.
Under ordinary circumstances, and you may be the exception, but under ordinary circumstances, if someone was out in 18-degree weather, you might expect that they would have some winter garb on, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You would also.
Come on.
you
I
certainly would
mean-
expect that if someone took their coat, their glove, their hat, their winter gear off, you might leave it inside the house, right? Rather than outside the house.
Objection.
I'll let you answer that, Detective Lieutenant.
It's probably predicated on where you take it off
Right,
and your relationship to the location.
right. Reasonable assumption might be the winter gear might be inside the house.
Objection.
Is that a reasonable assumption, Detective Lieutenant?
No, Your Honor.
It's not reasonable that he would have his jacket inside the house? You wouldn't just assume that?
Well, using the term "the house," you talking about any house? 34 Fairview?
Correct.
No, it's not reasonable.
All right. You didn't think it was reasonable at the time
Still don't.
to even ask, could he have had a jacket off inside the house? And I'm talking about at the time, the initial stages of the investigation.
Who am I asking this question to?
So I'm asking if you believe it was reasonable, if a man is found 30 feet outside the front door of a home and he's got no winter gear on whatsoever, that perhaps he came from inside the home, not having donned his winter gear.
Objection.
Mhm.
Can you
There
answer
you
that,
go.
Detective Lieutenant?
It's not reasonable, given other information I had.
You also know that he didn't have a shoe on, correct?
Yes,
Where might you look for the shoe if you didn't find it out by his body initially?
Yeah.
well, the question's not accurate to the facts we had at the time.
Jackson wants him to
Well,
avoid
the
these
fact you had
questions.
the initial stage.
He wants
I'm
the
talking
jury to
about
see him try to
just
avoid them.
after 6:37, 7:30 in the morning, when the investigation was beginning. During those times, you didn't have any information about where the other shoe was, except
Simple
you just didn't have a
questions.
shoe on at the hospital, correct?
We didn't know there was a shoe not accounted for until after noontime.
So when you did find out that there was a shoe unaccounted for, one place to look might be outside, correct?
Yes,
And another place to look might be inside the home, correct?
we looked at the former and we located it there.
You also are aware that a body is being dragged by the shoulders, could easily lose a shoe.
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever
Good point.
experienced a homicide in which a body is dragged and you're aware of a shoe being pulled off while the body's being dragged?
This is
Objection.
amazing.
I'll allow that.
I don't have experience with that.
Certainly not outside the realm of possibility as a professional investigator.
It's possible.
You're
Jackson's
also
an
aware
artist.
that, at least initially, it appeared from accounts that John O'Keefe may have been involved in a physical altercation correct?
Possible.
As a matter of fact, that was reported by one of your subordinates, Yuri Buchanan, to the medical examiner's office, right?
As a possibility, yes.
As a possibility. And you're aware that your other subordinate, Trooper Proctor, according to certain information he had gotten from first responders, also believed that a physical altercation was possible, right? As well.
It was possible, yes.
Okay. And you also knew that the house would be a normal location to have other individuals who might have been involved in that physical altercation.
Objection.
Can you answer that, Detective Lieutenant?
An altercation could take place anywhere.
Exactly.
And people can often travel from the location of the altercation miles away to another location.
Or they could travel 30 feet outside as well.
Yes.
I'm not going to let you put up the smoke and mirrors, dude. We're staying on task here. Jackson is beautiful because he's keeping this
early
shit
morning
simple.
hours of, well, let's say the hours following your Massachusetts State Police initiation or engagement in this investigation, you became aware of Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
That name was bantied about as a potential witness in the investigation, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that Brian Higgins indicated that he saw a tall, dark-haired man enter the home after he arrived, correct?
Oops.
I'm not aware of that.
And the reason you're not aware of it, Lieutenant Tully, is because nobody bothered to interview Brian Higgins until February 10th, right?
Objection.
So in that form, then it's the same.
When was Brian Higgins first interviewed?
February 7th?
7th, 10th?
To-
Yeah, in February, not January 29th.
Right.
Correct.
Although he
It-
was known to be inside the house, correct?
Yes.
So had you known that, had you had the information, for instance, that Brian Higgins admitted to having seen a tall, dark-haired man walk in the house, that might have changed the complexion of your investigation at that time.
Objection.
I
Can you
mean,
answer that, Detective Lieutenant?
In the off chance that Mr. Higgins presumably had said something like that, I would certainly need more information describing this person. I would ask a series of questions to narrow it down to make sure that this
the
person.
point is, why
was
didn't you
the-
know about it?
Was John O'Keefe.
Right, exactly. That would just be a normal part of the investigation. You just take evidence A and link it to evidence B to evidence C. That would be the normal way to do the investigation.
We would normally follow the evidence. Correct.
But in point of fact, nobody did seek a warrant to go inside the house, correct?
Correct.
Nobody did seek to have a forensic team go inside the house and look,
Correct.
and nobody asked for consent.
Correct.
Hmm.
I want to ask you about the.
So you didn't conduct an investigation, basically.
Sally
You
Port
railroaded
video,
somebody.
If I could. Did you obtain a copy of any video surveillance footage from Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. If you can, tell me which footage you obtained and where. And there's several videos, Lieutenant, and it can be confusing. So if you could be as detailed as possible, explain what footage you gathered and when you gathered it.
Most recently, and the date escapes me, but it's within the last couple of months, I had contacted Chief Helena Rafferty of the Canton Police Department and asked her to burn another copy or create another copy of the Sallyport video during a certain time period on January 29th to ensure that the video that we had received previously was all of the records responsive to that request.
And you found out that the video that you received earlier was not, in fact, completely responsive because there was a video left out, right?
I didn't do a one-to-one comparison. I just had made the request.
Ultimately, you did receive a video of the interior of the Sallyport, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell me, did you look at that? Did you review that video?
Quickly, not the whole thing.
Okay. Was there anything of note about that interior video? By the way, let me ask you another question, Lieutenant Tully, just to clarify. There's a very grainy, dark, almost black picture of the interior, correct? You've seen that one?
Yes.
Or excerpts of it?
Yes.
And that video is missing some pretty significant time frames throughout the video?
I didn't review the whole thing, but I'm aware of that video existing.
Fair enough. Then there's another video that's pretty clear, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm asking you about the clear video. Did you make any note about anything unusual about that video?
No. But again, I didn't really review it.
You didn't review it with any detail?
Correct.
Did you make a note that that video was inverted?
I did not.
Did you make a note about the timestamp on the video either being correct and properly positioned or inverted?
No.
Did you give that video to Trooper Proctor?
I believe I gave it to Sergeant Buchanan.
Sergeant Buchanan, and then what did Sergeant Buchanan do with it?
Reviewed it.
Okay. Is that somehow uploaded onto the Massachusetts State Police computer system?
Oh,
somehow,
this
or-
guy.
No, we'll hold it within the DA's office on that server. You know, it's not touching the MSP.
Okay, so it is uploaded on some sort of server.
We will memorialize it somewhere. Yes.
Did Chief Rafferty give it to you on a thumb drive or a disk, or how was it physically provided?
I don't know. I didn't receive it. She dropped it off at the office. I remember a thumb drive.
You remember a thumb drive, all right, and then it's uploaded onto the system, and the case officer would have access to that system.
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, that would be Trooper Proctor.
Yes.
Did you notify Trooper Proctor, when I say immediately, reasonably quickly, after you received, or after you got notice that the video had been dropped off by Chief Rafferty?
I informed Sergeant Buchanan.
Okay, and do you know, as you sit here, you may not, as you sit here, do you know if Sergeant Buchanan reasonably quickly informed Trooper Proctor that that video existed?
I don't know when or where that notification was made.
As you sit here now, you are aware that Trooper Proctor is aware of that video and had access to it?
Yes.
Yesterday, there was some testimony about taillight pieces that were found at the location, correct?
Yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I pose the court magistrate for a
Okay.
question?
Is he going to ask for the pieces of taillight?
With the court's permission, I've asked for the evidence bags that were
Nice.
submitted into evidence yesterday.
Okay.
Oh my God, I love this
Thanks,
shit.
Commissioner.
All right, so he's asking for the evidence bags, which I think he's going to just be like, how in the fuck could these pieces of taillight come from that taillight that we
Before
see
I
in
get
this
to the,
photo?
evidence bag, may I inquire? Thank you. Before I get to the evidence bag, Lieutenant Tully, one more, or maybe a couple of more questions about the Sally Port video. You indicated that you received additional video from Chief Rafferty that once she dropped it off, you said within a couple of months.
Yeah. Additional that package. Yes.
Okay. What was the original Sally Port video that you received? In other words, what were you following up on?
What you had previously described as a grainy black-ish video.
Okay, and so just to be clear and close that loop, when did you receive that video, if you can tell us?
Which one? The grainy one?
The brand
Earlier in the investigation.
new, a year ago, 2 years ago?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you believe it was pretty early on in the investigation?
I don't recall.
Do you know what the mechanism was that you received that one? If Chief Rafferty is the one that gave over the clear video, how did you get the grainy video?
I don't know.
Was it you that received it, or do you believe that you commissioned Trooper Proctor to go get that video?
It would have been a task for Sergeant Buchanan or Trooper Proctor or someone else from the unit.
So the reason you don't know is because you didn't personally do it.
Correct.
Yesterday, you testified that it's obviously your responsibility as not just the chief of the unit, but as the evidence officer to maintain and protect the integrity of the physical evidence that's found under your supervision, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that you took photographs of the items that were recovered on that initial search, and you took those photographs in place where they were found, correct?
Yes.
With the exception of one of the photos, you indicated that it had been moved by a shovel, and then you instructed the individual put it back down where it was found, and then that's the point at which you photographed it, correct?
Yes.
You took an establishing shot, then a closer shot, and then I think even a third close-up shot, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated pretty clearly yesterday what the evidence that you found at the scene was a red plastic taillight piece that was recovered first. Then 3 feet or so to the south of that, the shoe was recovered. And then 1 to 2 feet south of that, another red plastic piece, and then a clear plastic piece next to that, correct?
Yeah, you get the last two inverted. It's clear, then red. But
Inversion, it's becoming a theme. Sorry about that. So it's a clear piece,
So I'm going to strike that comment.
clear piece, and then a red piece next to the clear piece.
yes.
3 pieces of plastic in total and a shoe.
No, there was, with the clear piece, there was 2 pieces with it. So clear plastic, multiple pieces of the clear plastic.
Okay, so yesterday when we saw the photographs that you testified to, there was 1 piece of clear plastic that was photographed, right?
2.
Didn't the photograph have 1 sort of arc-shaped clear piece of plastic that you described as having the, did you say dimples or stippling?
Yes, I think I said dimples.
Okay,
Dimples.
what was the second photo?
There's the next photo that was displayed was the second piece of clear plastic taillight.
So in fact, that would be 4 pieces of plastic.
Yes.
Okay. But yesterday you testified that you found 3 pieces of plastic, and in your report, you reported that you found 3 pieces of plastic, correct?
I didn't number the piece of plastic, if I recall my report correctly. I said we found clear plastic. And as I displayed out of the bag, there was 2 pieces of clear plastic that we,
But there was only a photograph of 1,
no, there wasn't.
and your report says 3 total pieces of plastic, doesn't it?
No.
Let's take a look.
Wow. This
Do you
is
have your report with you, Detective Lieutenant?
Not that one, Your Honor.
Okay.
Oh man. Yeah, dude. See, the thing is, man, if you're gonna confront this dude with shit like that, you need to have that shit ready. You need to have that ready.
Sure.
Because this dude came like prepared. Tully came prepared, like him or not. You know, he came prepared. So this better not be a bluff on the defense. Oh, Grandmere Rain.
Jim.
Karen is
Photographs
always very, very active in what's going on.
Is it possible that we can take our recess so I don't waste the jurors' time? I can use my time wisely.
Sure, sure.
All right, jurors, we'll take our morning recess.
All rise for the court, please.
See, I wonder
Very slowly.
if Tully was so confident behind answering that. Like he said, I'd have to, everybody else would say I would have to review. Everybody else would say, well, I would have to review. But he was straight up like, no, it does not say that. My report does not say that. No, I did not say that. So he was 100% certain. Like he said that shit with his whole chest. And when the judge asked him if he had that report with him, he was like, not that one, Your Honor. So I'm wondering if Jackson and them are having a hard time finding it. Is it because he is sure that maybe it doesn't exist? Maybe he got rid of it. But the thing is what would the defense have? You know what I mean? Like the defense are like, they're looking around for it as though they know it exists and they have it. So there's something about how sure Proctor or Tully was sitting on that stand with that answer. So I'm hoping that Jackson is not bluffing here. Because because this dude Tully has his shit together. At least more than anybody else who sat on that stand yet. That dude has his shit together right now. And so Jackson's got to bring his A game here. But the thing is, though, is I really like what Jackson's doing and the way that he's handling this, because he's keeping the questions about a very simple subject matter. Like, okay, well, that's all great and dandy that you collected video and you're showing video of Karen Reed, what could be her SUV, traveling to the address to which nobody denies that she was there at the time that you're claiming that she went there, and give us something else here. So the jury just had to sit through this attempt of oh, look how professional this investigation was conducted, because we have what looks like Karen Reed's SUV traveling northbound, approaching this street, that you turn down this street and you could take either street in order to get to 34 Fairview. And there's just a whole bunch of this bullshit. And the jury fucking knows. Nobody's denying that Karen Reed went to 34 Fairview twice. We know. Everyone knows. She's not denying it. But so what Jackson seems to be doing right now is just being like, yeah, fuck all that. Fuck all that. Like you're sitting here and in order to get a warrant, what merits getting a warrant? So basically you saw a guy wearing no winter clothes. You didn't think that was suspicious as a detective. You didn't think it was suspicious that a guy wearing no winter clothes, who's laying 30 feet from the front door of a house, you're not going to jump to the assumption that something happened in that house and he was left out? Or, I mean, he's missing a shoe. Because I'm going to jump to that conclusion before I think, well, maybe he was hit by a car, because it's not uncommon for a shoe to fly off somebody when they get hit by a car. That's not where my mind is going to go first. My mind first is going to go, what happened in there? And that is that's the picture that Jackson is painting for the jury right now. Is that's all fucking great and dandy, dude. That you took surveillance footage of Karen Reed's car, that you collected this footage and that footage and the Sally Port and blah, 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 blah. That's all fucking wonderful. But the problem is that you didn't make the same effort. You didn't eliminate other suspects before you decided and put your sights on Karen Reed. And you put your sights on Karen Reed within 16 hours. It was way too goddamn early. And you eliminated everyone else just based on their hearsay. You eliminated everybody else just based on their, not hearsay, but their word. Everybody just was like, nah, he never even came in here. Cool. Got what I need. Yep, this one's for the books. Thanks, guys. Enjoy those donuts. Happy birthday. That's not how it's done. I don't have to be a cop to tell you that. That's not how it's done. It's fascinating to me that the prosecution thinks that they can convince this jury that they did not railroad Karen Reed. Because the thing is they've already proved motive for framing Karen Reed. Now, the issue here is this is where things are really going to get interesting, hopefully, because understand that Brian Tully is the right hand of Michael Morrissey. Wherever you see Michael Morrissey, you see Brian Tully. When it comes to public, whenever they're seen in public, whenever there's a press conference, Tully's right next to Michael Morrissey. So what you're going to see here, hopefully, is the defense trying to open up that window for the federal investigation, because Michael Morrissey's office is under federal investigation. And if Michael Morrissey is under federal investigation, Brian Tully fucking is too. Mark my words. I'm going to say that one more time. If Michael Morrissey is a target of the United States Attorney's Office federal investigation, Josh Levy's office, then so is Brian Tully. Guaranteed. So it'll be interesting to see if they do something. If they do something to open up this door. But right now, Jackson is doing what he, in my opinion, in theory, he should be doing, which is sticking to the investigation at hand, sticking to the trial at hand. Let's get Karen Reed exonerated out of the way, and then we'll start with the questions that make it seem like to the jury that you're as shady as we fucking know you are. So hopefully this will happen. But clearly what usually happens here is Jackson will or Yannetti as well will make the person out to be an absolute liar. Just destroy their credibility. But Jackson's not going that route here. Jackson is reading the room. Tully sat up there on the stand and he gave out every answer, very forthcoming. He didn't think about it. He didn't dodge anything when it came to his direct. There was absolutely, he seemed a lot more confident than any of the other witnesses. He carried the confidence that was enough for Lally as well, which I found pretty interesting. So, I mean, in everything that he explained. So the jury is sitting there going, okay, knowing everything they know about the trial so far, but they're looking at this witness going, this guy knows his shit. And the defense has to assume that that's what the jury's looking at and how the jury's looking at him, like a guy who knows his shit. So you got to read the room if you're the defense. And so what the defense is going to do is they're not going to shoot for discrediting him right away. They're going to shoot for discrediting the investigation. That's going to be the main focus. Why? Okay, you've got all this information on Karen Reed, but why don't you have any of this information on anyone else in that house? And if you are the one who went out and got a warrant, so why didn't you get a warrant for 34 Fairview? I mean, so it's real. It's easy to get confused by all of the technical talk about cell phone towers and with maps and all that shit to distract you from the absolute point that only matters, which is, why did you come to the conclusion that it was Karen Reed who hit John O'Keefe with her vehicle when there's nothing to tell you that? I mean, other than somebody's word who's not even a witness, who's changed her story, who has deleted phone calls and searches on her phone. Gregory Edwards is saying he showed 4 pieces of plastic yesterday, 2 red and 2 clear. Okay. So the defense may very well be mistaken here. It could absolutely be a thing. And that is what it is. You know, Moxiorella 77, member for 5 months. Thank you. Love me some Will Fact rant. Right on. Actually, it's just theory, but but the thing is, man, is even if this is a mistake on the defense's part, that's all it is. It's a mistake on the defense's part. It's just a hiccup. It's a hurdle that they tripped over. It's not a big deal. You know, it doesn't mean that, I mean, because at the end of the day, we're talking semantics, something that can be moved on from very quickly. We're talking the difference between 4 pieces of taillight and 3 pieces of taillight. So what? So what? The fact of the matter is if there's 4 pieces of taillight that came off of that SUV, it makes it less believable that those 4 pieces of taillight came. Okay, Microdot says they just watched. I trust Microdots and what he's saying. So he says it's just one clear piece. Miss Mojo Rising, thank you. I think you should go to the hospital. You should go to Beth Israel. Will, you are deeply appreciated for all the hard work and put in this case every day and speak the truth. Rock on, brother. Thank you. Yes, that's from Harold and Kumar. Right on. Thank you so much. Yeah, like, I mean, the thing is if it's let's just say it's more pieces of plastic. Let's just say it's more pieces of taillight. That still makes the footage of Karen's SUV leaving John's property on Meadow Lane that much less believable that her taillight broke at 34 Fairview before that. It makes it less believable. We're seeing a taillight with just a little bit missing, a little piece at best. That's if that's the case. We sat here and debated over it. And you're going to tell me that all that taillight came off of that? No way. No way. No numbered evidence markers. Because this is what they're doing. How this shit went down, how this frame up went down, I'll tell you right now. It was Brian calls fucking Proctor. Brian gets a hold of these guys. Brian calls fucking Lank, or Chris calls Lank, but somehow or another, they decide, okay, this is going to be the best deal for us because Proctor is going to fucking run this investigation. So we're in the clear. We're good. Right? But we need to get a conviction. So we need to get the DA on board. So basically, it's, what do you need from us? Somebody talks to Tully and says, what does Morrissey need from us in order to properly convict Karen Reed on this? All right, well, okay, you said she hit him. The taillight's cracked. All right, we'll take the pieces of the fucking taillight, say that she hit him with the car, and that's how her taillight broke, and then tell the CERT team that this is what I need. I need pieces of taillight and I need a shoe. I mean, it's not that hard. Like, it's not even that unbelievable. People are like, oh my God, a conspiracy? Well, yeah. In order to fucking properly frame a woman for a crime, you need more than one person in on it. If you're trying to frame a woman because you're trying to protect someone who's close to or actually a Boston cop, either you're trying to protect that Boston cop or protect what's close to him, and you're trying to frame a woman in order to do that, it's going to have to be a coordinated effort between 2 or more players at least. At least. So therefore it turns, and that constitutes a conspiracy. That is a conspiracy. Period. That it's not a tinfoil hat thing. It's just technically what it is. And it's not so unbelievable considering everything that we know about this. Because I would just love to hear, like, somebody at this point fucking tell me that why Karen Reed is so guilty to you. Because I don't see how you could have anything other than doubt in that. before this trial even started. And especially now that we're at this point in the trial, how can anyone have any fucking question? Or how can anybody have anything but questions? I mean, it's just crazy to me, dude. And nobody worth a shit is arguing any valid points. Nobody worth a shit is arguing any valid points. Like and I'm seeing people just out of desperation for simply making a bad move by deciding, you know what, I'm going to be too goddamn lazy to do the research, because here's the thing is you cannot properly cover this without having done the research first. A lot of trials are pretty cut and dry. Usually the guilty person is guilty, and then you're just going to watch it in order to entertain yourself, and you educate yourself as you watch it. This is not one of those cases. And I've tried to tell everybody this since I started. And that's how it was told to me. You can't just read news articles and shit. Like, that's not going to work. You know, you need to read the court documents, because for some reason the news is not talking about the things that they need to be talking about. No mainstream media is actually talking about this the way that it should be talked about. It's not happening. They will when it's safe. But Amy in Boston, thank you. I truly believe that the Free Karen Reed haters are blinded by their hate for Turtle Boy. It's ridiculous. Yeah, it always comes back to Turtle Boy for sure. But the thing also is like there's no valid argument. And basically what it boils down to, it's like you have to do the research on this case to properly understand it. To be able to look at these witnesses sitting on the stand and go, I know you're a fucking liar, because I have documentation that contradicts what they're saying. Therefore, if a person is sitting up there being deflective and contradicting everything that they're saying, what they're saying on the stand versus what's on paper that I've had for fucking months, well, then I get to sit there and point at them and call them a fucking liar. I absolutely get to do that. You absolutely get to do that if you have. But what you don't get to do is not do any goddamn fucking research on the case whatsoever, and then point fingers at me saying that I'm blaming victims. Fuck off. Because I'm not blaming victims. The only victims in this case so far are Karen Reed, John O'Keefe, and their families, loved ones. That's it. That's it. Everyone else is shady and fucked up, except for the couple of witnesses that were just like, you know, I was just at work doing my job, and here, you know, there was a couple of honest witnesses. So, I mean, you know, you're going to sit there and not do a goddamn lick of your own fucking independent research, and then just start trashing everybody on Twitter because you were a channel that everybody went to watch trials, and because you missed the fucking ball on this one. When I even offered you, I said, hey, I can somehow email it to you or whatever in one of his chats, at least one of them. I could send you Sleuthy Goosey spreadsheet. It has everything you need. Oh, no, I know you've been following this case. Good for you. That was the answer I got. And then now this person feels like they missed the opportunity to actually be informed on this, and they didn't do it. And now they're not getting any views on it. And that's showing their true colors of why they do this shit in the first place. Because when I think about it and I look back on it, this dude doesn't really know much of any fucking thing that he's talking about on his channel. And I can tell what his style of thinking by the way that he attacks people on Twitter. It's just like, where the fuck is this coming from? You know? And you're not going to sit there and insult these people and make and this dude is being fucking sued, or sorry, excuse me, he's actually suing someone for defamation because Ryan Upchurch decided to just start calling this dude a pedophile or whatever, or a trafficker or a groomer or something. I don't remember what it was. Thank you, William. Appreciate it. Gifted 10 memberships. Right on. Appreciate that. And so so what's really funny about that is now he's doing the same thing to a shit ton of strangers on Twitter, twisting their words, making them out to be shitty people when, dude, I met these people. I met them. Thank you, I'm baffled. Appreciate that. Congrats to all you guys who just got gifted memberships. I mean, I met these people, dude. I'm not gonna just let you just trash them and start saying shitty things about them. You don't even know them. And all why? Because you're butthurt about missing out on covering a trial that everyone used to go to you to watch a trial and you just missed the train on this one. I mean, that's all. It's not that serious, dude. There'll be other trials. You know? Jesus fucking Christ. The difference between this trial and every other fucking trial you covered is it was cut and dry. This is cut and dry, just in a different perspective. And if you'd actually done any research, you'd know that it's cut and dry. You know that there's a reason why there are very few people who are watching Plevin. Plevin can't hit more than 500 people in his live streams after he's making almost nightly appearances on fucking court TV. That should tell you something. That should tell you something that the majority of people have fucking common sense and are looking at this and being like, this woman is absolutely being railroaded. There is every piece of evidence to indicate this. Little Irish girl saying, Ryan Upchurch ain't even real, Will. Yeah. What if any? Thank you. Vivian wants to become a member. Can you help, please? I think you just go, if you go to the description in here, it's in the description, the link. No, man, and the thing is considering what Upchurch was saying about him, I was like, okay, well, you know, I don't blame him. And everybody was like, you know, people that I was friends with at the time were like, he's a pussy for suing him. It's just a stupid thing, blah, blah, blah. And I was just like, I don't know, man. That wasn't cool at all. Ryan Upchurch has over 3 million followers. You know? Now, just because I'm a dick, I hope Ryan Upchurch wins. Now, just because I'm a fucking petty fuck, I'm like, this guy's a hypocrite because he's doing the same shit to people on Twitter that he's suing him for. So now I just hope Cuckchurch wins. Totally. That's how fucking petty I am. Because he was being a dick to people who I know are good people. And that's all it takes for me. Like, I'm that goddamn petty. All right, they're not unmuted yet.
Sure, go right ahead.
Lieutenant Tully, we were talking just before the break about the search on January 29th, 2022. Obviously, it's important to be accurate in terms of the memorialization of things that are found of note during a search, correct?
Yes,
And the way that you normally would memorialize something like that would be in a police report, correct?
that's one method. Yes,
You might have personal handwritten notes
I
that
might.
would attend a search, correct?
Yes,
You might videotape part of it or all of it,
I could.
and then you could photo document it as well.
Yes,
But ultimately, the circumstances surrounding how something was found or what was found at the time is best done in a memorialization in a police report, correct?
that is one method.
And
Yes,
that is the official record
Thank you, Jimmy.
of what was done at the time and who did it, correct?
yes,
And you did in fact draft a police report as it pertains to the search that was done by the CERT team on January 29th, 2022.
yes.
Mayor Pro Charmer?
Yes.
Thank you, Emlund.
If you would take a look at the face page of that and tell me if that looks familiar to you.
It does.
Is that your report that you utilized? Is that the report that you wrote, rather not utilized? Is that the report that you wrote documenting the search that was conducted that you've testified to in front of this jury?
Yes.
What's the date of that report?
February 10th, 2021, which was a typo, should be February 2022.
Okay, so February 10th, 2022 was the date that you memorialized the information about the search, correct?
Yes,
Obviously, that was much, much closer in time than today, correct?
yes,
Or yesterday, correct?
correct.
If you turn to paragraph 3, could you review that paragraph and tell me, after you review it, if that refreshes your recollection about exactly what you indicated was found by you and the CERT team on January 29th, 2022?
My recollection of what was located remains the same. I do see that the report states that it was a piece of clear plastic.
Okay, so in fact, your report says that at approximately 17:45 hours, which is what time?
5:45 p.m.
Jackson got him.
The CERT team located, quote, a piece of red plastic, correct?
Yes,
And then it goes on to say it was consistent with brake light material from a motor vehicle, right?
yes,
Then if you look down a couple of other sentences, you talk about the shoe that was then recovered, correct?
yes.
Then if you look at the second to the last sentence.
I didn't.
South from the sneaker,
I was just saying, I don't know.
piece of clear plastic, consistent with clear lens of a motor vehicle was located, correct?
Yeah, the quote is a second piece of red plastic. Yes,
Well, actually, the sentence before that, sentence just above that, starting with a few feet south.
I know. I'm never going to live that down.
yes,
It reads, a few feet south from the sneaker, a piece of clear plastic.
that's not what it says. Would you like me to read it?
Oh,
Sure, read it.
Okay. The sentence is
oh,
several feet south of
at it.
the clear plastic.
Lieutenant Tully.
Sorry.
Sentence above that, before that.
Yeah, easy there, Tinker.
A few feet south of the sneaker, a piece of clear plastic consistent with clear lens of a motor vehicle was located.
Right. So in your lexicon, a piece means singular, does it not?
Yes,
If you meant pieces, you would have written pieces. You're educated, correct?
allegedly.
So clearly, from this report that was memorialized on February 10th, you indicated that a piece of clear plastic was located consistent with clear lens from a motor vehicle, right?
That's what it says.
Okay. Then, well, it's not just what it says, it's what you wrote.
Correct.
Right. Then the next sentence, which is the sentence you're about to read, go ahead and read that for me as well.
Several feet south of the clear plastic, a second piece of red plastic was located.
Okay. Simple math. According to your report on February 10th, a piece of red plastic was found first. Then a piece of clear plastic was found. Then a piece of red plastic was found thereafter, correct? According to that report.
Yes,
Then you go on in the following paragraph to reiterate, just to clear up any doubt about what was found. And the last sentence reads, the sneaker and 3 pieces of plastic were secured as evidence, correct?
Objection.
I mean, is that what it says?
What's the objection?
Form.
No, I'll allow it.
Is that what it says?
yes,
Okay. Then yesterday, you were asked to open these 2 evidence envelopes, correct? The evidence bags.
should I take a look?
Oh, of course, yes. May I approach you?
Yes.
Sorry. 570, 571.
That is 4 pieces. Jackson was absolutely right.
Those are the.
I'm
bags.
sorry I doubted him.
Correct?
Yes.
You indicated yesterday in front of the jury, you didn't indicate, you pulled out 2 pieces of clear plastic, did you not?
I did.
That was in bag, I want to say that was in bag 570. Why don't we do this? Can you please open, with the court's permission, can you please open bag 570? I'm sorry, evidence, exhibit 570 in that bag, and just look inside.
I didn't bring gloves with me, Your Honor.
I
Is
think
there-
there might be some on the stand
Oh,
there
thank you, Your
inside
Honor.
that.
Oh, you didn't have any in your pocket? I mean, even Tom Brady's fumbled a ball before. Calm down, people.
Attorney Jackson, could you just repeat your request again, make sure I have it correct?
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's start with 570.
Okay.
I don't remember which one it is, so if you could just open it and look inside and describe for us which items are inside that bag.
So 570, the description is pieces of red, hard plastic taillight cover contained inside this bag.
Look down in there and tell me, do you see red plastic pieces?
Yes.
Okay. Yesterday, you pulled out 2 pieces and indicated that was what was contained in the bag, correct?
Correct.
Take another closer look.
As I take a closer look, there are 2 pieces and there is a very small fragment that remains in the bag.
Can you pull that fragment out as well? Can you show that to the jury? Okay, you can go ahead and replace that. So in total, Lieutenant Tully, how many pieces of red plastic are in that evidence bag?
As we sit here today, there are 3.
Thank you. Go ahead and close that. Second bag. I'll go ahead with the court's permission. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, this is going to be great. This is going to be fucking great.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
If you wouldn't mind, the next bag is exhibit 571. Is that right?
Yes.
Could you please open that and let's go through the same process? Just look inside and tell us what you see.
Thank you so
Inside
much, Andrew.
571, there are 2 pieces of clear plastic.
You can go and replace those. May I approach?
Yes.
So
Thank you, Lieutenant. Those 2 bags are supposed to represent what was found by the CERT team on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
There's 5 pieces of plastic, 3 red, 2 clear, correct?
As we sit here today, yes.
My question, Lieutenant Tully, is where did the other pieces of plastic come from?
Be more specific? Which pieces?
Where did the extra 2 pieces of plastic come from in those
Right.
evidence bags?
Well, it
Right.
appears to me that small fragment I pulled out may have potentially come from the larger piece. The
I
other,
think that, just to clear that up, you believe as you sit here, that smaller
no
is broken off
fucking
from the
way.
larger pieces.
again, I'm making a big assumption here at your request.
Okay?
Dude, look
So,
how
yeah, that's what it appears
fucking-
to me by looking in the bag.
this
And
is
by the way,
so
Lieutenant,
durable.
This is a trick question. I'm not asking you to assume anything.
You can't
were there.
fucking break
You
this
recovered the
shit.
pieces, and you described recovering 3 items of evidence, correct?
No,
Didn't you just read in your report? I'll read it again, last sentence, the sneaker and 3 pieces of plastic were secured as evidence.
that's
Wrote
4.
them.
That's 4.
Sorry, I said items of evidence, items of plastic. Let's leave the sneaker out of our discussion for the time being.
Okay.
Okay. You were the one that conducted the search, correct?
Tully's
Search team conducted the search. I was
You
present.
formalized the search.
Yes,
You were there photographing the things that were covered in the search,
Yes,
and ultimately you were responsible for bagging those items up, correct?
yes,
There are 5 items in that bag, or in those 2 bags, right? Just the plastic.
correct.
And yet your report very clearly says there were 3 items of plastic evidence recovered at the scene, correct?
Yes.
So my question, once again, is where did the extra 2 items come from? The pieces of plastic.
Well, as memorialized on the bag, it says pieces of clear plastic. So I'll take the hit that my report does not properly memorialize it. But I would argue that the handwritten notes on the bag that are contemporaneous to the collection of the evidence would be more accurate, as is in my memory of 2 clear plastic things being collected. Now, as to the third piece, again, I'm making an assumption, but it appears that that is a small piece that was separated from the other 2 pieces.
You don't know that that small piece separated from the other 2 by being broken off, do you?
No, I don't.
Just a guess on your part, right?
It's a guess. The bags were, out of our custody at the crime lab for a period of time. They had done an analysis. We did an evidence review with you, yourself, and other defense counsel on December 1st of last year, where we pulled all the evidence out. It was memorialized by your investigator, and it was put back in the bags.
You didn't see our investigator snapping pieces off the plastic, right?
He did not.
I want to shift gears for a second, Lieutenant, and talk a little bit about the cell records that you testified to. Specifically the Verizon call records that you testified about. During your training, the 200 plus hours of training that you had, you've learned how to read Verizon records to determine cell towers that are used in your investigation, correct?
Yes.
You were also taught how to read Verizon call records to determine the sector or the side that a cell tower is pinging, for lack of a better word, called a cell face, correct?
Yes.
All right. One of the May I approach? No?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Lieutenant. One of the documents that you rely on pretty heavily is ultimately it's a call record that gives you certain information provided by whoever the carrier is, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, whoever, right?
Yes.
Do you recognize the document that's in front of you or the portion of the call record that's in front of you?
It appears to be a portion from the call detail records we referenced earlier.
Okay. My questions about this are relatively simple. There is a sector number that provides information that describes the directionality, if you will, of the target phone number, which part of the cell tower that target phone number or that target device was facing, correct?
Yes.
In your maps, did you include any of the cell face data about which portion of the cell tower was pinging vis-a-vis the phone that was being tracked?
No. Can I explain why I made that decision?
Please do.
When the trouble with depicting and making exhibits when relative to cell phone records is you don't want to make the map too complicated. So as I describe it to the jury, I want to make sure that the record is clear. Now, I don't typically will use the sector as part of my maps. I would argue that it gives greater deference to the defendant because the phone could be anywhere within a 360-degree area of the antenna opposed to a narrower 120-degree area around that antenna. So for the purposes of making a clear depiction, I typically will not use sector unless it's absolutely important to show that a handset was in a specific location.
And so you did not include the sector information on the maps that you provided, both to Mr. Lally and that you showed to the jurors and provided us, correct?
Yes, as relative to the CSLI ones, yes.
So in point of fact, according to the map at least, wherever that little triangle is, that red triangle that you use to denote the cell tower or the antenna, the responsive phone, the device, could be anywhere on a 360-degree azimuth from that antenna, correct?
Yes.
I want to ask you about the one map that was related to 5:20 a.m. to 5:37 a.m. Remember that?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. There were several maps shown. Can I approach?
Yes.
That's a copy of a page of an exhibit that's already been marked and entered into evidence. You recognize that?
Yes.
And that's a copy of your map that you did dealing with ENBID 57021, correct?
Yes.
And the time frame was 5:20 a.m. to 5:37 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And by the way, do you know what ENBID stands for?
No, that's why the legend key is helpful. It's node is the NB, but I'm unsure on the E.
Evolved Node B Identifier, right?
Is that a question? Yeah, that's possible. Yes.
It is my question.
Okay.
Refresh your recollection. That's what it means.
I'd have to look at the key again, but that sounds right.
So an evolved, if that's what it stands for, an evolved Node B identifier, and then a series of numbers after that is simply sort of the proper name for a particular tower.
Correct.
No two towers have the same ENBID, correct?
Yeah, I don't like this guy at all, man.
With regard to, and I'm just going to call it ID 57021. Do you see what appears to be on your map, what appears to be the cell tower that is associated with that ID number, 57021?
Yes.
Okay, and there's one address that's denoted on your map, correct? That 34 Fairview?
No, there's multiple.
Okay, what are the other addresses that you noted on your map?
One Meadows Ave and Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Okay. May I approach you on?
Yes.
If I could hand you another map, does that appear to be a Google map?
Yes.
Does that generally track the map that you created, the darker map that you created? Meaning it's the same basic scale?
It is not the same scale.
How much different is that scale?
The one you handed me is a zoomed in version of the map I created.
Okay. Do you recognize it as being a true and accurate reflection of a Google map that's just zoomed in a little bit on the same basic area?
As you just described, it appears to be Google Map
Okay.
creation.
And you see two addresses that are denoted on that Google map?
Yes.
What are those two addresses?
34 Fairview Road and 12 Country Lane.
And as you look at that Google map with both of those, given your experience with both of those addresses, do those appear to be denoted accurately on that Google map?
It does. I would note that you can't see the roads really on this map that you handed me.
Understood. I'm not going to ask you a question
It's
about
kind of it's a white blur. So it.
Okay. But does it look like that's where 34 Fairview is and that's where 12 Country Lane?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'm going to ask you for the third item that's denoted on the map, and that is the cell tower 57021. Do you see that denoted on the map?
Yes.
Does that appear to be generally accurate in terms of the spatial location of where that cell tower is?
Yes.
Move for the admission of that item, that document.
Objection.
Thank you.
Thank you. Taking a look at that exhibit, would you agree that the cell tower 57021 is significantly closer to what's denoted as 12 Country Lane, the McCabe residence, physically as a crow flies, than it is to 34 Fairview?
I would not characterize it as significant.
How would you characterize it?
That it is closer.
Okay. May I publish, Sean?
Okay.
Take a look.
Yeah, I mean, this guy is like, he's splitting hairs here.
Just a second. Take a look at the upper right portion of the map that I just highlighted. What does that denote?
Cell tower that we previously mentioned, 57021.
Okay. And then there's a line it's a straight line from that cell tower down to this location. What is that location?
It's denoted on this exhibit as 34 Fairview Road.
And do you see a legend indicating scale? How far that is?
I see numbers and miles written on there.
Does that appear to be reflective of given your understanding and your experience with this location or these locations, does that appear to be a relatively accurate?
Well, this is Google Maps.
Delineation of the distance
So-
between the cell tower and that location, and that address?
I don't know the distance between the cell tower and the address off the top of my head.
Would you agree that it's around 2 miles?
It's roughly 2 miles.
Okay. Then I'm going to ask you to take a look at the same proximity, cell tower on the top of the screen, and then the address at 12 Country Lane. You see those two items denoted on the map?
Yes.
And do you see the approximate distance between those two items?
See it on the map?
All right. And does it appear to you that the distance from 12 Country Lane looks like it's less than half the distance to 34 Fairview?
I wouldn't characterize it as it appears to be less than half.
How would you characterize it?
My understanding of that area, I would say it's at least a mile between those two locations
Dude, it's less than half.
as the crow flies.
It's less than half.
Meaning between the cell tower and 12 Country Lane,
Yeah,
right?
Yes.
And it indicates approximately a mile.
It's less
does
than
indicate
half,
that.
dude.
And the other location indicates approximately 2.4 miles, right?
it does indicate that.
All right. So would you agree that a mile is less than half of 2.4 miles?
I would agree a mile is less than half than 2.4.
Thank you. We can,
Jesus, man. Why was that so difficult?
You also noted that there were two cell towers much closer to 34. There are 2 cell towers much closer to 34 Fairview than the 57021, correct?
Yes,
And as a matter of fact, you already noted that for the jurors that say at 6 a.m. or 6:05 a.m. and thereafter, when it's clear that Ms. Reed was at 34 Fairview, she found the body of John O'Keefe, that her phone was relaying to those 2 towers various, bouncing back and forth, correct?
yes,
Those 2 towers are 57171, correct? Sorry, I don't
What?
need to test your memory like that. I can. Can I approach?
Yes.
This is just his grand jury stuff, the same stuff that you should. I'm just going to give you that packet, Lieutenant. Like I said, it's not a memory test. If that helps refresh your recollection of the name of the 2 towers closest to 34 Fairview.
Basically, for those of you who are lost,
yes, sir.
Okay, so the 2 towers closest to 34 Fairview are 57171, correct?
Yes,
And 57286, is that right?
yes,
And both of those towers picked up Miss Reed's signal at 12:33 a.m. and again after 6:03 a.m., correct?
you asked me about 1233, so if it's okay, I'm going to refer back in the exhibit,
Of course.
and that is correct.
Yeah,
It hit the
Jackson's
57171.
basically
And then
poking
after
holes
6
through the
a.m., He was
investigation.
also picking up, bouncing, I think you said bouncing back and forth between 57171 and 57286.
Yes,
Both of those towers were picking her up.
yes,
Importantly, though, between 5:20 and 5:37 a.m., neither of those 2 towers ever picked up her phone or any signal from her phone, correct?
correct.
So based on those facts, it's far more likely that Karen Reed was actually at Jennifer McCabe's and on her way to Jennifer McCabe's at and around 5 a.m. than going to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach this to retrieve?
Sure.
I just want to make sure I didn't leave the mark.
Oh, I'm sorry, that goes with that, I believe. Oh, you handed me that. Here's the marked item.
Perfect. Make sure that stays there.
There were 2 other documents you had handed me previously that are not marked.
Okay. Thank you,
Melody, we already did. Well, no, we heard
I just want to touch
the
very
911
briefly
call.
on the ranging data, the RTT records. What does RTT stand for?
Depends on who you ask from Verizon, either range to tower or round trip time.
Have you ever heard real-time tool?
I have.
Okay, so that's the RTT has several acronyms, but real-time tool is one of them, correct?
Yes.
The RTT data is what you earlier described as a ranging data or access distance, correct?
I didn't use the term access distance. I know that Verizon may, but I said ranging.
So it's just in common vernacular, it's the distance from the tower or from the antenna to where the signal is going, correct?
Yes.
All right. May I approach one more time?
Yes.
Could you please review that and tell me if you recognize what's depicted on that document?
I recognize to be one of the entries from the RTT report for the account we're talking.
I'm sorry, and it's around 5:18 in the morning, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and you utilize this report or portions of this report, including this entry, to come up with your data, especially as it relates to ranging data, correct?
yes,
Do you see the column on that document called cross duration sex, right? Procedure duration sex.
I do.
What does that mean?
That is the amount of time in which this communication occurred.
Okay. Am I correct in understanding that the length of time for the RTT event is calculated in seconds, correct?
It is.
All right. Do you see the row in the exhibit that indicates the time 5:18 a.m.?
Yes,
And do you see a column that's labeled procedure start time?
yes,
And right next to it, there's a procedure end time, correct?
yes,
Are those the start times and the end times that you earlier testified to in front of the jury about the event in question at 5:18 a.m. or thereabouts, the start of the interaction or the communication with the device and the end of the communication with the device?
yes.
When you say communication with the device, what does that mean? What are you referring to?
It,
A phone call, a text, something?
we don't know. As I testified to, the ranging reports will create entries even unbeknownst to the user. So I have no information with this record before me about what the user was or was not doing with the phone.
But your testimony is that those two arcs that we saw, those respective arcs that we saw, your testimony is that this RTT data, in your view, establishes that she was on the device, not she, but the device was on the first arc at the start time, and it was on the second arc at the end time.
I'm going off the ranging that they give me.
Right. And then you created those two arcs. I'm just trying to make sure I understand what the definition of those two arcs are in your map.
The definition comes from the first distance and last distance, which is denoted on this exhibit you have in front of me here.
Okay, and the first distance is what?
0.82 miles.
Okay, and the second distance is, from memory, I think it's 0.97?
Correct.
That's a difference of what? We do the math.
1.5 miles.
0.15 miles, correct?
Excuse me, yes.
Okay.
I find him unlikable because
And you see
not only is he
procedural
smug,
duration
but
column indicated on that document.
he seems
do.
to be playing
And the procedure duration column indicates
good
the same
tennis
stuff.
with
Yes.
Jackson.
However, if we look very closely at the start time and the end time, they're not actually the same times, are they?
Correct.
There's a difference in those two times. Can you tell the jurors what that difference is?
It is 4 thousandths of a second.
0.004 seconds, correct?
Yes,
And you testified that you believe that the start and end distances for the RTT event in question indicate two different locations for that device. In other words, the start time, it was on the first arc, the end time, it was on the second arc. You don't know where on the arc, but somewhere on those two arcs.
using the ranging data, I created a map,
I
and
understand.
that's what I did.
Okay, and so the device would have moved from the first arc to the second arc, correct?
Yes,
You're familiar with, obviously, the formula to determine speed using distance and time, correct?
Yes.
Can you calculate for us the speed that the device would have traveled to go from the first arc to the second arc over a distance of 0.15 miles in 4,000ths of a second?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. Let me see if I can help. So speed is calculated as distance divided by time, right?
Yes.
If you divide 0.15 miles by 4,000ths of a second, you come up with 37.5 miles per second. Would you agree?
Objection.
Sustained.
See, this is crazy. Like, Tully's a smart guy.
I would.
Your Honor, if
I'd like to see Counselor Sidebar, please.
And Tully's a smart guy. Jackson knows this. Jackson did his homework on this guy. So he's going to try to trip him up, but it's not an easy thing to do. And as unlikable as he is, you know, the fact is reason why I find him unlikable is because he's not like the other Barney Fife fuckers that we've been seeing up here. Like, this is a far cry from Proctor sulking and hanging his head down in disgrace. You know what I mean? This is a far cry from that. What Jackson's got to do is trip him up with details. He's got to be very meticulous here, which is not as entertaining as it's been, but it's what's necessary with this particular witness, it seems. So, for those of you who are like, can you give a recap as to what's going on? Not really. I can't really like explain everything that they're going over. I don't know where Jackson's exactly going with this. But basically, I think he's just trying to poke holes through his direct examination. He started with the tail light. The tail light had 5 pieces when he reported that it only had 4 or 3. Excuse me.
Senator Tully, do you happen to have your cell phone with you?
I thought you were going to ask the other question first with your numbers.
I can. Let me ask you, so you don't have to sit there with a cell phone in front of you. Let me ask you if you would agree with this, that 0.15 divided by 0.004 is 37.5.
I'd have to write it out. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I need a calculator for that shit
If you
too.
had a calculator in front of
That's
you,
just because I'm dumb.
Good.
you don't have your cell phone with you.
I do not.
With the court's permission, I've got mine right here. I can turn it on, or my co-counsel has one.
How about, can you use Madam Court Reporter's cell phone and do that? She's closest.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
She's got
Thank you,
a
Madam
she's
Court
got a
Thank
court
you.
calculator
If you
right
could
there.
divide 0.15 by 0.004. Let me know what you come up with.
37.5.
So that would be, given the fact that the distance as calculated, as indicated on that record, the distance is 0.15 miles over the course of 0.004 seconds, right?
No, I would push back as to when the distance was being created. That's the first distance and last distance.
Correct. What you indicated was the cell phone of the device was on the first arc during the first time, and the start time, and on the second arc at the end time. All I'm asking is some basic math.
Thank you, Maris.
So you would agree that if the calculation we just did, or you just did, is 0.15 miles divided by 4,000ths of a second, that is 37.5 miles per second, to stay consistent, miles per second, correct?
Well, I don't agree with the premise of the question. So
You don't have to agree with the premise of the question. I'm asking you about the math.
Oh, the math is correct. Yes.
The math is correct, right? It's miles per second, correct?
Yes.
Based on that calculation. In order to get to miles per minute, you multiply it by 60, correct?
Yes,
Can you do that for me, please?
Madam Clerk. The question again, sir. I'm sorry.
Yes. Multiplying 37.5 times 60 give us miles per minute. What is that number?
2,250.
And if we wanted to go to miles per hour, which we're more familiar with, multiply it by 60 again, wouldn't you? And what's that number?
1,035,000. Excuse me, sorry. 135,000.
135,000 miles per hour, correct?
Yes,
So you would agree if the premise is moving from the arc, the first arc, moving 0.15 miles to the second arc over the course of 0.004 seconds, the device would have to be traveling 135,000 miles per hour, correct?
in your question, you said 1.5 miles travel. It's 0.15 miles. You corrected me. I'm going to throw it back at you, sir.
Fair enough, fair enough.
All right.
Touche. 0.15 miles over the course of 0.004 seconds, the device would have to be traveling 135,000 miles per hour. It's basic math, correct?
While I agree with that, I would push back. That's probably not what the record is indicating.
135,000 miles per
You would
hour.
agree that that is physically impossible, correct?
For a cell phone, yes.
Right. And you would also agree that since that's impossible, you're not suggesting to this jury that the device moved from arc 1 to arc 2 in 4 thousandths of a second. That can't be what you're suggesting.
I'm not suggesting that.
Okay. In fact, what actually makes more sense is that the signal was moving to and from the device at light speed, 186,000 miles per second.
It does. Radio
waves move at what?
speed of light.
Speed of light, 186,000 miles per second, right?
Yes.
Okay. If, as you indicated on direct examination, if that return signal, the bounce, is in any way refracted, it takes a deviation. And it's not straight because of something like, I don't know, weather, precipitation, or snow, then it would take longer to get back to the antenna, correct?
That's fair.
And that could be what's reflected in that map and the distance of the two arcs. Isn't that correct?
That's not my experience with these records.
But you do agree that in fact the device, as you indicated earlier, moved from arc 1 to arc 2 from the start time to the end time. That's impossible.
No, I'm saying that the records reflect that the first time the distance was created, marked, and the second time the distance was marked. That's what's represented on the map.
Right, but you said that those are reflective of the start time and the end time, which is 4 thousandths of a second apart.
No, I don't know that's when these distances were created. It doesn't say start of procedure distance. It says first distance, last distance.
Actually, it says, see if I got the copy of what I just gave you. I don't. Fair approach?
Yes.
Procedure start time, 5:18 and 19 seconds, 0.154, right?
Yes.
Procedure end time, 5:18, 19 seconds, 0.158, right?
Yes.
That's the difference. May I approach one more time?
Yes.
That's the difference. And that's the 4 thousandths of a second difference, correct?
Yes.
And on direct examination, you said the start time and the end time are how you calculated the two different arcs.
No.
Correct?
No.
Are you changing your testimony?
No, the map says first and last, as reflected in the record, first distance and last distance. So one could hold the map and this record next to each other and figure out how I determined those locations depicted on the map. It doesn't say start and end time. It says first and last.
Right. But you said that it was the beginning of the communication and the end of the communication, which are both reflected on that document, Lieutenant. The
Yes.
start time and the end time. I understand what you're saying about the distance. It's 0.15. Nobody's arguing about that. You're saying, you said on direct examination that the distance was a difference between what time the first arc occurred and what time the second arc occurred. And there was a distance between it. And your testimony was the device moved from the first arc to the second arc. You just said it, right?
I'm saying the device moved from the first arc to the second arc. Yes.
And it would be impossible to do that in 4 thousandths of a second, correct?
A cell phone. Yes.
You did one last issue, and I'm gonna deviate from the cell tower stuff. You got information during the course of your investigation that eyewitnesses or an eyewitness placed a Ford Edge in front of 34 Fairview.
Oh, shit.
Early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Here we go.
As the supervising investigator, by the way, you were familiar with the fact that the eyewitness placed that Ford Edge sorry, see if I can start that over. The eyewitness indicated that the Ford Edge was placed there sometime between 2:30 in the morning and 3:30 in the morning, correct?
I'm familiar with that.
All right. As the supervising investigator, did you do anything to investigate the circumstances of that Ford Edge being placed in front of 34 Fairview sometime between 2:30 and 3:30 in the morning?
Yes.
What did you do?
Well, we determined the veracity of that statement, and we want to make sure that the person who gave it is consistent and accurate and had a good vantage point of it. I have concerns about.
By the way,
Oh,
were you satisfied with that?
no.
Why not?
Well, the person has given the statement multiple times, and it appears to have changed over those times. It also appears that the person observed this vehicle from a distance, and also the identification of a Ford Edge seemed highly suggestive the way that I had read the account of it. If I had done that as a police officer, this court would throw out that identification.
Wow.
Did you find out?
How do you know what the court would throw out?
On the Ford Edge?
Who are you to say what the court would throw out?
I don't recall off the top of my head if somebody.
Did you look at automobile registration records?
I did not know.
Did you task anybody else to look at automobile registration records?
I believe Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Mechanic had investigated that.
And do you have any idea what that investigation revealed?
I don't.
Did the Albans own a Ford Edge?
I don't know as I sit here.
They did own a Ford Edge, didn't they?
Objection.
So the objection sustained.
But nothing was done further that you're aware of to investigate the circumstances of that Ford Edge being seen and placed in front of 34 Fairview, right where the body was found, between 2:30 and 3:30 in the morning, right?
An investigation into the reliability of that witness was conducted.
So you just decided, and that investigation, quotes, is, I didn't believe him, right?
No.
Yes. That's all I have.
Okay, Mr. Lally, anything?
Just briefly.
So as far as that last line of questioning, as far as the witness in the Ford Edge, you mentioned that there were several different stories, correct?
Yes.
Several different versions of the statement.
Yes.
And what were those different versions?
Right?
The first was that this person saw a Ford Edge in front of 34 Fairview. The next one that I can recall is that the person stated that they were not on Fairview, but on Cedar Crest, some distance away, looking at this vehicle in a blizzard. Person also self-reported that he was colorblind, and he was operating a larger motor vehicle. The third story was a concern about the time.
No, he was ready for this.
The third story was as he arrived, the Canton police had the street blocked off at about 4 a.m. and he places this Ford Edge outside the residence at a time before that. So we know through our investigation that the Canton police didn't arrive till shortly after 6 a.m. So the witnesses' times are off as well.
As far as what you termed as a highly suggestive ID with the Ford Edge, can you explain what you mean by that?
As I read the report, the investigator had asked the person, first the question, they stated that there was a vehicle in front of 34 Fairview Road. The witness was then brought outside and the investigator allegedly pointed to a motor vehicle that was in a parking lot and it said, "Is that it?" And the witness said, "Yes, that's it." And so it's suggestive in the fact that it would be a single photo identification, which, you know, as a police officer, I would not give somebody one thing and be suggestive, "Is this it?" Because as the courts have ruled, that's highly suggestive and the person's more likely to adopt that description of whatever they're describing, opposed to if you use other methods.
Now, when When you were being asked on cross-examination about certain distances from the house at 34 Fairview to the area where you had recovered items, repeatedly you had been asked about a distance of 30 feet, correct?
I did.
From the items that were recovered and the area that was described to you as where Mr. O'Keefe's body was located shortly after 6 a.m., is that 30 feet from the house?
No, where the items were a little further on the edge of the property, so it'd be closer to 40 or 50 feet.
And as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was located with reference to the curb or with reference to the street, how close was that?
From the curb, reports was about 10 feet from the curb.
And so the evidence was a lot closer to the roadway, a lot closer to the curb than it was to the house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained as to form.
As far as what, if anything, did you find significant between the location of the evidence in relation to and Mr. O'Keefe in relation to the roadway versus in relation to the house?
The pieces of evidence were physically on the roadway, on the pavement, or the curb.
Just one question as it applies to the Sally Port video from the Camden Police Department. Are you aware of sort of how those videos were recorded as far as when they stopped, when they started?
Not off the top of my head, no. But the ones we have in possession, no.
As far as, and I'm sorry, let me ask the question probably a little more succinctly, but with reference to, are you familiar at all with the camera system at the Camden Police Station?
Vaguely, yes.
As far as, do you know whether or not it's motion activated?
The Canton IT director stated that it was motion.
So the objection is sustained.
Yeah, hearsay.
So let me ask you, are you aware that the cameras are motion activated?
Objection.
As to form, it's sustained.
What, if anything, are you aware as to how the cameras record?
Objection.
I'm going to allow
New approach.
it. Okay.
I mean, he already knows.
You are muted.
So what is going on here? So I was trying to figure out what food I was going to get. So it did not have my undivided attention there for a minute there, but I'm wondering, first of all, who brought up the Ford Edge? Was it during cross or was it during redirect? Was it Jackson or was it Lolly? AJ brought it up. Okay, thank you. I mean, but he had his answer ready for that shit. Yeah, I'm of the opinion that Tully is just basically there
Unmuted.
to clean up the mess that Proctor made and everyone else.
Now, Lieutenant, when it came to the Sally Port video, at some point you did review them to some extent.
Yes.
Now, over the course of your review, what, if anything, did you note in reference to time? Was it sort of one long consistent, or did it jump?
It jumped.
And based on that, what, if any, conclusions did you draw as to how that video recorded?
It appeared to be motion activated. As these jumps occurred, it appeared to be triggered by motion.
Now, with reference to the items that were recovered on January 29th during the 13th search that you were present for, in addition to your police report, how, if at all, were they memorialized?
On the exterior of the paper bags that they were contained in.
And when was that done? Before or after February 10th, when your report was written?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Molly.
When was the memorialization on the evidence bags done in relation to when you wrote the report?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
The difference would be the notes on the outside of the bag happened at the time of collection, and then I wrote my report 11 days later.
So as far as your memory, as you sit here and testify today and yesterday, as far as the items that you took out of the bag, are those the same items that you recovered or were recovered by the CERT team on January 29th?
Yes.
Now, the information from the call detail records that Mr. Jackson presented to you, there was essentially two little columns, correct?
2 rows, yes.
Rows, excuse me. And was that sort of the entirety of what you reviewed as far as the call detail records in relation to generating the slides that were depicted to the jury?
No.
And sorry, may I approach on?
Yes.
See, I just don't buy. I don't buy that these fucking cameras are motion activated. I call bullshit on that.
Which one?
Whatever the last one was, Mr.
Andrew, thank you. They need to hide the plow guy until he comes to testify. I'm worried about him.
Showing you now what's been marked as 577 with reference to what Mr. Jackson had given you earlier. Lieutenant, from what's depicted on there, what, if any, issues do you have with the depiction on that exhibit?
Like I mentioned, it's difficult to get a good sense of what we're looking at because the roads don't really appear on here. If they do, they're light and faint. There are the large black line kind of intersects with a lot of them, with the words of them. At the bottom, it looks like it's written map scale next to a scale, but I can't attest to the veracity of that. Those would be a couple problems I see.
Now, with reference to the slides that you created with the different time frames, not just the one single time frame. Again, the times that you observed or the location of the handset, of the cell phone of the defendants that you observed from the call detail records, were they consistent with other pieces of evidence that you had, whether it be video and or witness statements?
Yes.
And that would be consistent with the location of the defendant, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So Tully just destroyed Lucky Lawford's credibility,
Some questions about
but
speed and distance
Turtle
traveled.
Boy just posted
You
some
indicated that you did not
interesting stuff.
agree with the premise of Mr. Jackson's question, correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what it was about the premise or what it was that you did not agree?
So while I agree it would be impossible for the phone to travel at that distance, I disagree with the premise that the procedure that it was being captured here and the distances may not be at the same time. So there may be a distance could have preceded the procedure and the end distance could have been after the procedure. There are other ways to capture that information. Again, all I'm doing, and I'm at the mercy of the records, is illustrating them. I then take the next step in order to corroborate that information, ideally through video and other location-based information.
Now, in relation to speed, is that something that you've done in other cases with call detail records?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you weren't able to do it here or didn't do it here. Can you explain why not?
By speed, do you mean route of travel or? So if I have a more robust set of records, so again, we're at the mercy of Verizon here. We only got a limited number of records from the ranging data. With other cases, if the phone is much more chatty with the antenna, if there's more lines of communication, I've seen lines of communication as frequent as every couple of seconds or less than a couple of seconds. As I map those out, I can make more of a determination of maybe the route of travel of the cell phone. So as I put the first arc, I'll then place the second arc on a map and say to myself, how could a handset get from the first arc to the second arc? And I'll have a number of possibilities. I will then lay out the third arc. Okay, how could a phone get from the second arc to the third arc, and repeat that process, narrowing down the different possibilities. And oftentimes I'm able to determine the route of travel, send investigators down to that route, and we find corroborating information.
And again, why was it that you weren't able to do that with this information that you received from Verizon in this case?
We received a limited number of entries on this record.
And what, if any, relationship does that have to sort of the area or the geographic location as far as the town of Canton is concerned and the number of antennas there?
Well, as respective to the number of records, it's a larger area the cell phone could potentially be.
So in no way in your testimony, in your slides or anything else, are you suggesting that the device or the handset or the defendant's cell phone was traveling at that speed, correct?
Correct.
So could you explain to the jury again exactly what those arcs mean and what you are explaining with reference to?
Those records have a start distance and an end distance. I take those distances, place them on a map, starting where the antenna, there's also in that record, states it is. Draw a distance from that antenna, draw an arc at that distance with the radius being the distance that's on the record, and have an arc that's in excess of 120 degrees.
You also asked some questions about weather causing some sort of interference or something in relation to the recording with regard to antennas or which antenna a device might connect to. You indicated that was not your experience with these types of records. Can you expound upon that?
The greatest predictor of what antenna a cell phone is going to use is distance, because like I said, the farther the handset is away from an antenna, the more degraded the signal is going to get. So that's the best predictor. But like I mentioned earlier, there are things that can disrupt a cell phone signal, which would cause a handset not to connect to the closest antenna. And that can be physical obstruction, precipitation, elevation, an antenna goes down for whatever period or for whatever reason, causing it to connect to another antenna that is technically further away.
And so from your review of the call detail records and from your mapping from those various timeframes contained within the slides we'll present to the jury, what, if anything, can you say from that material in reference to the other evidence collected as to the location of the defendant's cell phone during those relevant time periods?
Well, relevant, I'll zero in at 518. I would suggest that the defendant, her vehicle, and the cell phone were on Washington Street outside of Temple Beth Abraham at that time. That's one thing that I would be comfortable suggesting.
May I have a moment, Trump?
Yes.
Oh, I got Taco Bell. Like, I'll tell you, man, I'm really craving it. Man, I fucking hate paying for it because, like, it's not worth the money it costs at all.
Thanks. Nothing further on.
Jackson?
But a lot of it is just for the sake of eating something different.
Tully, you still have, I think it's 578, is it 578?
I have 577.
Is,
Yeah, 578 is not marked yet.
what's up? Where's the RTT record? Is that 578?
I know, right? I love
have
that
RTT
shit.
records that are not marked.
Like, it's worth it, but
In front
it's
of me.
like not worth it. You know what I mean?
May I approach?
Yes.
Move to admit.
Well,
Objection.
so let's mark it for identification. Nelson.
I almost tried the Big Cheese It, but I was like, nah, I'm gonna go for tried and true.
Just have the witness identify it.
Understand. Sorry, and that was letters.
Triple K.
Thank you. You're looking at triple kilo, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you created the arcs on your map, you also put on the map 5:18 a.m., correct?
Yes,
Where'd you get that number?
from the procedure start and end time.
So you did use the procedure start time and end time, correct?
To denote the time, but not, yeah, to denote the time on the slide. Yes,
Time of the event, correct?
yes,
All right, so the 5:18-19, I'm sorry, 5:18 and 19 seconds, and then, I don't have it in front of me, but 0.154, I think. Is that right?
yes,
That was the time that you used to establish that the device was on the first arc, correct?
no, I didn't use it to establish the arc. I used the distance to establish the arc, and I placed the time on the slide.
What time, Lieutenant Tully?
518.
The time that Verizon gave you as the start time, correct?
Yeah, they're both 518.
So there's a start time and a start distance from the tower. In other words, the event took place at this distance at this time starting, correct?
No, you're using the wrong words. It says first distance.
I'm not using the wrong words.
Yes, sir. You said start distance. It's first distance.
Okay, fine. Okay, pick the words. First distance. Start time and first distance, correct?
Yes,
Then
those are on the record.
Right. Then Verizon gives you an in time, correct?
Yes,
And last distance, correct? And you created your arc based on the start time and first distance versus the end time and last distance, correct?
no, the time weren't associated.
You're saying no is because that would require the device to travel at 135,000 miles.
Ha.
Objection. If the witness could please
Okay,
answer the question.
So let him finish,
Sure.
and then the objection to that is sustained. You can ask it differently.
Go ahead.
The times were not
That you alluded
part
to.
of the depiction of the range. While I will suggest to you that it is probably unbelievable that those are actually start and end times. What I'm saying is we don't know for certainty that that is the exact time, the first distance and the last distance. I'd have to look back at the records, but I also say that we have corroborating evidence to say that that is accurate.
So you'd have to look back at the records, correct?
Yes,
That is your record.
No,
That's
the-
what you looked at, isn't it?
the record's key.
And where's the records key?
They were provided by Verizon.
Where are they, sir?
I don't have them in front of me.
That's all.
Okay,
May we approach this briefly?
okay. Don't leave yet, Detective.
Well, shit. Did they stop, or are they on sidebar? Sorry, I had to grab my food. Okay, well, I mean, the whole thing is like this guy's got an answer for everything. And he's double talking the but I mean it could be that the defense is confusing the jury too. That's their job. You know? But the thing is the dude is they're also showing the jury that he's not as competent as he's making himself out to be, because he's writing down, or they're making him out to be dirty because this guy doesn't seem to make those kind of mistakes. And here he is writing down pieces of taillight that are in question of whether or not they were planted, and he's writing down the wrong amount. Yeah, I mean he's a worthy adversary. This guy is all I'm trying to say. I think he's completely full of shit. And I think that he crosses his T's and dots his I's at least a lot better than the rest of them do. Thank you, Trevor. Appreciate it. Pretty much the exhibit means nothing. Right. I mean, right. Because that's what it boils down to. Like you if you can't destroy the credibility of the witness, you got to at least destroy the credibility of their evidence.
All set, sir, if I may have that exhibit. Thank you very much.
Your Honor, I believe this is defense counsel's as well.
Okay, thank you. All right, your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Sergeant Brian Gallerani to the stand.
Who's this guy?
solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
You are unmuted.
Afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Ryan Gallerani, Gallerani.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed as a sergeant for the Needham Police Department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Needham Police Department?
I graduated the academy January of 2006,
And how long have you held the rank of sergeant?
just under a year.
Now, prior to you holding the rank of sergeant, what was it that you did within the Needham Police Department?
I was a detective from September of 2014 to June of 2023.
Now, over the course of your work as a detective and sergeant with the Needham Police Department, what, if any, training have you received in regard to collection of biological samples?
As part of a sexual assault class I took in January of 2015, I was certified in DNA collection by the Mass State Police.
And can you explain a little bit to the jury about sort of what that certification process entailed or what it was that you did to become certified?
So I was specifically certified in buccal swabs, which is the process of collecting cells suitable for DNA comparison by swabbing inside of a person's cheek.
And that certification, is that up to date at this point?
Yes,
Now, at some point on January 16th, 2024, did you have occasion to collect buccal swabs or samples in relation to this case?
I did.
And fair to say, as far as your work with the Needham Police Department, you had no familiarity or work with the investigation on a Canton Police Department case
Correct.
or on a state police case involving incidents that occurred in the town of Canton?
Correct.
You didn't know any of the parties involved in the case?
I did not.
And so on January 16th, 2024, where did you go on that day?
I went to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in Canton.
And who, if anyone, did you meet with, or who, if anyone, did you collect samples from on that day?
I collected samples from Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor.
And can you explain to the jury just briefly as far as the process of your collection, as far as what physically did you do?
So I physically swabbed the inside of their mouths with a cotton swab and collected the evidence, sealed it up in a buccal swab kit, photographed it, and brought it back to the Needham Police Department.
And when you brought it back to the police department, what did you do with it then?
I entered into the evidence.
And did you do that in conformity, both the collection and the securing of the item, did you do that in conformity with your training and certification on buccal swab collection?
I did.
Now, with reference to those items, at some point were you informed that those items were to be transferred or transported to a Bodie Technology Lab in Lorton, Virginia?
I was.
And were there specific instructions as far as shipping was concerned that were provided by the Bodie Technology Lab?
Yes.
And the shipping that occurred in this case, was that in conformity with what Bodie had provided as far as the policies or protocols for shipping those types of materials?
It was.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further.
Anything?
We have no questions.
All right, you're all set, Sergeant.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Have a
this
good day.
dude, like, what the fuck did you even bring that guy up for?
Next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The call Mr. Nicholas Bradford to the stand.
I mean, I guess he wants it on record that they actually did take Proctor and Buchanan's DNA.
Also, the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Forgive me, Your Honor. May I have just one moment?
Sure.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yep, it's Nicholas Bradford, Bradford.
And sir, that microphone before you is adjustable. You can place it anywhere that's comfortable for yourself. Okay. And
It has 4 different
What is it,
speeds,
that
and
I'm a DNA
And as a
analyst for
tickler?
Bodie Technology in Lorton, Virginia.
Okay, you're definitely going to have to keep your voice up, sir. Okay.
Sorry about that.
now, sir, if I could,
Sorry. It's Bodie Technology in Lorton, Virginia.
and for the record, Bodie is just spelled as far as BODE, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, sir, if I could just ask you some questions about your educational background, starting with your undergraduate. Where did you go for your undergraduate, and what, if any, degree did you receive from there?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Forensic Biology from Mercyhurst College in Erie, Pennsylvania.
And then following your graduation with that degree, where did you go?
I have a Master of Forensic Science in Forensic Molecular Biology from the George Washington University in Washington, D.C.
And when about was it that you received that master's?
It was around about 2011.
And with relation to your graduate work and your work at Bodie, when did your work at Bodie begin with relation to your graduate work?
I started at Bodie at about 2009.
So during the course of your graduate school?
Yes.
And when you started with the Bodie lab, what was the sort of position or what did you start doing when you began?
I was a DNA technician. We assisted the analysts with their case files, and we primarily operated the different robotics and the different processes in the lab.
And at some point over the course of your work there, you then became an analyst, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how much time elapsed, or how much time did you spend as a, excuse me, as a technician prior to becoming an analyst?
I was a technician for about a year, maybe 2. And then I was in the data banking section as an analyst. And since then, I've worked in the high throughput casework group and the customized casework group.
Now, as far as your work within this particular field, have you had occasion to work at any other sort of labs or facilities?
Yes, for about 3 years, I worked at the Pennsylvania State Police DNA lab.
Now, Bodie Technology, as far as that lab is concerned, can you describe for the jury sort of what kind of lab that is? And let me ask you first by just about how many analysts work at Bodie Technology?
Somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe 100 analysts, give or take. We're a small private lab in Lorton, Virginia, and we do DNA work contracted through different police agencies throughout the country.
Now, in addition to police agencies, are there other types of entities that would that you would accept or that would send submissions for DNA casework?
Yes, we do some international work with human identification and that sort of thing as well.
Now, as far as the lab at Bodie Technologies, is that lab accredited?
Yes, we are accredited through the National Standards Institute.
And can you speak a little bit about that sort of accreditation process and what it means to be an accredited lab?
Yes, so that the National Standards Institute has a set of criteria for DNA labs doing forensic work, and we are audited against those criteria every year, sometimes internal audits and sometimes external audits.
Is that accreditation at the lab, is that up to, the accreditation, is it current as of now?
Yes.
Now, with reference to your work as a DNA...
You guys keep trashing him in the chat, man. He's going to turn into the Hulk.
What it is that you do in reference, what is it that you do in reference to your work as a DNA analyst?
Yes, so we take in evidence that's submitted to us. We process it through the DNA processing. So there are 4 basic steps to DNA. There's extraction, so that's where we separate out the DNA. And then there's quantification, and that is basically just us determining how much DNA we have to work with. The next step is amplification. So depending on the case and the different processes that we're going to use, we're targeting a number of different locations in the genome, and we're going to make millions of copies of each of those locations. And in each one of those copies, there's a little fluorescent tag that we can then detect in the detection step, and that's the 4th step. And then that from there, we have the DNA profile for that sample.
Now, with reference to the lab, as far as training is concerned, you mentioned that you spent at least a year or two as a technician prior to becoming an analyst. What are some of the training, specialized training in this area that you undergo as an employee at this lab?
Yes, so the training program involves a lot of scientific literature reading. There's a practical aspect to it where we're given known samples that we're to treat as if they were casework samples. So we process those as if they were casework. We have written and verbal exams, and we have a moot court exam at the end.
And you successfully completed each of those training sort of portions of, over your course of work with the lab?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a term known as a proficiency test?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is and how it relates to your work as a DNA analyst at Bodie Technology?
Yes. So part of our accreditation is we have to do proficiency testing twice a year. And that is when an outside company sends us known samples and we process them again as if they were casework. And then those results are sent to that outside company, and then we get the results back to see if we are proficient in those technologies or not.
And with respect to yourself,
Can we cross-examine the virgin already, please?
What, if any, issues have you had with proficiency testing that you've undertaken?
I've passed all my proficiency tests.
Now, what is DNA?
So DNA is essentially the blueprint for a living thing. It's in most of our cells, and it's unique to an individual with the exception of identical twins.
Now, at some point in January of 2024, did you receive?
I know I'm a dick. Like, dude,
in regard to,
that dude probably
DNA
getting
analysis
more ass than a
from
toilet seat right now. Chicks love nerds.
You received from Massachusetts,
Yes.
and specifically, what can you describe the process as far as like when an item comes into the lab at Bodie Technology, how it's sort of processed, or how from the time of receipt to the time that the item gets to you? Can you explain a little bit about that process?
Yes. So the item is generally sent via UPS or FedEx. It arrives in our secure evidence room. That room has limited access to only certain individuals. And from that point on, when it's received, a chain of custody is started for that shipment. And anytime anyone touches or uses that item, we need to check it out from the secure evidence room. And then that's all logged on the chain of custody.
Y'all don't know what you're talking about, man. Y'all ain't never seen a Brazzers movie? He's in like half of them.
A sample name or a case number or an ID number in some way, shape, or form?
Yes.
And is it also identified by sort of the corresponding numbers from the external vendor where it came?
Yes.
Now, in reference to Bodie case number CCA 2416-0023, did you perform work in relation to that case?
Yes.
And there was corresponding agency case number of 22-02184, is that correct?
Yes.
And that would have been from the outside vendor, or at least one of them, as far as the Massachusetts State Police crime lab, correct?
Correct.
So there were a number of items that you received. If you could identify them for the jury, what you received, and specifically sort of what you looked at.
Yes. So we received an apparent hair. We received an extract from a taillight from a vehicle, and we received 2 reference samples from 2 troopers from the Massachusetts State Police.
And in addition, was there a sample ID as far as the known standard?
Yes. So Bodie gives it our own our own item number. So in this case, the 2 reference samples were CCA 2416-0023 R03 and the same number R04 for the 2 reference samples.
Now, if I could just ask you to further expound upon as far as the CCA 2416-023, which is E01. There was an agency sample ID, is that correct, that was attached to that?
Yes.
And what was that?
So that was 3-6.1.
Is there a description that comes from the external vendor as well as to sort of what that item is?
Yes, in this case, the sample was a shaft end of hair from exterior passenger side rear panel.
There's a specific mass registration plate that's associated with that hair as well, is that correct?
Yes,
And that was 3GC684, is that correct?
correct.
Now, with reference to the RO3 and RO4, those were vehicle samples, is that correct?
Yes.
And RO3 specifically, as far as the agency description, what, if anything, was provided as far as that?
For RO3, that was the buccal swab from Yuri Begetic.
And as far as RO4?
That was the buccal swab from Michael Proctor.
Now, with reference to the extract portion, that was EO2, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you know when you say extract, can you explain to the jury sort of what you understand that term to mean, or what is an extract as far as what you looked at?
Yes. So when I described the 4-step process earlier, so the extraction was already done prior to us receiving the item. So essentially the extract comes to us in a tube, and it's a liquid, and provided with that would be the negative control that was associated with it. So from that point, we have the quantification information from the lab that did the extraction. So then we would amplify and then detect the profile from there.
And just to be clear, as far as the EO2 that you were talking about, as far as the extract that you had received, what was the agency description on that extract?
So that was the sample from passenger side taillight with the same registration number, and that was labeled as an extract.
Now, in addition to that, there was a known blood standard, which you indicated was item or agency sample ID 8-1.1.1.
Yes.
And what was the agency description on the known blood standard?
That would be from, excuse me, sorry, that was the sample from John O'Keefe, the profile, I should say.
You're good, Snowden. Take your time.
And so when you say the profile as what do you mean by that?
Yes, so the profile was generated by the Massachusetts State Police Lab, and then that profile was given to us to do a comparison.
Now, as far as the profile that was provided, as far as your observations of that, what, if any, issues did you observe in your observations of the profile that was provided by the State Police Crime Lab in Massachusetts?
It looked like a standard single source profile.
Now, starting with, as far as there was a STR processing that was conducted, correct?
Yes.
What does STR stand for?
It stands for short tandem repeats. And essentially what we're doing with that is it's the DNA process that we use in forensic testing, where the areas that we're amplifying are short repeats of the genetic sequence that repeat multiple times. And we're just measuring the number of times that sequence repeats. And those numbers together are the profile.
Now, as far as the profile from the, the profile from the extract that you received as far as EO2, from the passenger side taillight of the vehicle, what, if anything, were you able to determine based on your analysis and STR processing of that?
Yes, so we determined that it was consistent with a mixture of 3 individuals, including at least 1 male contributor.
And so if you could just walk the jury through as far as the process, as far as the testing, what is it that you're actually doing in the lab? What are you looking at, and how are you making a comparison?
So once we have the DNA profile, like I said, we're measuring the number of times the sequence repeats at a given location. So we have a series of those, and then we compare that to the reference profile that we were provided, or that we generated for the 2 reference samples that we actually processed. And then we determine if it's possible that the individual whose reference profile it is could be a possible contributor to that mixture profile that we got from the evidence. And then we need to do a statistical calculation to determine the strength of that possibility of an inclusion.
Let me ask you a little bit about, as far as that statistical calculation, how is that done?
Okay,
So
smart ass.
in
Let's see what
this
this
case, we did
mystery's
what's
all
called a
about.
likelihood ratio. Essentially, what we're doing is comparing two explanations for the DNA profile that we observed. So if we have, say, person A, one explanation would be that the DNA profile is a mixture of person A and two unknown individuals. And then the other explanation would be that it's simply three unknown individuals and it's not person A. So then we compare those two explanations of the profile and determine which one is more likely.
Now, as far as the sort of reference samples that you had the DNA profile of John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And I'm sorry, before starting that, you had the extract with DNA profile with multiple contributors from the tail.
Yes.
So then you have the known blood standards.
How did he get
John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
John
Then you
O'Keefe's
have
DNA?
samples from Yuri Buchanan and Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
And so with reference to those specifically, as far as the reference samples, is that what you're generating the DNA profiles from?
So we're comparing those references to the mixture that we obtained from the tail light. Yeah.
And so in your comparison, let me start with the known one as far as John O'Keefe. What, if anything, did you find from your comparison of the John O'Keefe DNA profile to the DNA profile from the tail light?
Yeah, so in this case, when comparing the John O'Keefe profile, assuming a mixture of three individuals, it is at least 749 million times more likely to be observed if it originated from John O'Keefe and two unknown unrelated individuals than if from three unknown unrelated individuals. And we provide a sort of verbal qualifier to that because most people probably don't have a lot of experience with non-alien. So in this case, that would be very strong support for inclusion.
If you know non-alien, how many zeros are we talking?
So that would be the number with 30 zeros.
And so that would be a strong support for inclusion, correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to your comparison, with regard to your work as a DNA analyst, is there any kind of software that you use in the course of your analysis with regard to an SDR mix?
Yes, when there's a mixture profile, we often use what's called StarMix, and it's essentially a computer program that we input the DNA profile, and it allows us to use a series of mathematical equations to help us interpret that mixture.
Was that done in this case as well?
Yes, and then we use that same program to run the statistics.
Now, with regard to the sample, the buccal sample attributed from Yuri Buchanan, did you run that for a comparison as well?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were your findings in relation to your analysis of that?
So in that case, assuming a mixture of three individuals, the DNA profile obtained is at least 46 million times more likely to be observed if it originated from three unknown, unrelated individuals than if from Yuri Begenik and two unknown, unrelated individuals. So that sounds confusing given what I just said. So the verbal qualifier for that would be very strong support for exclusion.
I'm sorry, very strong support for exclusion, is that correct?
Correct.
And then similarly, as you were testifying, what, if anything, did you find from your analysis comparison of the buccal sample or DNA profile from Michael Proctor?
Yes, so in that case, assuming a mixture of three individuals, it is at least 76,000 times more likely to be observed from three unknown unrelated individuals than if from Michael Proctor and two unknown unrelated individuals. So that would be strong support for exclusion.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but your findings with regard to the three samples is strong inclusion or strong support for inclusion of John O'Keefe, is that correct?
It would be very strong support for inclusion.
And strong support for exclusion of both Yuri Buchanan and Michael Proctor, correct?
And It was his girlfriend's car.
Now, sir,
Who
in addition
cares?
To that, you had mentioned that there was an E01 sample that was a shaft end of a hair from the exterior passenger side rear panel of that same vehicle with the same Massachusetts license plate, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to DNA as it pertains to hair samples, can you describe for the jury sort of that process? And so what is it that you're looking, when you receive a hair sample as far as an extraction is concerned, what is, how does that process work, or what are you getting that extraction from?
Yes. So when we have a hair,
Yeah, for sure.
generally we'll take a look at it, and a forensic biologist will give their opinion on if it's likely that we'll obtain a profile from that hair, because hairs can be a little tricky. So in this case, the forensic biologist determined that the hair would likely not provide a great profile from STR testing, but we went ahead with it anyway, just because sometimes it does work. But in this case, we extract it, and that involves dissolving the hair and forming an extract like the other samples. And then we quantified the hair in this case, and the quantification that I used targets what is called autosomal DNA or nuclear DNA. And in that case, the results were below the limit of detection. So we did not process that sample forward for STRs because we would not have obtained a useful DNA profile from it.
Sir, if I could just take you back a little bit in that. Earlier in your statement right there, you just indicated that hair samples or DNA from hair can be a little tricky. Can you expound upon that and explain to the jury sort of what you mean by that?
Yes. A lot of times, hairs are, unless they have a root attached, they're not a great sample for nuclear STR testing. They can be, but it's sometimes hit or miss.
As far as what's actually being tested as far as STR when it comes to hair, it's not the actual hair. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I follow. Can you?
Let me ask you this. You're familiar with the term follicular tissue?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that means in relation to a hair sample and DNA testing?
Yes. So when there's a follicle attached, that's generally where you will get the nuclear DNA from, not the hair itself.
And follicle would necessarily be attached to the root end and not to the shaft, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as autosomal DNA, can you explain what is autosomal DNA and sort of where does that come from within DNA testing?
Yeah, so you can think about that more as nuclear DNA. So that would be DNA that's in the nucleus of the cell. So that's what most people think of when they think of DNA. But there are there's other forms of DNA. So like, for example, mitochondrial DNA that exists outside the nucleus.
And as far as the testing that you performed in regard to this hair sample, that was STR testing, is that correct?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, what were the findings again with relation to the STR test?
Yes. So like I said, we quantified the hair and it was below the limit of detection. So we did not process that hair forward for STR.
Well, people, come on. You can't have it both ways here. Like, we've been waiting for the prosecution to present some sort of evidence.
Yes.
This is them doing
so the
that.
instrumentation has a limit of detection. So
problem is there's no validity
there could
to
be
it.
potentially small amounts of DNA there, but it's below the limit that we are confident to say that there is DNA present. So we would normally not process those samples forward.
Now, that hair sample, as far as the one that you tested, you mentioned that it was not initially advisable, I guess, for STR testing, and just went ahead and did it anyway, because sometimes it works. Is that correct?
Yes, it's usually worth a try.
Yeah, this guy's not doing anything wrong.
That hair sample within your lab.
He only tested what was given to him, just like the lady at the beginning of the trial.
Yes, we decided it was worth a try to do mitochondrial DNA testing on the hair.
And is that a type of testing that you yourself perform?
No, that would not be me.
And why would it not be?
I was not trained in mitochondrial testing.
that's sort of a specialized subset as far as different training and different type of testing that occurs?
Yes.
Just in general terms, if you know, could you explain to the jury sort of the difference between what you've termed as nuclear or autosomal DNA versus mitochondrial DNA?
Yes. So very basically, the nuclear DNA is the DNA that exists in the nucleus. The mitochondrial DNA is the DNA that exists outside the nucleus in the mitochondria. And the mitochondrial DNA is inherited directly from the mother. So if you were to test
Y'all hate
maternally
Lally
related
so much.
individuals,
It's so
they would have
funny.
the same mitochondrial profile.
Y'all hate him so much. Lally, shut your mouth.
That other analysts.
Oh my god! I just picture y'all in a crowd just screaming this shit.
Yes, that was test chart.
One moment, Sean.
Sure.
Thank you very much, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay,
We have no questions.
great. So you are all
Yeah,
set.
they have no
Mr.
questions.
Bradford?
Of course,
Thank
they
you
have
very
no
much.
questions.
Okay, so jurors, we will take our luncheon break and we'll have more witnesses here for you this afternoon. So let's say 40 for the
All rise to the court, please.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
Counsel, follow me.
I mean, so basically, like, this guy tested the tail light for DNA. Okay, he tested the tail light for DNA. He tested it up against John O'Keefe's, Gary Buchanan's, and Michael Proctor's DNA. His findings excluded Proctor and Buchanan's DNA, and his but included strongly John O'Keefe's. But here's the thing with that. What kind of DNA was it? Was it blood DNA? Was it touch DNA? Was it just DNA? Was it a hair? So like, my issue with that is, unless it's blood, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. It's his girlfriend's car. It's his girlfriend's car. I mean, dude could have been sweating, putting groceries in the damn car. I mean, there's an infinite amount of reasons as to why John O'Keefe's DNA would be literally anywhere on Karen Reed's SUV. So there's nothing that the defense proved here. Because the problem with that is, in order to make that work, they have to prove that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her SUV and the taillight broke, and where on his body it broke. Like, they're going to have to do that. It's not like they dug up John's body from a ravine and there was all this decomposition. Excuse my being graphic. I'm just illustrating a point here. It's just that there's nothing there's nothing damning about that. Like, that has to be a piece of something else. So there's nothing really to connect that to make it seem suspicious. I bet if you tested all over that car, you would probably find John O'Keefe's DNA. Definitely, if you tested inside the vehicle, you would find John O'Keefe's DNA. If you searched, I mean, if he washed the car and then dried it with a chamois, with a chamois. If he dried it with a fucking chamois and the edge of his thumb kept rubbing, I mean, it's gonna get on the car. There's all kinds of there's an infinite amount of reasons why John's DNA would be literally anywhere on this fucking car. That's actually It's actually an inside joke between me and some old friends. Dude, I know. He was literally reading like the instructions and on a chamois. And you know, it's spelled chamois, you know, and he was reading it and he said chamois, and we all just laughed because it's not pronounced chamois. Oh my gosh, it is still funny. Like 20 years later, shit is still fucking funny. Thank you, Maris. Why are they not specifying the type of DNA, or have they? If they did, I missed it. If they did, I missed it. Well, you had to be there, Doug. You had to be there. And if you knew the people, yeah, it's a whole different, yeah. That's why it's an inside joke. Because I just like explained it and y'all were just like, whatever, dude. I mean, right. But it doesn't matter, Terry. Like, you know, I'm of the belief that that's the case too. But, I mean, they don't even know who's Ford Edge, you know? I mean, you got to remember, this is 2 years after the fact. All the physical evidence is gone. The only physical evidence that exists is fabricated evidence against Karen Reed. That's it. That's the reality of the situation right now. And so the defense has to show that this evidence is, if not fabricated, then there was motive and opportunity to fabricate it. That's what the defense has to show, and that's what they're doing. In order to create doubt, that's what they're doing. But on top of that, besides just creating doubt, you know, they have to, in order to create that motive and opportunity, in order to frame, that has to be the two birds with one stone type situation where they implicate someone else. This is where the third party culprit defense comes in.
All right, we're all set. So we'll see everybody in 40 minutes.
Court all rise. Court stands 40 minutes.
Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, and also, I mean, we've been waiting. How long have we been waiting for Lolly to even like present anything that even resembles evidence? The entire goddamn trial. So, I mean, so he brings up a DNA guy who knows what he's talking about. Great, you know, okay. That guy was just doing his job. But it doesn't prove that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her SUV, which is why we're all here. So it's just ridiculous to sit here and be like, oh my God, this DNA guy sat up there and doesn't prove anything. It proves that John was familiar with Karen Reed's vehicle. Which is why there was no cross-examination. No reason to cross-examine a guy who was just doing his job. Right. It's the sources of the DNA. Right. Now, not the profiles of the DNA, not the actual people who the DNA belongs to. I mean, like the sources of who collected it. All right, let's see here. Let's see, everybody's coming out for lunch. No, it wasn't a pig hair. that was a different DNA profile or a
What's going on, brother?
You're welcome. Yeah.
different testing of DNA.
Here we go. Like the tie. Like the tie. Nice dress. All right, follow.
It's not working out.
Yeah, I could hear Baza. I could hear his voice.
Hold on. Hold this coffee. Hot.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Amazing.
I'll answer anything.
I'm pretty sure.
Oh, bless your heart. Bless your heart. I'll pay you in just a second.
Get it on camera.
Exactly. Are you really?
Oh, are you?
Let me tell you something.
She is tiny, actually.
Marina,
Yeah.
they are, aren't they the best?
Yeah.
They really are. They were
Solid.
Yeah, made us proud. Yeah, thank you. And I'm not proud.
Oh, bless your heart.
I know.
You know what? Maybe this will be a little bit of a motive to clean it up.
I hope so.
So,
It will be. It will be. I think we're leaving. I don't want.
I don't know about it. I don't know about the coffin dope court TV debacle.
Good player. Yeah. All right.
Hello, my love. Hi. Good, thanks. Oh, Tommy boy.
Yeah. Well, it's still, I don't know why they drip.
Hey, where's your hat?
They drip. I can't wear it over there.
Feeling better.
Yeah.
I feel better from here. They give them a break.
Oh, the people are just amazing. Look at them all, right? Amazing. So,
Sub up to Tom CPU, guys.
so this is another typical day, I guess. You know?
how's that see?
They're loving it, man. I love it. It's
There's a drone up there.
yeah. They've been dating all of us all day. It's pretty good. Yeah. I think it's Dateline doing it. Yeah. They asked us permission and said no problem. Bang away. Yeah. Wait for the drone. Yeah. Well, you have to. Listen, do you need anything in the meantime? You sure you're good? Check.
Yeah, make
Yeah,
sure to
check.
give
Got
Tom a
it.
like.
On it. On it. On it. On it. On it. Check. That's all you gotta say. Thank you, my friend. Did it good, man. We did good. I got a feeling they're following us.
Huh?
I got a feeling the drone's following us. Yeah.
So I guess there's a drone.
That was something, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tom
Pretty cool.
thinks the drone is
Pretty cool
following
to
him.
know all about you, man. That's to know all
I
about
mean,
you.
maybe,
Yeah.
but I'm sure
That's
that the
pretty
drone
awesome.
is getting.
Rita, that's a good job,
footage.
Rita.
Like if I was a YouTuber out there trying to capture footage and I owned a drone, I'd be flying that thing fucking everywhere.
So this is where everybody goes and they all review their footage that they got right now. That's what people are doing at the moment. So let me go on this side. So I'm at least in the shade. So I can read some of these comments here.
Yeah, I'm dropping
See what
this
it
link
says.
in the chat.
Hold on, guys.
So give it a like and subscribe.
And this is what happens here.
So this is all right outside of the courthouse live right now.
All right.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
man.
read some comments now for you guys so you can catch up with it. Not too bad. It's hot. Canopy Lake Park field trip. Yeah, it's pretty hot here. Yeah. Oh, we got a 10. Oh, yeah. Trisha, you're welcome. You're welcome a lot, Trisha. Listen, just so you guys know, I don't have the super chat option. They took it away. Like they took Aiden's away. They took my super
Oh,
chat away.
they took his fucking
So I can still
monetization.
get money through Venmo and Cash App.
How did they take his
That hasn't changed.
monetization?
But
Oh
they
my
took the super
god!
chat thing away. So whatever.
I wonder
Figure
why he
something out
lost his
about that. That's not a
monetization.
big deal. That's easy. So questions. I mean, you guys are watching
I didn't know
a
that,
lot of
Corey.
stuff. Tell everyone we said hi. Yes, sir, Mr. Sweeney. Will do. Morning, crew.
So I wonder why they took it.
Isn't that something? They all,
Did he
even
appeal
Mr.
it?
Reed, just the way he talks and says my name, it's pretty cool.
Well,
Yeah.
I know they did the same to Turtle Boy.
Yeah, Amy, you definitely. Kids are in school. Wait till the kids get out. I think we're gonna get
Oh,
a
you
lot
know
more
what?
people
I think I
that
know what
are going to show up.
I think I know what happened. Okay. I think I know what happened. I mean, yeah, definitely trolls, but I mean, yeah, but I think I know what happened.
Gonna like it. I can't predict, but I'm pretty sure you're gonna like it. You're gonna love it. You'll see. I'll make you guys proud one way or the other. Henry, the good boy. Hey. He does love Henry. How can you not love Henry?
Yeah, one of
Henry's the bomb.
my posts, like a community post, was taken down because it was cited for bullying or online bullying or whatever. And I guess like through the algorithm or whatever, it could be considered that by the way I worded stuff. I mean, I wasn't bullying anybody, but especially who it was about, it wasn't. But clearly people are trying to find things to shut down channels, and yeah, good for you, Amy in Boston. Thank you. But yeah, I mean, that's what happens is if you violate terms of service, they'll take your monetization, or they'll just mass strike your channel. But the mass striking doesn't fly because all you have to do is appeal it. And I mean, people have tried for years to try to take down my channel. Best of luck, fuckers. Yeah, I got like a 24-hour timeout off Twitter because I don't really give a shit. Well, at the time I didn't give a shit about Twitter, but I'm seeing that it's an option for others. Because the truth is I'm getting, let's see, yeah, I've got about 1,000 more people on Twitter watching than I do on YouTube. So I'm a little nicer on Twitter, just because, you know, I guess there are a lot of people who want to follow me on Twitter and prefer to follow me on Twitter. So just to not fuck that up for them, because I don't get anything out of it. Like, I'm not monetized on Twitter. I don't get one red cent from streaming on Twitter. I just do it because I started streaming on I figured I would take advantage of streaming on a different platform, and it grew through the trial. So but yeah, I barely ever even engage much on Twitter. Like I got into it with Super Douche yesterday, but that was it. Oh, is that what he's doing? That he's telling people to mass report on Discord. Yeah. That's why I don't fuck with Discord much either. Like I have the Discord for my channel for the members. But I rarely interact. I really, really limit who I talk to behind the scenes. I'm really, really careful about that. And it's not for fear of anything. It's just the truth is, it's like I don't really know how to do this. So I find it safer for myself to limit who I interact with. And I've always done that to some degree, but now I'm way more knuckled down about it. Very, very, very few people do I speak to behind the scenes, especially if it's anything about, anything outside of like planning a live stream on someone else's channel or getting them on here. That's about it. But conversations and small talk and shit like that just never fucking happens. It never happens. Cherry is literally the only person I do that with. And it's not personal. It's just the way it is, man. Like I feel more secure that way. People will take anything you say, take screenshots of it, twist it. It's just not worth it. People are always trying to like destroy you, you know. And that happens when they know they don't have anything to merit the things that they're doing. They're not, you know. That's the go-to. If you can't if you can't have a simple discussion or debate with someone, then things get personal, and then they try to silence you. And you know and I used to be the type to really engage, but I don't do that so much. I did yesterday. I engaged quite a bit, but I didn't like what I was seeing, and I didn't like seeing somebody bully other people and then play victim and act like they were being bullied. Like, we're out here minding our own fucking business, like those people out there in front of that courthouse are following the court order, the buffer zone, and respecting it and doing everything that they're supposed to be doing. And you're going to take something that somebody says and twist it to mean whatever you want it to mean, and do anything you can to discredit them, because the fact is that you're just jealous that you don't have anything in your life that you believe in that strongly, because that's what it boils down to for me. I when I went out there, I was blown away by how passionate everyone there collectively was, and genuinely passionate and grateful to me when I was grateful to them, but they were grateful to me, just for simply doing what I'm doing here, which was just wild. And these people were everybody was just collectively kind, respectful, fun, lighthearted. And it's because they all had this camaraderie. This thing that was tying them together was feeling as passionate as they do about this case. And then it just, for me, seeing that and witnessing it and being a part of it, even just for a brief moment, was incredibly inspiring and beautiful, and I felt grateful that I got to be a part of that, just for even just a few minutes, just for a little while, and to sit in the courtroom with Karen's family. It was to interact with her team. Was everyone was of the same mindset and of the same spirit, and everybody is doing great, wonderful, nice things. And what all I can think of is that they are jealous because they don't have anything in their life that they believe that passionately about, that they believe that strongly in. It's and that's their problem. But why do you have to like shit all over somebody else's? This is I haven't seen anybody out there doing anything that they shouldn't be doing. And of course, once in a while, are you going to see somebody who's going to say something, and then you can either just ignore it or you can just disagree with it, but do it respectfully. Like there was a lady commented today, or put up a post. Somebody put up a post showing like a freeze frame of John O'Keefe's mother, like this, like this, reacting in court. Now, I don't even know where they clipped that from, where they got that still, and what moment that was, and what happened, but they're like, the post said something like, how do you have the, why does this woman think no, they worded it fucked up. Like it made me mad almost, because they were like, I know this woman lost her son, but, and then they're like, well, why does she think she has the right to react in court? Like, well, you just said so, because she lost her son. Like I'm not going to sit here and try to and criticize the O'Keefe family for having reactions in court to certain things. I mean, like understand. I understand if you have opinions on. I understand if you have opinions on whether or not they're, whether or not they should be looking at the evidence and understanding it. I get that. I could see why that's frustrating, because it's like, how do they not see what we're seeing? How are they not completely and totally on board with everything that we're seeing and looking at? And why is it that there are people who seem to be more interested in John O'Keefe's justice than them? And I don't know what it's like to be them. I don't know what it's like to be in their house. I don't know what it's like to be in the same room with them and Lally and them and Michael Morrissey, them and Tully, them and Proctor, them. And I have no fucking idea what these people are saying to the O'Keefe family to make them sit in the courtroom in support of convicting Karen Reed. I have no idea. But the problem is whether you like it or not, they have the right to feel however they want to feel about it, the same way as we all have the right to feel how we feel about this. And I don't know who, I don't know if there's just, I don't know what goes on in their house. I don't know what's being said. I don't know what they're saying, what kind of communication takes place between them and the Reeds. All I'm saying is, I think I'm not going to criticize someone for having an opinion. You know what I mean? I'm not going to criticize someone for who's grieving and lost multiple family members. And I don't know what that's like. So I'm not going to sit there and point fingers at him and say, hey, you shouldn't be doing this, you shouldn't be doing that. That's just not my way. Now, some might be thinking, well, Turtle Boy is doing that, and you're you're cool with Turtle Boy. The difference is because Turtle Boy actually put the legwork in to uncover this stuff. Turtle Boy is involved. And like it or not, Turtle Boy has a right to have an opinion and have feelings and emotions about how the O'Keefes feel about it, because he's earned a right to have an opinion on that stuff. He went out, did the legwork, put himself on the line, sat in jail for 2 months. He put himself out there. And so he has earned the right to have an opinion on the O'Keefes and how they feel. So I'm nobody to tell Turtle Boy how to feel or how to, nobody is, any more than we are to tell the O'Keefes how to feel. Because I didn't go out there and do that fucking legwork. I didn't go out there and do those investigations. Y'all didn't go out there and do those investigations. Y'all didn't go out there and write 600 plus fucking blogs. You know what I mean? None of us did that shit. So he has absolutely every right to feel how he feels about it. But that's not me. Someone coming from my position is just going to simply say exactly what I've been saying, which is they have a right to feel however they feel about it, man. You know, it's not my place to tell them how to feel. Simple. I mean, yeah, and that's his business, Peggy. Right. I see what you're saying, and that's his business. That's not my business. I'm not going to sit here and be like, what's going on between you and Peggy? I don't, that's not my business, man. No, yeah, hey, right on, Cranky. Tell Mike I said hi. Young Jerks is a great channel. Yeah, see, the thing you got to understand here is I'm not at war with anybody who has a different opinion than I do. Like, I'm just not at war with anybody who has a different opinion than I do. I'm not at war with Plevin. I'm not at war with Kate Peter or Grant, and I'm not on anybody's fucking side here. Now I you could say I'm on Team Karen Reed. That's fucking fair for sure. You can absolutely say that. Because the fact of the matter is that this woman is being railroaded. The evidence dictates it. Simple. The very same reason why I started talking about this case in the first place, or decided I was going to keep talking about it, I should say, is the very same reason that I'm talking about it right now. That has never changed. That has absolutely never changed. I 150% believe that this investigation was conducted poorly. Then I started to wonder why the investigation was conducted poorly. Then I started to suspect why the investigation was conducted poorly. And now I'm convinced as to why the investigation was conducted poorly. Which leads me to the point where I believe 100% that Karen Reed has been framed. And I believe, and I know in my heart and logic, common sense even dictates that somebody inside 34 Fairview was responsible on the morning hours of January 29th, 2022. Simple. I mean, somebody in that house is responsible. Everyone in that house just about is responsible for covering it up to some degree. And Karen Reed is on trial for it, and she's the wrong person to be on trial for it. That is what I am 100% sure of in my mind and in my heart. Yeah, I just am still holding out hope that the O'Keefes get justice. You know, I am holding out hope that they get justice. I am holding out hope that Karen Reed gets justice because, like it or not, whether or not Karen Reed and John O'Keefe's relationship was in a questionable state, whether it was fragile at the moment or not, it does not change the fact that she was in a relationship with this man and she loved him. And so justice for him, justice for Karen does not just end when she is exonerated from this. John O'Keefe was a loved one of Karen Reed, and she deserves justice beyond being exonerated for this. She deserves the same justice that her family, that his family deserves. She deserves the same justice. That was the man that she loved. We saw footage of them socializing together and having a nice time. People who love each other have problems all the time. What happens when you see a couple who seems to never have any problems at all whatsoever? Like, a part of you even has contempt for them. Why? Because nobody has no problems. The reason why you probably have this unspoken contempt for them when you see them and you just go, ugh. You don't even realize you're doing it. And you go, ugh. When you see a couple who's just a perfect fucking couple, it's because you know it's bullshit. You're not ugh at the fact that you're jealous that they have a nice relationship. You're ugh at the fact that you know deep down that they got problems and they're better at hiding it than everybody else. That's why you're ugh. No other reason than that. Because it's not real life. Exactly. It's not real life. You're ugh at the fact that they're being fake. And they're better at it than most people. Because everybody's fake about that shit to some degree. You know? And then, you know, if you are going to frame somebody for murdering their spouse, then what are you going to do? You're not going to look and see if there's any problems between them. You're going to look and see which problems they are and how you can use them, because those problems are fucking there. Guaranteed those problems are there. It's just a question of finding them. That's it. It's not a question of, you know, let's see if they had problems. No, it's every fucking relationship has problems. Find out what they are and amplify them. Make it look like a motive. And the best they can do are those fucking bullshit texts between her and Higgins. That's the best they can do. That they were stressed about not having any experience raising kids, neither one of them. And now they've got to take care of 2 kids. They took on this life change together. And they're trying to figure it out. That's a motive for murder? That's a motive for murder to you? It's insane. Two teenagers, even hard, man. God damn. I just got exhausted right now thinking about raising a teenager, dude. Like right now, I just got fucking drained in a second. Boom. The thought of raising a teenager fucking exhausted me right now. I need a nap. Like, they got 2 of them that aren't theirs. Come on. That's going to be tough. That's going to cause some problems. Doesn't mean they're going to be like, fuck you, and I hate you, and mean it. They're going to be like, fuck you, and I hate you right now. But you know what? Let's get a bottle of wine later. You know? Like, that's how it is, dude. Dude, the relationships where a woman has told me she hated me are the ones that lasted the longest. Nobody just says I hate you and then break up. Nobody does that. You make up after I hate yous. You make up after I hate you. That's how it works. Nobody breaks up after I hate you. That doesn't work that way. You split up with people who aren't even worth fucking saying I hate you. You know what I'm saying? People who you wouldn't even bother saying I hate you to, you already bet them and that's it. They're gone. They're out of the picture. They're not worth a shit. Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate it. They're not worth a shit in your life, much less the energy of saying I hate you to. People who you fucking feel the need to go, I fucking hate you. It's rarely ever does it mean that I actually hate you. It's I hate that you fucking, that I give a shit enough about you that you make me this mad. That's not hatred for that person. Not somebody you're in a relationship with. That's hatred when you say, I hate that guy who you don't even fucking know, and he's making your life difficult. Like Yannetti was making Proctor's life difficult. When you hear that guy and all of the shit he was saying, on top of the fact that he said, I hate that guy, Yannetti, that's different. That dude fucking hates Yannetti. He wants Yannetti dead. He hates him. He wants his life over. That's clear. In the same fucking text thread, he says that he wishes that Karen Reed would kill herself. Like, come on. But when a spouse says it to another spouse, that's a term of endearment almost. It means I give a shit enough about you to get this mad. That's how that works. Like, fuck you for making me love you as much that I give this much of a fuck. So I fucking hate you. Urgh. That's where that comes from, dude. It's not rocket science. It's not even Freudian, bro. It's the easiest shit in the world. Ren, member for 7 months. Thank you so much. Like, yeah, that's not something that you need Carl Jung to fucking explain to you, dude.
Yeah. Everybody here.
Chris, what's going on?
So
How are you, man?
Good. Hope you're doing well.
geez, it's like that's a whole nother person, Chrissy. You of all people?
Will?
Yes, not by much. Will's pretty tall. So, what do you think about being inside Mazda?
It's totally different.
Isn't it?
It's like a square, but it's
Here's Mazda.
angled. It's just, when I first walked in, I'm like, this is totally weird. 'Cause I'm
That
looking
dude's
at it from
awesome,
the
by the way.
perspective from the camera. It's like you're looking at it,
Yeah, subscribe to Mazda Media, guys.
towards the press box, but then when you sit there, it's the opposite. It's just really weird, but it's awesome in there.
What do you think about sitting behind Karen when during the trial?
It's awesome.
Isn't this a nice whole other feeling,
Love
isn't it?
the family. They're great people. They're treating us like so wonderfully here and everything. So it's awesome. So I'm happy to be here and happy to be sitting in court today. And
Did you notice the jury when Tully was up there?
I did. Oh, that's for
Were
sure.
they paying attention to certain things?
They're paying attention to certain things, to say the least. I'll put it that way. Certain things
Yep.
they were paying attention to. So yeah, that's
Nice.
for sure. They were perking up during certain points, to say the least. So
Good deal.
that's for sure.
Well, good.
Yeah.
I'm glad you get to see with your own eyes now.
Yeah.
Because now you get to see what we're trying to
Absolutely.
explain. And
Absolutely.
we don't gotta say anyone's name, but it's
Yeah.
I mean,
it is
you can't
different
miss them
side.
too.
Oh, it's definitely. Yeah.
And it's do you see what's personable? How it's so small. The
Oh, it is,
courtroom is
yeah.
very small.
Oh, it's about 45, 50 people in there right now, and it's.
How can you not talk up when in the courtroom is small? That's small.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
sure.
So.
Yeah. Absolutely. See, Rita's here today.
Oh, she's cheering us on. Rita's the best. She really is.
Move the tents off the sidewalk.
Yeah, because it's the
Blocking the sidewalk.
Well, no, it's shade. More shade that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm leaving.
Okay, enjoy the day.
You want to sit in there tonight?
Me?
I'm leaving now.
Yeah,
You want me to
dude.
sit in there?
It's cool to put a
I'll go,
face to Mazda
absolutely, yeah.
Media, man.
Karen.
Well, okay. You want me to go in? You gonna take my camera?
I ain't dressed for it. I left it back there. Karen, I want next week. This is
This is for you. Oh, I like it. Good job.
need my arm.
Always.
You're doing a hell of a job in there.
I think we do go till 4:30 today. I think. Derek, thank you so much. Lunchtime Lolly, nickname for AJ Allen. Boom shakalaka Jackson. Lally muttered to himself, damn, I'm getting dunked on every witness. Appreciate it, Derek. Is that Tom? Is Tom going in?
Hey, Murph, I guess I am working for him. Yeah, right. Go get him.
No, Bev.
Sure.
Bev wants this to wrap up, even though she wanted this to go to trial so bad. But she wants this to wrap up as well. She seems very biased when it comes to trying to rush the defense versus not rushing the prosecution at all, it seems. But again, you can't really rush the prosecution too much. I mean, I don't think you should be rushing any of them, but unless they're just lollygagging around. But I mean, the thing is, the prosecution has to be able to present their case. But at what point does it? At what point is it where you go? When are you going to present your case? You know what I mean? Right. They have the burden of proof. So it's like, I guess you have to give them some sort of leeway on that. I don't really know, man. I'm talking out of my ass because I don't know the law. I've just followed quite a few trials and cases, and
You know.
did you guys listen to Betero on Melanie Little's channel yesterday? After I signed off, I hopped over to that chat. It was good, man.
Lauren, Tom said take over.
Is that a lie?
Yeah.
Is that on this?
That's a damn lie.
Sorry, but Tom, the host, is not as
right.
usual.
Let's get back to YouTube. Let's get back to court, see if they're going to start now. Not yet, but should be soon. I just wanted to have it ready. Yeah, I'm not even trying to lie, man. That fucking Taco Bell fucking hit today, dude. Like, I'm not even trying to lie. That shit was the thing is, man, like, it's not even real meat. You know what I mean? Like, the way I've heard, like, I've known a few people that worked at Taco Bell in my younger years, and they told me that, like, they had, like, that it's not even real meat. They, like, take, like, a thing and mix it. They add water and they mix it. It's basically like a powder. And it's just like fake ass meat. But I don't know, man. It's pretty delicious. You know what I mean? Like, it's good. I've always eaten it, never had a problem with it, you know? It's just like the thing was, it's like back in the day, it was like 49 cents a taco, dude. And now, like, that they have the audacity to charge any more than that, you're kind of like, wait a minute, hold on. just a second there, Professor. Where do you get off charging me $1.69 for this bullshit? You know what I mean? It's not even real meat. And like the steak is like grade D beef, which is like, it's just passing. That's what like getting a D in school meant. Like, you passed, but you know. Dude, I don't know what it is with me, man. Like, knock on wood, I'm still alive and still healthy, but I eat terribly, man. I got really bad eating habits. Really, really bad eating habits. Yeah, I eat a lot of sodium, man. I don't give a shit about salt, which is bad. Like, I don't give a shit about salt at all. Like, I eat nothing but salty ass food all the time. Like, even the sweets that I eat have salt. Like, it's crazy. I eat a lot of salt and I'm not even thinking about it. And it's like, I'm well past an age where I'm supposed to be like, maybe I shouldn't eat that, you know, or so much of it. Dude, same here. That's what just happened. Mine was over 30 and I still have Dash Pass, right? I saved and it was still over 30 because I got a steak quesadilla too. Steak quesadilla. Yeah, what did Coffindoffer do? I don't know anything about the Coffindoffer Court TV bullshit. I mean, it is expensive, dude. Like, I don't have time to go nowhere. While I'm streaming this damn trial, cook nothing. Well, I mean, I don't know who they're going to call for a witness now. Bro, Cherry's out here giving me fucking eating advice, dude, when like she looks like strong wind is going to blow her away like a dandelion. Gone. Harry doesn't eat anything. Ever. Oh, SF investigates. An SF investigates thing. Okay, let's do that. All right. Oh shit. Oh, might have a change in shit. Damn. Um. So yeah, I just I just hopped over here onto Twitter, and I saw a message from Turtle Boy from like over an hour ago. I didn't even know that I had it, but I don't know. I was gonna see if he was gonna jump on here, but it might be a little too late. Hold on. You said SF. Hold on. Okay, so Coffin Offer. Oh, that's somebody else that she blocked. Oh, okay. I found Coffin Doffer, FBI, and Court TV source. It's something called Whiskey Riff. It says here, hold on, here we go. My boy Lollipop. Okay, my little bit of research. Where's Karen's pics of her body? If she is in a collision at such speed, she would had seatbelt damage. She would have had a very sore body. Where's that part? I mean, that's debatable. I see what you're saying. And that's definitely possible, but I don't know enough. But in theory, I could see how running over a man, or hitting a man might not, do that much damage as far as her seatbelt would do to her torso. So I don't know. According to News Channel 5 here in Nashville, the toxicology report found no signs of drugs in Strain's system at the time of his death, and the autopsy reportedly found no signs of trauma. Obviously, there was a concern that Strain, the talking about Riley Strain, had been drugged, especially given there was concern that Riley Strain had been drugged, especially given the concerned text that he sent to his mother. But apparently, there were no signs of anything other than alcohol in his system, which supports the medical examiner's conclusion that his death was simply a tragic accident. Right. Okay. Yeah. So I guess what she's doing is spinning a narrative that it's not an accident. Or that it is an accident. I mean, I don't know. I don't know enough about the Riley Strain case. Let's see. I am certain we will soon see Coffin Offer FBI start to backtrack on the incorrect statement about Riley Strain. For that reason, I want to make one final statement so everyone understands that the news reports from Coffindoffer and Court TV are factually wrong. On June 10th, Coffindoffer stated that the full autopsy has been released. This is simply false. Even when she appeared on Court TV later, they stated the autopsy was still pending. The medical examiner's office also confirmed to me that the autopsy had not been released and nobody has been given an early look because it's still being written by the pathologist. Her statement is a lie. Coffindoffer went on to state there were no drugs in his system. In later tweets, she claims that law enforcement was given a copy of the toxicology report when she appeared on Court TV. They even ran a banner saying Riley Strain's toxicology report released. This is false. It has not been released because Coffindoffer and Court TV continue this false reporting. I have disclosed that I do have a copy of toxicology report, but have had it for a few weeks. I was given a copy so I could use it in my ongoing investigation into Riley's death. I have not shared or discussed it with Riley's family or friends because it's part of a total autopsy. The right way, the ethical way, the compassionate way for this process to play out is for medical examiner's office to notify Riley's family of the completion of the reports and to answer any questions they may have. They are owed the grace of finding out the information first, and then a public release can be made. But Court TV and especially Coffindoffer have no regard for the feelings of the family. It's about breaking the news. There you go. My boy Lollipop, thank you. Doubt she had a seatbelt on or could have checked from the miles per hour, and having hit someone apparently caused death. No one checked.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Ms. Tess Chart to the stand.
Okay.
Just step right up here and just watch your step.
Why in the courtroom, please?
And stand and face the clerk. You raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the honesty of the court and jury in the case now here and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You can take the state.
Go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
God, what a fucking waste of time this is.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Sure. My name is Tess Chart, C-H-A-R-T.
And Ms. Chart, what do you do for work?
I'm a forensic DNA analyst at Bodie Technology.
And where is Bodie Technology located?
It's in Lorton, Virginia.
And I'll ask you some questions, just a little bit about your educational background, starting with your undergraduate work. Where did you go to school, and what, if any, degree did you receive in relation to your undergraduate?
Sure. I have my bachelor's in science in molecular biology from Millersville University in Pennsylvania. And then I have my master's of science in forensic science from Towson University in Maryland.
So, Ms. Chart, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up really loud, okay? Thank you.
Ms. Chart, if it's at all helpful, that microphone is adjustable. You can move it anywhere. Now, with reference to your master's in forensic science, when about was that you received?
So I got my degree at the end of 2019.
And following grad school, where did you go from
I was hired directly by Bodie Technology.
there? And when was that?
That was in July of 2019.
Now, when you started in July of 2019 with Bodie Technology, what was your position at that time, and sort of what were your duties and responsibilities when you initially began work?
So I started as a technologist. So that's someone that will do all of the lab portion of the work in a laboratory. And I helped out with our humanitarian team, so helping identify human remains From there, I also helped with our criminal cases as well.
And when you started your work there, what, if any, sort of training did you undergo in relation to your work at Bodie?
So when you first start at Bodie Technology, you actually go through a series of lectures and you have a series of readings to go through all of the science that you're going to learn and the background of all of the technologies you're going to use. From there, you will observe a qualified analyst or a qualified person in the lab, go through everything that you're going to be trained in. And from there, you'll get a series of sets. So there'll be mock samples that you will take through the lab and do all of the testing on that you're going to be trained in. And it starts out with having that qualified analyst there with you, and you're able to ask questions and troubleshoot as you go. From there, you'll get a second set that'll be no analyst with you, but you're still allowed to ask questions at that point. And then your final set is something that we call a competency set. So you take it through the lab and treat it just like you would any other case. And you're not allowed to ask questions, and then you're graded at the end. If you pass that test, you can go through a written exam and then a verbal exam. And then you take your results from your testing and you defend it in a mock court sample. If you pass all of those qualifications, you can become an analyst or become qualified in whatever lab technique you're being trained in.
Good times. Good times. Tell us some more about your sweaty balls. Good times. Yeah. Yeah. Good
It's been a
times.
rolling process of all the different trainings that I've had to go through. I'd say it took me about 9 months from when I started to be qualified in everything that I do for mitochondrial DNA testing. And then for analysis training, I think it was another 6 months or so.
Now, as far as the lab at Bodie Technology, is that an accredited lab?
Yes, it is.
And do you know from whom the lab receives its accreditation?
Yes, we receive a international accreditation from an association called ANAB, which is just a national standards organization. We're also accredited by the FBI at their quality standards as well.
And tomorrow, we're going to go
Would you
over
like me to
how
repeat that?
to.
Okay.
Ms. Chard, as far as
We're going to go over how to make a sweater out of your potholders in your kitchen. Good times. Yeah. Yeah. Good times.
Sure. So all of our testing, all of the things that we report are basically guidelined by an outside body. So everything we do is established and gone through before or as we go through the testing procedures. So we're able to make sure that everything that we do is standardized for the country, all the testing that we perform.
And the lab that you work at Bodie Technology, is that accreditation up to grade at this point?
It is.
Now, with reference to your own work within the lab, is there sort of standards of procedure or protocols that you follow in conformity with that accreditation?
There are. We're under the same standards as all other DNA testing at Bodie for mitochondrial DNA testing.
Now, with regard to your specific work, you're familiar with what's called a proficiency test?
Yes, I am.
Explain to the jury what that is and what your experience has been with proficiency testing as far as how often and what it consists of.
So a proficiency test is how we stay qualified in what we do in the laboratory. So we get an outside test that we treat just like a regular criminal case. We take it all the way through the laboratory and have it reviewed, report our findings, and
Yeah, they're not
then
going to
it's
cross
sent
her.
out, and we're graded on that performance.
They're not going to cross-examine her.
And
I don't see that
reference to
happening.
yourself, what, if any, issues have you had with regard to proficiency testing over the course of your years of work with Bodie Technology?
I've had none.
Now, as far as, am I correct in that Bodie Technology as far as the lab is concerned, essentially deals with being contracted for work from external vendors?
Yes.
By that, I mean as far as you get your work or samples that are submitted from outside of your lab, correct?
We do.
And what are some of the types of organizations that, as far as the casework that you deal with, like where does it typically come from? What type of agency?
It can come from anywhere across the United States, and we also have international clients as well.
Now, if I could turn your attention to a specific case that you worked on. When items come into Bodie Technology, as far as the lab, they go through sort of a check-in process and a chain of custody process. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And with that, is there sort of a number or something that's assigned to a specific sample that follows it throughout the time that it's at your lab?
Yes, we'll call that the evidence item number, or E- whatever number it's assigned.
Is there also a case number that's assigned as far as different cases or different case submissions?
Yes, there is.
And turning your attention to a specific case that was submitted in January or partially submitted in January and then partially submitted in March of 2024. That came from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
And the Bodie case number on that was CCA 2416-0023. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, with reference to your work on this specific case number, what were the items that you received, and sort of what were the items that you received that you eventually did some testing or analysis on?
So I continued testing for one of the hair samples.
And specifically, again, that's given a specific name as far as in the hair sample in this case was EO1. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then as far as for comparison purposes, what, if anything, did you receive in regard to comparison if you were able to generate a profile from EO1?
We received a reference profile from the victim, John O'Keefe.
Now, your specialty within the lab is in mitochondrial DNA testing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury as far as mitochondrial DNA? Let me ask you this first. Are you also familiar with the term known as autosomal DNA?
I am, yes.
If you could, Ms. Chart, explain to the jury first what autosomal DNA is, and then what mitochondrial DNA is, and then I'll have another question.
Of course. So what many people are familiar with is what we call autosomal DNA. So that's the DNA that's actually stored in the nucleus of your cell. You get half from your mother and half from your father, and it's what makes you unique. And it's what people call the blueprint of a person. But what might be a new concept is that there's actually a second form of DNA that is stored within the mitochondria of a cell. So if you can remember maybe back to any science classes that you had, the mitochondria is the powerhouse of that cell. And because of that, you can have upwards of hundreds to thousands of mitochondria within just one single cell. And within each of those mitochondria, you may have thousands of copies of that mitochondrial DNA. Good. So in cases...
Let me just mute this lady real quick because it doesn't matter what she's saying.
Yeah.
How's it going, man?
More like borophyll.
I was just saying, like, I swear to God, I was about to say that line out loud before you popped up, man. That was really funny.
It's like, dude, now the fun's over. Like, I don't know. Like, I left during the first Bodie guy because I just don't. Nothing they say really matters to anything. Like, when they talk about
it doesn't matter. Right. It's his girlfriend's car. I don't care that his DNA was anywhere on that car at all.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what part of the car his DNA is on. It's his girlfriend's car.
Right. And didn't they like rule out? Didn't they say like Proctor and Bukaki's DNA is not on it or something?
Yeah, that they ruled out both of their DNA. But who cares?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter. Like, it's just Lally trying to look like they did their due diligence, but they didn't, because the only point that mattered was whether or not, I mean, they sent the shirt to get tested for DNA, except they didn't send the shirt. They sent a swab that supposedly we're just supposed to take their word for it that they swabbed the shirt with.
Right.
So, I mean, well, I don't know what they're trying to pull here and how stupid they think this jury is.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's some stupid people out there, man. The reaction to the Proctor shit is just proves that, like, some people just will never, ever come around. Like they'll just say, oh, the latest thing with Proctor is, oh, yeah, it was not good, but, you know, he has a right to be mad at her because he killed a cop, and he's a cop, too, so it's all warranted. And what about, like what if you'd read the cops' text messages about Scott Peterson or somebody horrible like that, or Dzhokhar Tsarnaev, just because you said something mean about a killer in a text message doesn't mean you're shut up. He's like sending it to his boss and shit, dude. Stop it.
Well, you can't, if you're a fucking heart surgeon, you can't perform a triple bypass on someone that you love for the same reason.
Right. So it's all bullshit. I mean, so I don't know what they're going through witnesses quick. That Needham guy was in and out in 5 seconds. Like, that was wild.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to be very similar. Like, they're not even going to cross-examine this person, I don't think.
Did they cross-examine the other one?
No, there's no need to.
I'm working on an Alan Jackson remix video. It's going to be pretty funny. I'm like, this seems like more productive use of my time. I go in the hallway and do that. So I did that.
Oh, and since I've got you here, man, big shout out to you and big ups to you for getting that interview with Yannetti yesterday. That was amazing. Like, dude looked right at your camera and smiled like, yeah, this shit's about to get.
Yeah, I mean, like that, because like nobody in the courtroom knew what the fuck Proctor was talking about. He's talking about, he's coming to my sister's school, and like I'm the victim. That's all the Proctors ever do is like, I'm the victim, actually. You won't leave us alone. It's witness intimidation. Meanwhile, so like I'd seen that picture on Twitter. You guys might have seen it before too, and I'm like, really? Like Proctor's talking about like what the trolls are talking about now, and I'm like, I assume that's what this is about. So I'm like, I did this crazy thing where I just asked the guy himself, and he just tells you the answer, and he's like, how awesome was his answer?
It was beautiful. Like, and he looked right at you. Was like, well, Aiden, I'll tell you. And I mean, it was cool. It was incredibly simple. Like, yeah, like it is not uncommon for an attorney to prepare their witness, and he said a very satisfying thing as well. Like, if the prosecution doesn't call him up, we're calling him up.
Yeah, exactly. And he's going to be a great witness. And Ted Daniel asked him, like, is he going to say the same thing that he said in pretrial stuff? And he's like, yep. And he had this big smile, like, yep, he is. And it's going to be devastating. Did you hear Tully today? Tully?
Yeah, I was just about to ask you about that. I was just about to tell you, like, because I saw your tweet in regards to Lucky Loughran. So Tully, what he was saying sounded like the complete opposite of that. Go ahead and tell me about that.
Yeah, Tully said that they asked him why did you investigate this Ford Edge, and he's just like, he said something to the extent of, well, it's not. We didn't really look into it because it wasn't credible. Like, that's what they said. It wasn't credible.
Right. He said that the guy was colorblind. He just destroyed his credibility to the jury, at least for.
He said it was too specific. Like, it was too specific of a car brand, and it was a leading question asking about the Ford. What does it matter what the car make is? The mere fact that a car was there at 3 a.m. is right, and that he didn't see a body prior to that is in and of itself troubling. Like, real troubling. Like,
and how is it bad that he does have the details of what kind of car it was?
Yeah,
that's a good thing. That's what you're supposed to ask for when you're an investigator is, do you know the make and model, color, year?
Yeah.
That's what you do. You want as many details as possible. So why is he saying that it was too detailed? That makes no sense.
Well, he's saying that, I think the way they asked him was like, I'd have to go rewatch it, but he said it was like, that basically, like, from where Lucky was standing, he shouldn't have known it was a Ford Edge, that it was a leading question. But it wasn't a leading question because I didn't ask him, like, was there a Ford Edge there? I asked him straight up. I said, like, what did you see anything else there? And he's like, yeah, I saw Ford Edge. He's the one that offered up the words Ford Edge. And they're
Right.
saying, well, that's too specific. It's like, oh,
Yeah. Okay. So he was objecting to the fact that he was leading him with the question, saying that instead of just asking, did you see a vehicle there? Or did Lucky Lawford see a vehicle there when he had Tully on the stand? I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Somehow
but-
that's not credible, but like people hearing variations of I hit him at the scene is like the most fucking credible thing ever. Somehow.
Right. Everything is hearsay.
Right.
I mean, but I did love, because it was interesting, because Tully, you got to admit, Tully had more of his shit together than any of the other witnesses that sat up there claiming to be cops.
Oh yeah.
He's
done this before.
To the jury, he sounded a lot more credible than anybody else. He doesn't know what we know about Tully. They don't know what we know about Tully. So to the jury, he looked credible, but Jackson pretty much went for the jugular right away, saying basically, okay, well, what do you get a warrant based on? And you're going to tell me that a guy who's 30 feet away from the front door of a house, you don't get a warrant for that house?
Dude, I've seen the warrants with me. Maybe I should bring up the warrants that he used to get in my house and like the probable cause he used. His probable cause was like, well, he does a show, and the things that he says in the show is witness intimidation, and we have evidence that he's doing the show in the house, so now we'll just get a warrant for his house to search his house for witness intimidation. Like, what? That's wild. You should see all the pictures they have, bro. Like, they went through my trash. They, like, took everything apart. They found crumpled up pieces of paper and, like, fucking unfurled it. It's like, dude, it was crazy.
Unreal. Yeah, that was the intimidation. That was what that was. The whole purpose, well, part of the purpose was to intimidate you. Like, this is what's going to happen. We're going to turn your life upside down. We're going to expose the skid marks in your underwear to the world, if you fuck with us. That was
right.
That's what it seems like that action was designed to do, was to tear up your house over nothing.
Right. Yeah, it's bullshit, man. Obvious bullshit, but hey, you can play the trial some more, man. We can listen to this woman. I don't mind. Let's see what she has to say.
Right on.
You want to go to where it's currently at now? Do you think she's saying anything interesting? Are we missing anything?
Not anything that would help convict Karen, I doubt, but we'll see.
Profile that was obtained from the hair sample, was consistent with the mitochondrial DNA profile obtained from John O'Keefe. So therefore, John O'Keefe cannot be excluded as a possible contributor of that hair.
Now, Ms. Short, are you also familiar with something called an MPOP, and for the record, that's EMPOP?
I am.
Can you explain to the jury what that is and how that's used as far as any sort of statistical analysis?
Turtle Boy dropped off.
Comparison.
So it's a international populations database that houses different mitochondrial DNA profiles.
And how is it sort of used within your field, and how did you use it in this specific instance in relation to the consistency opinion between the hair sample and Mr. O'Keefe's?
So we were able to upload the profile from the hair and see if it was found at all within the population database. We test populations that are popular within the United States to narrow it down, and within the African American, US Caucasian, and US Hispanic databases that they have, it was not seen.
Excuse me.
And what, if any, conclusions
Thought I was
or
muted.
opinions are you then able to formulate with reference to the consistency of the hair sample versus Mr. O'Keefe's sample with relation to that MPOP data?
Sure. So by not seeing it in the database, this means that we're able to exclude at least 99.895% of the population from being a source of that evidence.
I mean,
Is there a certain level or percentage of
who cares, dude? Like, so his hair got on her SUV, and
Yes,
it
we
was
use
his
what is called
girlfriend's
the
SUV.
95% confidence interval. It's actually a rule that is used for making statistical statements about populations. It's because there are always outliers that we don't include. We take the 95% majority.
All right, so Turtle Boy, basically what she's saying here is that the hair that she tested belonged to John O'Keefe. So
She's saying that?
mean, well, yeah, but who cares? Again, like I've been saying this since before trial, is they claim to have this hair that belongs to John O'Keefe that they found on the bumper, right? Okay, like who? I mean, he could have scratched his head while he was unloading groceries from her trunk. Hair could have fell off when he was waxing her car. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't prove that she
How
hit
does she
him
know
with
that?
the car
How does she know it's John's hair?
because she excluded.
How does she know? How does she know it's John's hair?
Well, I would imagine that they tested up against another sample of John O'Keefe's DNA. We were talking while she explained that.
Or not?
I can hear you, but I don't think you can hear me very well.
I can't
And
hear anything you're saying.
no cross. Yeah, he can't. I don't think he can hear me, guys.
I can't hear shit. I'll just listen.
Okay.
The evidence to give the court and jury in the case down here and show the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Who's this guy?
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Malley.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
First, let me just say that, just for clarification, that microphone in front of you is adjustable. You can move it up and
Okay,
down.
cool.
Any which way. Good afternoon, sir. Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Yeah, my name is Andre Porto, last name spelled Porto.
And what do you do for work?
I go by
I'm
the
a forensic
weekend on the
scientist too
weekends.
at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in the DNA unit.
And sir, if I could ask you just a few questions about your educational background, starting with your undergraduate work. Where did you go to school, and what, if any, degrees did you receive from that?
I received a Bachelor of Science in Microbiology at the University of Massachusetts in Amherst. And then,
And where did you go from there?
I went to the Boston University School of Medicine and I got a Master of Science in Biomedical Forensic Sciences.
And about what year was that you received that master's?
I graduated 2019.
And then following receipt of your master's, where did you go from there?
I went to the DNA unit in the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And when you joined the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab initially, what was your title and sort of what was your duties and responsibilities with relation to that title?
So I joined as a Forensic Scientist 1, and that's a training position where I underwent a training program that consisted of a bibliography with multiple journal articles and textbooks, as well as conducting the lab processing on training samples.
And
This guy cried when they took Mountain Dew Code Red off the market.
FS1, is that correct?
Yes.
And that initial work that you did as an FS1, how long did you do that before you became a forensic scientist 2?
Approximately, the training itself was approximately 6 to 8 months. And then within a year, I was promoted to an FS2.
And when you were promoted to work as an FS2, what, if any, specific unit were you assigned to within the lab?
The DNA unit.
No.
And have you essentially been with the DNA unit since that?
Fortnite.
Yes.
Now, just a few questions about the lab at the State Police Crime Laboratory. Is that lab accredited by anybody?
Yes, we are accredited by ANAB, and that stands for ANSI, National Accreditation Board, and the ANSI stands for American National Standards Institute.
And with reference to that accreditation, can you describe to the jury just a little bit about generally in terms of what goes into an accreditation of a lab from ANAB?
Yeah, so this organization, ANAB, they came into our lab and they reviewed all of our protocols, ranging from facility security to the protocols that we do in the lab to staff education and training, and to make sure that we're meeting all the standards that we are being accredited to.
And the lab at MSBCL, its accreditation, is it up to date at this point?
Yes.
With reference to yourself personally, sir, in regard to your casework, in regard to your training, are you familiar with the term proficiency testing?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is and sort of how often and what consists of the proficiency testing that you've done?
Yeah, so a proficiency test is given on a semi-annual basis, so twice a year, by an outside agency, and we don't know what the results are, and we treat it as a regular case. So we take it through the regular DNA processing, and we have to pass that proficiency test to show that we maintain our competency in whatever work that we are doing in casework.
And sir, as far as the proficiency testing that you've undergone, what have been the results of your proficiency testing?
I've passed all of mine.
Now, sir, it may be a term that's pretty well understood, but if you could explain to the jury, at least based on your training experience, what your understanding is of a couple of different terms. And first one, I'm going to start with DNA itself. What is DNA? Yeah, so DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and that is basically the genetic blueprint that makes us who we are. And we each have 2 copies of it. We inherited one from our mom and one from our dad, and that combination makes us unique. And with the exception of identical twins, everybody has a different DNA. And is DNA the same in every cell of a person's body?
Yes, barring any rare mutations, DNA is the same. So if you take a blood sample and a saliva sample from the same person, the DNA should be the same.
And what I'm going to ask you now is just a little bit about the process of DNA and how it's tested within your lab. Am I correct in saying that there's essentially 4 steps? Is that correct?
Correct.
And approaching sort of chronologically, one of the steps is called extraction, correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury how it is specifically that DNA is extracted by yourself in general terms when you're testing it out?
Yes. So for the extraction step, so I receive the samples. They're in like small tubes. They're closed. I will add a set of reagents to it, apply heat to that sample, and that will actually burst open the cells to make the DNA available for use.
When you are
I kept my 3D glasses from the first screening of Ant-Man.
Measure how much DNA you're extracting from a sample.
Yes.
And can you explain sort of how it is that you know that?
Yeah, so that's the second step that we call quantitation. And we take a small portion of that DNA that we extracted, and we'll apply a different set of reagents and run it through an instrument that heats and cools down the sample, goes through a cycle, and allows us to estimate how much DNA is extracted.
Now, sir, what is PCR?
PCR is stands for polymerase chain reaction, and it's basically known as molecular xeroxing, where it's making millions of copies of specific areas that you can target of the DNA.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step over.
Sorry.
Is that essentially the third step that you undergo?
Calm down,
Correct.
Ghost Malone.
Now,
You're
what is
good.
SDR?
It stands for short tandem repeat, and these are locations in the DNA that change each person. So it's comprised of small little repeats, and each person, however repeats you have at that location, is sort of what will show up in your DNA profile.
Now, how is it with your work in the lab that you identify DNA fragments?
It's the 4th step where we call detection, where after we amplified the specific areas that we are looking at in the DNA, we'll run it through an instrument that will separate them out and generate the DNA profile.
I bet you this guy drops sick ass beats on his spare time.
As far as a known item versus a question item.
Just like,
Yes.
And can you explain what each of those mean in reference to your field and your work, and sort of what is the difference between the two?
Yeah, so a known item is an item that's collected directly from an individual and is to be used for comparison purposes, whereas a questioned item is collected from, let's say, like a crime scene where we don't know the source.
Now, as far as your lab or your unit within the lab, the DNA unit itself, does it follow sort of standardized policies and protocols?
Yes, we do.
And who approves of those particular policies and protocols and procedures?
Our technical leader.
Now, could you explain the process used to analyze the evidence in this case?
Yeah, so the evidence in this case underwent that four-step process I just described, and which was extraction to quantitation to amplification, detection, and then interpretation of the profile that was generated.
Now, what are some of the controls or what do you use when you're during the course of your test?
Yeah, so there are two types of controls, positive and negative controls. So a positive control is a sample with a known DNA profile that we use to show that each step in the process worked as expected. And a negative control is a sample that has no DNA in it and that only receives the reagents that we are using. And that is to show that there's no inherent contamination of the reagents that we used.
Let me ask you, sir, if you know, what are some of the ways to prevent sort of DNA transfer from yourself or from someone else working on the case or from other samples that you may be working on with others?
Yeah, so there are many ways. One way is to clean the workspace before we start working and after, just to make sure that it's constantly being cleaned. Another way is to wear lab PPE, so personal protective equipment like lab coats, face masks, and hairnets. And another one is to make sure that we only have one tube open at a time so that we don't have any cross contamination between samples.
Now, your work specifically, sir, does it undergo some sort of review process?
It does.
And specifically your work in this case, did it undergo that same sort of general review process pursuant to the policies and procedures you were speaking about before?
Yes, it did.
Now, when a case comes into the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, it's assigned a specific case number, correct?
Correct.
And in this instance, I'm referring to a case number entitled 22-02184. Familiar with that case?
I am.
And you did tested a number of different items within that case, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as the items are concerned, similar to how the items from a specific investigation or case are assigned a case number, are those different items assigned different item numbers as well?
Yes, they are.
And if
This is the guy that would like return his VHS tapes that he rented, like without rewinding them, and they're queued up right to the titty parts, like right where.
So basically, so let's say we have a parent item
Right.
that's numbered 2-1.
Right where there's a topless scene.
And then if we take a cutting of that item, it would be called, if it's the first cutting, it would be called 2-1.1.
Now, in this case, sir, was a known standard process?
Yes, it was.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that process occurs in regard to processing a known standard?
Yeah, so the lab processing is the same where it undergoes the same four-step process. And a qualified analyst then looked at the DNA profile that was generated to make sure that it was a single source profile, meaning at each location that we looked at, there were only one or two peaks. And after that, it underwent the technical and administrative review process before it was closed out and ready for use for comparison.
Do you know whose known DNA standard was processed in this case?
Yes.
And who was that?
A known blood standard from John O'Keefe.
Now, as far as your involvement in this case, what was your involvement?
I performed the testing of the questioned items.
And did you have occasion to perform DNA analysis on certain items submitted to your lab in connection with this case?
Yes, I did.
And let me ask you about some specific items. Were you asked to perform some analysis on a item labeled 3-1.1?
Yes, I was.
And if you know, what was that a sample from?
Would I be able to refer to my notes? Thank you.
This guy sold.
So that was a sample from passenger side tail light
to his peers.
And with respect to that, there was a sample that was
$50.
That was generated from
You want to pass?
Swab from the tail
$50.
Correct.
And what, if anything, were the findings or what kind of, what was the conclusion of the analysis of the profile from the swab taken from the tail light of the vehicle?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a 3-person mixture, including male DNA.
And to be more specific, when an item comes in, it's assigned an item number. There's also a description that's provided along with sort of where the item came from.
Correct.
And so specifically, item 3-1.1 is a sample from passenger side tail light, and it gives a specific Massachusetts registration plate of 3GC684, correct?
Correct.
And so From the analysis of the swab or profile that was obtained from the swab from the taillight, what, if anything, was that compared to?
John O'Keefe, standard.
So the sample from Mr. O'Keefe?
Correct.
And with regard to that, is that a comparative analysis that you conducted yourself?
Yes.
And what, if any, opinions or conclusions come from as far as the comparative analysis between the swab from the taillight from that vehicle and the profile from Mr. O'Keefe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 510 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
Yeah, now, sir, with reference to...
Be careful with that. That is an exact replica to model of the throwing star from the movie Crawl. Put that down.
It's a 1 followed by 27 zeros.
And with regard to that item coming from, or the profile containing the comparative analysis consistent with the DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe, there are also 2 unknown contributors, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to that, are you familiar with that item or the profile from that item being submitted along with some other samples to an outside vendor called Bodhi Technology?
Correct.
Now, with reference to another item contained within that, are you familiar with an item 3-6?
Yes.
And what is item 3-6?
That is the root end of hair from exterior passenger side rear panel.
Now, sir, as far as hair is concerned, describe for the jury a little bit about sort of DNA and how that works between, well, let me ask you this. There's essentially, when it comes to a hair sample, there's typically going to be a root end and a shaft end, correct?
Correct.
And where from the DNA, as your lab is concerned, where is that, where are you able to sort of test from, or where would you be looking to extract a sample from in order to perform testing?
Yes, so our testing for hairs, the DNA will be coming from any tissue that might be attached to the root end of the hair.
And so you're looking for specifically sort of follicular tissue, is that correct?
Tissues attached to the hair, yes.
Now, as far as, you familiar with the terms sort of autosomal DNA versus mitochondrial DNA?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain for the jury briefly just sort of what your understanding is of each of those 2 terms and what, if any, differences there are between them?
Yeah, so autosomal DNA is present in the nucleus of the cell. That is, we inherited that from 1 copy from our dad, 1 copy from our mom. As mitochondrial DNA is present within the mitochondria, and that is inherited via the mother.
Now, your lab at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, is the lab equipped, or does your lab do mitochondrial DNA testing?
We're not equipped to do mitochondrial testing.
And so when you say that the lab is not equipped to do the testing, what exactly does that mean?
So we don't have the instruments or the facilities to do that testing, and we don't get that testing requested very often. So it makes more sense to send it out to an approved vendor to do that testing.
And one of those approved vendors would be the Bodhi Technology Lab in Lorton, Virginia, that you were discussing previously?
Correct.
And as far as your understanding is that Bodhi Technology is equipped and does do mitochondrial DNA testing, correct?
Correct.
When's this guy going to get to the DNA?
Now, with respect to your testing, you did some testing with regard to item 3-6 for the hair, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what that testing was and what, if any, opinions or conclusions you were able to draw from the testing that you were able to do in the lab?
Yes, so that testing began the same way as the 4-step process. I extracted the hair and then went to quantitation. After quantitation, I determined that there was no human DNA detected. So then testing was halted at that step.
And so what, if anything, was the results of that testing that you conducted with regard to the hair?
That no human DNA was detected, so STR analysis was not performed.
Now, that phraseology there, as far as no human DNA detected, what
Was
that
dog DNA
so
detected?
Quantitation is looking specifically for human DNA, and we couldn't detect that with our instruments. It's not speaking to the hair itself. It's just that we could not detect any human DNA.
That's not so much to say that there is no DNA on the hair, it's just that it is below the level of detection that you're qualified to report. Is that fair to say?
That's you correct.
Now, with regard to the taillight sample, if I could step back to that.
I mean, guys, I get this is boring, but like, if you've ever followed a trial before, most of it consists of stuff like this. No trial is ever as exciting as this one. So
the roll
most of
population,
the
I think,
trial
currently
usually
is about
consists of this
8
kind of
billion,
shit.
which
So
is an 8 followed by 9
I'm
zeros.
surprised
and
that it took this long.
510 non-million has 30 zeros in it. So it's larger,
Significantly more. correct?
significantly larger, sir. Yes.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to some other items that you tested in relation to this case. And just to be clear, sir, you conducted or issued about 6 different DNA reports in regard to the testing that you conducted in this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
So if I could direct your attention now to the 6 reported DNA testing report number 6. That involved an item called 3-3.1. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the description of that item?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Got the wrong report.
Get your shit together.
That is a sample from a parent glass on rear bumper.
With the same mass registration plate as the tail light, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, conclusions or opinions were you able to draw from your analysis of the testing on that particular item?
So at the quantitation step for this item, insufficient human DNA was detected and STR analysis was not performed.
And again, just as far as that statement is concerned, can you explain a little bit to the jury what that means as far as what's your opinions or what you...
So you tested the glass that was found on the bumper and you didn't find any human DNA on the glass that was found on the
Yes,
bumper?
so we do at the quantitation step, we do have a cutoff, a certain value where if we detect human DNA that's below this cutoff, we validated that it's not going to, most likely not going to provide a profile that can be used. So we halt testing at that step.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to the 5th report that you issued in this case, DNA testing report number 5. And does that sort of contain the totality of the items that you analyzed in this particular case?
It does.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to an item labeled as number 3-2.1.1. And what is the description for that particular item, sir?
That is a sample from exterior of broken drinking glass.
And with reference, were you able to generate a DNA profile from the swab or the sampling from that item?
Yes.
And what, if any, comparison were you able to do in regard to the DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, so the sample was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, and the DNA profile for this item is at least 530 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
And so the sample from the exterior of the broken drinking glass is at least 530 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could turn your attention.
But also
to,
2 other, 2 unknown
1.2.1
profiles, right?
And what is the description associated with that item?
That is a sample from stain A on upper right leg of jeans.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from the sample from what's labeled as stain A on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
I was.
And what, if any, comparison were you able to do with relation to that profile from that sample to Mr. O'Keefe's DNA profile?
Yes, so the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 was suitable for comparison, and due to limited information, contributors 2 and 3 were not suitable for comparisons. And the DNA profile from this item is at least 570 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown individuals. And this provides support for an inclusion.
And so when you say, as far as due to limited information, contributors 2 and 3 are not suitable for comparison, what does that mean?
So that just means that those contributors are very low and that any comparisons that would be done to them could not be reliable based on our protocols and validations.
So from your comparative analysis, you came to the opinion or conclusion that the sample from the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's genes was 570 non-alien times more likely than it originated from Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Could you rephrase that?
With respect to your comparative analysis of the profile from the sample from stain A on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's genes, your opinion is that it was at least 570 non-alien times more likely that it originated from John O'Keefe, correct?
From then,
Sorry.
What was your conclusion as it came to item 7-1.2.1?
so the DNA profile from this item is at least 570 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
Sir, let me break from this for a second, and I just want to ask you a little bit about transfer DNA. Are you familiar with that term?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term?
So transfer DNA just means DNA that sort of transfers based on just some activity that can happen. Like if somebody touches a water bottle, they might transfer some DNA onto that water bottle.
Now, from the fact that DNA is on something or on an item and it matches a profile from an individual, is there anything from that that you can opine or conclude as to how that DNA was deposited or when?
No, I cannot.
Now, with reference to factors that may cause a degradation of a DNA sample or a touch DNA sample that's left, what, if any, are some of the factors that may affect that as far as causing degradation of a sample or causing an inability for you to be able to generate a DNA profile from an item?
Some factors include being exposed to heat for a prolonged time and ultraviolet rays from the sun, as well as just time. It might eventually lead to some degradation.
Now, as far as items that are outside, because you indicated that being hot or warm temperatures might have some effect on it. What, if any, impact will cold temperatures have?
So we store our DNA extracts in a cold room. So cold temperatures could be very good to help preserve any DNA that's on there.
Now, if I could turn your attention back to your report number 5 and ask you with reference to item 7-1.3.1. And can you, what is the description for that item, sir?
That is a sample from stain B on upper right leg of genes.
And again, those would be the genes of Mr. O'Keefe, is that right?
Correct.
And you were able to generate a DNA profile from that sample as well?
Correct.
And what, if any, comparison were you able to do between the profile from that DNA on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's genes and Mr. O'Keefe's DNA?
Yeah, so the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. And the DNA profile from this item is at least 660 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. And this provides support for an inclusion.
Next, if I could turn your attention to item 7-1.4.1, and what is that sample, or what is that item or sample from?
That is a sample from stain C on upper right leg of genes.
And those genes would be Mr. O'Keefe's genes as well?
Correct.
And were you able to then generate a DNA profile from that sample?
Yes.
And what, if any, comparison or what, if any, conclusions or opinions did you draw from a comparative analysis of the DNA profile from that sample from the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's genes and Mr. O'Keefe's DNA profile?
So the DNA profile is a mixture of at least 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison, and due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, and the DNA profile of this item is at least 830 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to item 7-1.5.1, and where did that come from?
That is sample from stain D on upper right leg of genes.
And again, were you able to generate a DNA profile for that sample?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were your findings in relation to comparative analysis between that and that DNA profile from that sample and the DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. And the DNA profile from this item is at least 670 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. And this provides support for an inclusion.
Sir, if I could turn your attention to item 7-1.6.1. And what is the description for that item?
That is sampled from stain E on upper right leg of jeans.
And were you able to also generate a DNA profile from that sample?
Yes.
And did you then conduct a comparative analysis between the DNA profile from that sample and the DNA profile from Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And what, if any, conclusions or opinions or findings did you have in regard to that comparative analysis?
Yeah, so the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison, and due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1 decillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
Now, as far as that decillion, again, similar to the non-alien, how many zeros are we talking about?
That's a 1 followed by 33 zeros.
That's it?
Now, if I could turn your attention to item 7-1.7.1. You familiar with that item, sir?
Yes.
And what is the description for that item?
That is sample from unstained areas of exterior of jeans.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from that sample?
Yes.
And similarly, were you able to then do a comparative analysis between the DNA profile from that sample and the DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were your findings in regard to that comparative analysis?
Yeah, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 4 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 553 septillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 3 unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
And similarly, sir, with regard to that number, septillion, how many zeros?
That is a 1 followed by 24 zeros.
24 zeros. That's it?
I'm going to ask some questions about...
Clevin's got like 6,000 zeros behind him.
17. These are
All zeros, every one of them.
an orange T-shirt as well as a gray long sleeve shirt. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if you could, essentially you did testing on those items as well as some fingernail clippings belonging to Mr. O'Keefe?
Correct.
Or samples from the fingernail clippings?
Yes.
Now, with regard to those items, swabbings taken from the stains from various areas of the orange T-shirt, and just in general, where were those areas on the T-shirt, the orange T-shirt to start with, that the swabbings were taken from?
The top front left of orange shirt and front bottom right of the shirt as well, and just the back left shoulder of the orange shirt.
Now, with regard to the gray long sleeve shirt, where are the areas on the shirt where those swabbings were taken?
The right sleeve,
Dude, if
the
you
center front,
are going to tell this jury that
the
all
back
you
left,
did was test
the
his
back right,
clothing for
and
John's
the back
DNA,
bottom of right.
like, I'm going to lose my shit. You didn't test it for anyone else's DNA?
Each of those items?
I was.
And were you then able to do a comparative analysis between the DNA profile from each of those items with relation to the DNA profile from Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And what, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from that comparative analysis?
So the male DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor, and the DNA profile from these items is at least 490 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
As far as that number is concerned, octillion, how many zeros is in an octillion?
That's a 1 followed by 27 zeros.
And with regard to each of those items, from the orange T-shirt, the gray long sleeve T-shirt, and the fingernail clippings of, they were taken from both the right and left hands of Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
Correct.
So that's 490 followed by 27 zeros. That would be from a single contributor, correct?
Correct.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to item 17-18, I'm sorry, 7.
Well, what troubles me is that they're not finding anyone else's DNA on his clothing.
Description associated with that item?
Sample from stain C on top front gray long sleeve shirt.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile with respect to that?
Yes.
And were you able to then do a comparative analysis between that DNA profile from that item and the DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I was.
And what, if any, conclusions did you come to with regard to that?
The male DNA profile was interpreted as originating from a single contributor. The DNA profile from this item is at least 58 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
And with regard to that stain from the gray long sleeve T-shirt, again, that was determined by you through your testing to be DNA from a single contributor matched John O'Keefe, correct?
It was determined to be from a single contributor, yes.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to item 7-18.14.1. Are you familiar with that item?
Yes.
And what is the description associated with that item, sir?
Sample from stain L on back bottom right of gray long sleeve shirt.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from that sample from that item as well?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to then do a comparative analysis between the sample profile from that sample versus the profile from Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I was.
And what, if anything, were your findings in relation to that?
So the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of two contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1 decillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
And sir, I'm going to ask you, or draw your attention to item 7-18.17.1. Familiar with that item?
Yes.
And what is the description associated with the sample from that item?
Sample from unstained areas of exterior of gray long sleeve shirt.
And were you able to also generate a DNA profile from that sample?
Yes.
And what, if any, were you able to then do a comparative analysis between the sample profile from that sample and the profile from Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And what, if any, conclusions did you come to with reference to that comparative analysis?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of two contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison, and due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 960 non-million times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Sir, there are some other items from which you conducted testing but were not able to generate a profile from, correct?
Correct.
And specifically, I'm going to ask about item 7-3.1. That's a sample from the right instep of Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker, is that correct?
Could you repeat
Well,
that
it wouldn't
number
have
again, please?
John's DNA at all if it was washed. Well, I mean, I guess it would if they cut it off him. But I mean, the thing is like if he's saying two contributors, one unknown, he's only including John O'Keefe. He doesn't have anything to but the other one up against and test against.
Mixture not being suitable for comparison due to the quality of the profile, correct?
Correct. It was a mixture of at least 5 contributors.
And so from that, as far as not suitable for comparison, can you explain to the jury what that means?
Yes. So during our validations, we've only validated mixtures up to 4 contributors because we've determined that once you get more than 4, like at least 5 contributors into a mixture, it becomes too complex to be able to make any reliable comparisons to that mixture.
Sir, if I could direct you to item number 11 or item number 7-18.3.1 within your report.
Right. Yep.
This guy will get crossed for sure, I think.
Top front, is that correct?
Yes.
Because they want to make sure the jury understands clearly.
Due to the quality of the profile, correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury what that means as far as not being suitable due to the quality of the profile?
Yes. So during our bringing it back to our third step of amplification, where we're making millions of copies of specific locations, sometimes there might not be a lot of DNA there, and that amplification step might not amplify all the information that could be present, and the profile that's generated won't have all the information to be able to reliably make a comparison. So the information that we are able to look at is very limited, so we just do not do any comparisons because they would not be reliable.
And with that same as far as not suitable for comparison due to the quality of the profile, was that the same for two other areas that you tested in regard to the front or sample from the front of the gray long sleeve shirt and a sample from the back left sleeve of the gray long sleeve shirt?
Yes.
May I have a moment?
Yes.
Yeah, so I would expect, because the jury's going to be wondering the same thing that many of us are wondering, is why no other DNA found on the clothing?
The term called STR mix.
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is and how that is involved or how it's implicated within your test?
Yeah, so StarMix is a tool that we use to basically break down complex mixtures into its individual contributors and into like a way that it will best describe that mixture. And once it does that, it'll then do comparisons and calculate a likelihood ratio, which is a statistical weight to that comparison.
And how does that relate to the testing that you did?
I used StarMix on all the samples that had comparisons done to them.
Yeah, so this is going to come down to, for cross, it's going to come down to no questions. Interesting.
Thank you.
So I guess they feel they could cover this in
Regarding scheduling, please.
closing arguments, because that's the thing is I'm not going to pretend like I understood all that. I think I understood the gist of it, which is basically this guy was testing John O'Keefe's clothing for DNA, not just John O'Keefe's clothing, but the hair that was found on the bumper, as well as the glass that was found on the bumper. And John O'Keefe, it all the DNA matched to John O'Keefe. Now, what I have questions about, and I realize it's going to be upsetting to a lot of people, but I have questions about it, is how is this going to work out for the third-party culprit defense? Because what is the likelihood that nobody else's DNA got on John O'Keefe's clothing if he was beaten up?
Where it's beautiful out, rather than start with the witness that we'll start with tomorrow morning, it makes sense. I'm going to talk to the lawyers for a few minutes. So we'll send you home. Do not discuss this case with anyone. And just so that I'm clear.
No, and I heard that too. I just got interrupted. I'm getting there. Calm down.
Anything. Do not do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read.
Oh, I'm perfectly okay with Bev ending the day right now. Not even.
All rise to the court, please.
I'm perfectly okay with her ending the day today. So right, like we're only hearing the name John O'Keefe, but there are other unknowns, because you have to pay attention to the language being used.
I'm going to talk about that now.
You have to understand what the language being used is there. They're saying that they found more than one male DNA profile, and they were trying to see if they could exclude, if John O'Keefe's DNA could be included in those DNA as one of those DNA profiles, and they did. The problem is that they didn't test for anybody else's DNA other than Proctor and Buchanan. So we don't have Colin Albert's DNA. We don't have Brian Albert's DNA. We don't have Brian Higgins' DNA. We don't have any of these other people who were inside 34 Fairview's DNA. So in some parts of the clothing, no other male DNA could be matched, or there were in some cases two profiles of male DNA. Two possible profiles of male DNA, and then they were able to wait. Why are you saying no? What am I getting wrong? Because again, I what I love about doing this is somebody probably in my chat caught something that I didn't. Susie B, thank you so much. See you tomorrow. Thanks for the coverage. Thank you, Susie B. Appreciate it. Well, DNA doesn't lie. That's the problem. I have no reason to suspect that this guy's doing anything shady. The guy that was sitting on the stand, I don't have any reason to suspect he was doing anything shady. But again, I don't see, right, 2 and 3 on some. That's what I thought I heard, Peter Silva. 2 and 3 on some. But how can they identify any of the other DNA if they don't have anything to test it up against? They were able to identify John O'Keefe's DNA because they can match it to DNA taken by him. So yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is they never tested anybody else. And the thing is, though, that also doesn't prove anything, because I always have to play devil's advocate here, folks. I mean, he could have DNA on his clothing from let's say Brian Albert, because when they met at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, he shook hands with Brian Albert, maybe gave him a quick hug and a pat on the back, and then boom, you got Brian Albert's DNA on his sweater, on his shirt. You know what I mean? So how someone's DNA gets on there, we can't sit here and cherry pick when it's convenient for us to have DNA show up in a convenient or inconvenient place, depending on where you stand here. It's just the way that is. Sorry. But we're not going to sit here and talk about how John's DNA is going to be all over Karen Reed's car because it's his girlfriend's car, but not entertain the possibility that one of the people inside 34 Fairview, their DNA could have got on him at the Waterfall Bar and Grill when they were all hanging out. That could have absolutely happened. So somebody else's DNA being on his clothing, I'm not going to invest a lot into that. If it's blood DNA, that's a different story. Blood DNA, then I'm going to be like, oh shit, somebody's bloody knuckles, Colin's bloody knuckles, maybe, but who knows, blah, blah, blah. But just touch DNA is not going to convince me that at least that's not what's going to convince me that John was in that house and he got beat up in that house. That's not going to do it. That's not going to make me go, ooh, there it is. You know what I mean? So, I mean, again, we got to think objectively here, folks. That's just, there's no other way around it. So that just because there's DNA there, and even if the defense goes there, I'm not going to sit here and be like, yeah, that's suspicious that their DNA is on him, because there's all kinds of reasons why in those hours that John was around those people that somebody's DNA could have got on him, you know? But the issue here is doubt. If the jury is doubting that, because the jury isn't there to prove that, so the jury isn't there expecting to have the defense prove that somebody else killed John O'Keefe. They're expecting the defense to destroy the so-called proof that the prosecution claims to have that proves Karen Reed is guilty. That's all they're there to do. So it's going to be interesting to find out what happens here. But I don't think that the defense thinks that it's consequential in any way, shape, or form, hearing that testimony from that DNA expert, because they didn't even bother to cross-examine. So, I mean, they're just like, whatever. It's cool. Yeah, the guy did his job. There's nothing. So the questions that we have, if they're of any consequence whatsoever, if they mean anything, then they'll be answered during closing arguments, or and to some degree during another cross-examination, or during during one of the defense's witnesses testifying. So yeah, I mean, let me see here. And it was cool to have Turtle Boy up here. Yeah, like I was ranting during lunch, and then when I went to Twitter to look for stuff, I saw a message from Turtle Boy, and I was like, oh shit, okay. I guess he wanted to jump up while he was riding, while he was going to be in his car. But yeah, court's over for today. Let me find real quick. Here we go. Tom's got something else going on here. It ended early because they were going to call another witness up, and maybe they expect that witness to take a lot longer, and it made more sense to just end it for today and start in the morning. Thank you, Andrew. I guess there was a shooting in Boston.
So it's still this is part of our investigation right now. So we will comment a little further when we have a bit more details around it. But we did not occur at a graduation. It did occur at another scene or location. That was not a part of the graduation. We want to make that clear. No, it's still part of our investigation ongoing currently. It's part. It is part of our investigation. We will follow up with a lot of those details here coming up in the future. But I do want to mention if someone wants to give us information anonymously, please call 1-800-494-TIPS. We would always take information that way as well. So, it's under investigation, but it is not life-threatening wounds that we're aware of currently. Do you believe the victim knew who was targeting him? So it's under investigation, but preliminary investigation seems to indicate that there may have been some type of altercation prior to the event happening. But this is all an investigation.
Yeah, this is Tom's channel. Tom's streaming this, so I don't know what's going on.
This is not the location of where the event occurred. As we told you, there's a couple of different scenes that we're securing, and it's part of our investigation. So I can't comment on ricochet things of that nature because we are still investigating. Did it happen in a garage and then they drove out to this? We believe that preliminary that it did not happen out on the street. It did happen potentially in a garage area.
Well, somebody else was running his live stream, Cherry. So usually there's somebody out there capturing them leaving court.
Again, our preliminary investigation is indicating that the victim is a recent graduate of the school that had a graduation ceremony with the day. All right.
Oh my God! Stay safe, Boston, Mass. 781. Yeah, I know. Tom went into court, but whoever's running his channel right now is just kind of letting things go. So I don't know. I guess we're not going to see Karen coming out of court. So, yeah, I think that's it. So yeah, not a lot of bombshells today. I mean, Tully, Tully kind of dodged things, but he dressed it up real nice. So today was a pretty uneventful day, I would say, for the most part. When you have no cross, it usually means that the defense doesn't feel like whoever was on the stand had any reason to lie. At least in this case, it tends to mean that, considering all the witnesses that we've had. But yeah. Yeah, so Tom probably just told the person, hey, just let it run. Whatever, it's fine. So yeah, I don't blame him for that. Yes, there's court tomorrow, the usual time. Again, so I'm pretty sure that's probably why Bev ended it early, is just because, I mean, A, it's Bev, and B, it's there's no sense in, you know what I mean? Probably makes more sense to just go into it with a full day, you know, depending on who is up next to testify. I don't know who's up next to testify. But Bev always words it like she's doing the jury a favor. I'm going to send you home, jury. Yeah, and it's a nice day out there, I guess. I don't think the prosecution plans on resting. This is the first even halfway decent day that they've had. So I don't think the prosecution plans on resting, that's for sure. At least not yet. But hopefully they're just burning through these prosecution witnesses. I would assume that the Celebrite expert is coming up soon. So hopefully that's next. Maybe that's why they called it a day. So, anyways, yeah, short day today, not a half day, but a short day. So, I'm grateful to all you guys for hanging out, man. Let's see, still 1,953 people in here from YouTube, but 4,135 in Twitter. So big thanks to you guys on Twitter for watching. I appreciate you guys. I never thought I'd get a Twitter following, but awesome. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, court all week, Mike. Court all week. I am gonna call it. You guys are fantastic. Thanks for hanging out with me. Thanks to all you new subscribers. I hope you're enjoying it. Hope you're enjoying the channel. Thanks to everybody who smashed the like. Please do so on your way out if you have not yet. I would really appreciate it. Man, yeah, all the support. You guys are amazing. Seriously, mind-blowing. Thank you guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. I love you guys very much, and we will do this again very soon, my friends.